incredible. Let me just log into work, because throughout all this, I have not actually managed to log into work yet, and I'm an hour late. I know. I'm going to be getting myself into all sorts of knickknacks. Not that I care anymore. Not that I care. Anyway, that's something else. So, according to Russian media, they say that this was the arrival of attackers, and they also reported casualties, which they don't usually report casualties. So, I think that it was a particularly emotional event. There is chatter of quite a high number of casualties. Oh, well, that'll serve them right, won't it? For putting their stuff there and for being so flipping horrible. Yeah, I did all that, by the way. Anybody telling me to clear my cache? Yeah, believe me, I did the whole thing. I have the most... Yeah, I have ways of, like, you know, fixing anything when it's going wrong, and I tried all my tricks. That's why I was having a Benny. Now then, Ming. Oh, Ming's not here. We have a guest tomorrow coming, and I will try and put something into the nest and see how that goes. So we have a guest tomorrow coming, who is our lovely Marika from Georgia. Now, she has explained to us that she may not be able to turn up after all because, well, she will be going to some sort of protest this evening. And, you know, there is every possibility that things might happen. So if she's here, we'll be very glad to see her. And if she's not, well, we hope she's okay. And that's all we can really say at this point. But we are hoping to hear from her. However, I have just seen something that she's posted, which is really, unfortunately, vile. And this is masked men walking around inside the Parliament building of Georgia. These are obviously masked men because they're nothing to do with the government. They are these Titushki types that have been beating up the protesters and generally, you know, their parents, and just generally terrorizing people. So they were walking around inside the hallowed halls of the presidential parliament. And that was just prior to them overriding the presidential veto. And it just goes to show that this is, you know, it's something that they're obviously trying to sort of steal the country. Otherwise, you wouldn't need thugs, would you? So, yeah. Just thugs walking around the Parliament building. It disgusts me. Where's my co-host? Have I lost him? I lost him for good. Is that it now? Never see him again. Bye. Guess I'll just swing this thing solo. Don't mind me. I don't need to do any work anyway. Let me see. We've got some news coming here from the Netherlands. The Dutch government has proposed to quickly assemble a Patriot air defense system in close cooperation with several partners and deliver this to Ukraine. Basically, what they've done is they've looked around and they've found out that everybody's got some components, and they've got core components and parts from their stock, which could almost make a Patriot system. So they've gone to some other countries in Europe and said, hey, have you got these bits that we could use to finish this off? And apparently they're finding that they have got those bits that they could use to finish that off. So excellent work. Loving that. So that does seem as though they're able to perhaps, you know, put one together. Well, I'll just say that I understand why some countries may want to hold on to their Patriot systems, but when you're not actually currently under bombardment, I just feel as though it's awkward to sort of like sit there behind your shield and say, "I'm all right, Jack. No, you can't have any of this." No, no, no one's firing bombs at us, but you still can't have it. Just in case, just in case. We could buy more, yeah, but these things take time, so we'll just have to watch you die instead. Yeah, I don't know. I find it quite awkward. You know how it is. Let me see. Oh, I do have Ming back after all. There he is. Caesar, go ahead.
Yeah, indeed, about the Patriot missile systems. Some countries do need them to protect their nuclear facilities, their nuclear weapons, things like this. So they are really important for us as well. But as somebody else told in this chat a few days ago, the US has, like, I think, like over 1,000 Patriot batteries, so the US can actually miss them. So, but we in Europe, we don't have enough Patriot batteries, and we do need Patriots for air defense in this difficult geopolitical situation with Iran, China, and Russia all allying up against us in the new axis of evil.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's all you know, while we don't do enough, we see others working against us and manoeuvring to places where, they will have the upper hand if we don't pull our bloody finger out. And you're right. Europe is a lot more likely to hang on to their systems for very good reason, because, there are threats that are much closer by. But yeah, there are loads of Patriot systems that are available. And I understand why, people might say, well, we definitely need them. But when you're the country that produces them and you've got piles of them, yeah, it does seem a little bit awkward that you can't just spare one or two. Now, there is meeting coming up, however, where I heard there is a discussion of up to 7 Patriot systems that might be made available from the US. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, because I think, we've got a lot to make up for. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Elmo the cat just tried to close my app. Bless him. Luckily, he only swiped it instead of just shutting it. You little minx.
It was a sign, Mockers. It was a sign. He needs some attention.
Oh, he does. He's just basically climbed onto my knee and yeah, forced me to pay him attention. So, yes, I'm just quickly checking a few of these things that I've got here. Oh, new Frank and Sam. Just going to see if my bookmarks are back. Yes. Okay. Now, we've noticed that there have been a lot of European countries now who have been saying that it would be perfectly fine for Ukraine to use their missiles inside Russia. And, well, this has been a massive sticking point that I think we'd all be glad to see the back of. And I'm hoping that a decision will come out about this week, because there is a meeting that was supposed to be on Thursday and is now today with regards to this matter. So we know there are a couple of people against it, Italy and Germany, and of course the US. Well, let's just say if the US made a decision, maybe others might follow, put it that way. So it's always worth continuing to put pressure on the US, because, they do tend to be leaders. Ivana, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Marcus. You just got me while I was trying to write a message about the Patriots. A while ago, at the beginning of the war, there was that nonsensical talk about defensive weapons versus offensive weapons. Well, of course, it's nonsensical because it's a weapon. So yeah, that was then. But now I'm thinking that Patriots, they are air defense systems. They are not really offensive. Like they are meant to take down missiles or threats that are coming to your country to kill you, to destroy, to damage infrastructure or whatever. So if US has a problem with delivering ATACMS or long range missiles, being afraid that the Ukrainians might use them to hit Russia. Okay, let's say we understand that. But Patriots? What's the problem with the Patriots? Even if you use them against the planes, those planes are not touristic planes. Those planes are launching bombs. So, yeah, I'm wondering why this reserve in donated Patriots, because, just 1% of the Patriots that US has, like they have 1,000, give them 10, just 1%, and it's not an offensive weapon, so to say, even if I just noted that this is nonsensical. But anyway, it's not like they will use the Patriots to hit refineries in Russia, isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They wouldn't. No, they'd be defending their airspace with them. Absolutely. Yeah. So you're absolutely right there. Zeza, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is with the Patriots, they might have 1,000 Patriot batteries, but as of right now, I'm not aware what the actual stockpiles is of the Patriot missiles in the U.S. But the U.S. has to keep Patriots in reserve for possible conflicts in the Middle East. There's a gigantic uh, conflict about to break out in the Middle East. This could be even a war bigger than the war in Ukraine if Iran gets involved. So this is a very important thing, and probably Saudi Arabia needs Patriot air defense missiles. Uh, Israel needs them, and then we, of course, have Taiwan, who is also under threat of China. And the US might have 1,000 batteries, but replenishing these missiles costs a lot of time. And the US has the capacity to create 12 Patriot batteries each year. So they cannot produce a hell of a lot of them. And I know creating missiles also is very complicated, and to scale up the production of air defense missiles is also a very complicated thing. So this is why I think the U.S. is hesitant to give as much patriots away for countries in need.
Well, it's not just the US that makes the missiles, is it? These days, other people do make them as well. I believe South Korea make Patriot missiles. Ivana.
Yeah, so you might be right, Nepozizo, but there are some things that are not going well, at least with me. So we have to keep those patriots because there might be a conflict in the future. Well, there is a conflict in the present. There are civilians that are dying, kids, families going to shop something for their homes on a Saturday afternoon. So let's keep those because we might need them, but they are needed right now. Like right now, they are needed. They are needed since 2 years ago. We are not like the third day of this war. We are 27 months in, 2 years and 3 months and some days. So let's just keep them because there might be a conflict somewhere in the world when where they must be needed. You may argue that Ukraine is far from US and US has no interests there. But Middle East is as far as Ukraine and Taiwan is as far as Ukraine. So it's not about the remoteness of the country. And you might say that a conflict in the Middle East is important, but the conflict in Europe is also important. And it's a conflict with Russia, and the traditional, adversary of US is not Middle East or China. The traditional adversary is Russia. And also about the conflict in the Middle East that is brewing right now. I'm wondering why. Because I believe if Russia is defeated, Iran won't feel very good about it. Iran is not a very powerful economy. They have their internal problems. I don't know if they want to be in a conflict with with the world right now. So Russia is. What I'm trying to say is that it's in Russia's interest. So there should be a conflict in the Middle East. So maybe dealing with the problem with Russia will help with that too. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, certainly. Russia cannot support other terrorist actions around the world if they're too busy falling apart, can they? That's a very good point. Zezo?
Yeah, I 100% agree. Russia does want even the US dragged into a war in the Middle East. They are very actively pushing for it. It's a very bad situation. And the Middle East is also very hostile towards NATO countries. And as you mentioned, the United States is just as far from Ukraine as from the Middle East. And of course, I'm a European myself. I come from the Netherlands, and for me, the war in Ukraine is actually more important. So I want to reiterate that. But as we are talking about air defense and Patriot missiles, you know, I think Patriot missiles are you can use them for two things. You can use them to protect high valuable military equipment, or you can use them to protect against things like glide bombs and actually save lives. The problem is when you are going to use them against glide bombs. The problem is a glide bomb costs only around 50,000 euro, a Russian glide bomb. A Patriot missile costs about $1 million for each Patriot missile, and you have different kinds of Patriot missiles. Some are even more expensive, and some are very more expensive. So when it comes to Patriot missiles, you should only, in my opinion, protect infrastructure that is worth more than $1 million. This might sound very rude. I know it will not save a lot of lives, but I really see the conflict in the South China Sea and the Middle East escalating beyond imagination. So as a European, as our it's also our interest to not lose a war in the Middle East or to not lose a war in the South China Sea, because this would have just as bad these events will turn out just as bad as losing the war in Ukraine. It will eventually destroy the US-led world order that we Europeans and a lot of people from democratic countries are all benefiting from. So we should be. There is a reason why the US is hesitant, but when we're talking about other countries like Germany, for example, they can produce towers missiles, which would help Ukraine very much. And they are actually not producing them. They because they are scared that they will be used against Russian territory, which I think is a very bad decision of Olaf Scholz I actually think it's a little bit cowardice. But yeah, I would like to know what you guys think of it.
Go ahead, Ioana. Sorry, I wasn't watching the screen. I was working.
No,
I
no
realised
problem.
that there's.
So I don't really know if the Patriots are intended or they can work against the glide bombs. The specifics of the glide bombs are not making them very easy to be intercepted by a system like Patriot because of the low velocity and the fact that they have no heat signature, they have no self-propulsion, so you cannot lock on them using infrared detectors. So I don't really know if the Patriots are to be used against glide bombs. Their targets are the cruise missiles and, as it was proved, the ballistic missiles, or at least the ballistic missiles that Russia used against Ukraine, and they proved themselves very efficient against those threats. So I don't even know if Patriots are the solution against the glide bombs. Going back to Kharkiv, we have seen the Patriots protecting Kiev very well, quite significantly. So yes, indeed, you may choose to defend some military capabilities, or you may choose to defend the city, like Kiev, or like Odessa, or like Kharkiv. In Kharkiv, the specifics of the city make it very difficult to be protected because it's very close to the border in Russia, and Russia is taking advantage of it, using two different type of weapons that are very effective, unfortunately. The S-300 and S-400 in ground-to-ground mode. They are not designed to be used like this. They are anti-air systems initially, but you can use those in ground-to-ground mode. And the problem is that the missiles from those systems are quite big, and they produce a lot of damage. And being so close to the border, the time to react is very reduced. Is You have like just 2-3 minutes to react to them, and it's practically impossible to intercept them. Maybe Patriots can be used against those. I don't remember seeing any report about the S-300 or S-400 missile being taken down by the Patriots. But in theory, if you have a good system and if it's placed nearby, it's absolutely essential to be placed nearby because, as I said, the time for interception is very reduced. In theory, I think they can be intercepted. We have to check on that with an expert in missiles. The other thing is the glide bombs, and those are launched from planes that are flying above Russia, not above Ukraine. So they are flying, let's say, 60 kilometers from the border or 50 kilometers from the border, and they are launching those glide bombs that glide and land in Kharkiv and do what we have seen that they do: destroy apartment buildings and stores and whatever it is. The Patriots could be used against those planes because they do have the range, I think. And yeah, it would be planes, it would be above Russia, but those planes, as I said, are not there for, touristic reasons, are there to launch 500 kilograms or 1 ton bombs over a city. So I think it's only normal to try to intercept them. And Patriots could do that. So yeah, and also about the question, the glide bomb is cheap, Patriot missile is very expensive. I know that I'm mean right now, but how do you estimate the cost of the strike on epicenter store in Kharkiv? How much does it cost? You know, to have those lives taken and those people injured. Can we estimate this? Yes, it was a glide bomb. It was a chip bomb, actually two. But yeah, I think we cannot put a monetary value on that.
We
Have we got the order, mockers? Let's see who have we got.
Johannes, Jenny, that order. Johannes, go ahead. Johannes?
I don't know if I was. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have to try from another phone because here it seems Twitter on my new phone, the sound as soon as I have the speaker privileges, the sound keeps cracking up. So I'm sorry. I'll be back.
Yeah, I
with
think
another
that's
phone.
your connection. Sounds like your connection, that. So yeah. Sorry. Jenny, go ahead.
So the threat of like a massive war breaking out in the Middle East or Taiwan, China attacking Taiwan, it kind of hinges more than just a tiny bit on the West supporting Ukraine because we're showing weakness. And one thing that neither Xi Jinping nor Putin likes or respects, it's kindness and weakness. So they will pounce on it. The weaker we appear to these two dictators, the more they will grab. And they will encourage Iran to do the same. So they're just starting stuff around the planet so that we will lose focus. If we had provided Ukraine with the necessary weapons to push Russia out of Ukraine, China would take a seat and really consider their options and if it's worth it to go to war over Taiwan or just continue pretending like Taiwan is in their sphere of influence rather than make it a military action. There is a video of Putin thanking Hamas for the October 7th attack on Israel. That tells me that they're knee deep in that mess as well. And it did deflect attention from Ukraine to the Middle East. We all put our focus there. And then Iran got in on the mess as well. So if we instead, put our best effort in to helping Ukraine and none of this wishy-washy going like, I don't know, it doesn't feel comfortable if you're using the weapons that we produce in taking out high-value strategic targets in Russia. Then if we just tell them like, hey, you know what? Here are some weapons. Use them to the best of your abilities. We trust you. If we do that instead, we're showing more strength. And then the dictators around the world will think twice before invading their neighbors. Thank you.
I would like to jump in if that's possible. I know nobody is okay. I've read the Art of War from Sun Tzu. It's actually a book. It's about deception. And well, first let me say, Russia is already failing because the war. They thought they would win the war in 3 days. They didn't. They massively failed. So we are showing strength. But the thing is, um, when it comes to war is also about deception. And of course, Putin tries to lure us into the Middle East. They try to deflect attention from the war of Ukraine, of course. But if other dictators like Xi Jinping, like Khamenei, if they see a weak spot, if they see everything goes to Ukraine, they would not hesitate to jump into another conflict. I don't think we should create a weak spot for ourselves. And what Iona said in terms of the Patriots and the glide missiles, I'm not 100% sure if Patriots can intercept glide missiles, but I would be shocked to find out if they couldn't, because if this is not the case, this would mean that a single Russian glide bomb can actually destroy a Patriot battery, which is a horrible thing to even think
I
about.
doubt it. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I doubt that
The
also.
whole thing would have to be stood all together, and they
Yes,
don't do
so
that.
I think Patriots they can intercept these glide bombs, but it's in and Iona also mentioned the we should not put a cost to the human life that has been lost, of course, but I'm not saying this. I kind of said it because a Patriot missile costs up to 1 million and a glide bomb only 50,000. But if if we are in shortage of Patriot missiles in other parts of the world, the human cost would be much higher. So it's very bad for the Ukrainians. You know, if I had a choice, I would I'll take the Ukrainians over any other people in the Middle East or even
Well,
in
it's not
Taiwan.
about whose life is more important, mate, is it? It's about the
Yes.
fact that we should have helped Ukraine 2 years ago and there wouldn't be any of this bollocks in the Middle East. Sorry, I just needed to get to that point. Iwana.
Yeah, about showing strength. Ukraine is showing strength, not us. Ukraine shown strength since the beginning of the war and constantly showing strength every day. They are fighting with what they have. If we wouldn't help them at all, they would still be fighting. Us, I don't know if we are showing so much strength. We are saying a lot of things, a lot of good things, but showing very determined position. Well, I'm not sure about it. If it would have been so, Ukraine would have received everything since like a long time ago, and the last 7-8 months wouldn't have been so difficult there. So I don't know about our strength. I think we are not showing enough, at least. About the Patriots intercepting gliding bombs, I don't know if they can or can't. I know that I read the specifications a while ago, and they are not designed for intercepting glide bombs. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Again, it's low velocity and no heat signature, so these are two things that may lead to a difficult interception. And as you said, they are cheap things, so maybe it's not worth it to intercept the bomb. But what Patriots can surely do, they can destroy the planes that are launching the glide bombs, and that's a valuable target, and that's more than one glide bomb. Because so in order to launch a glide bomb, we know that it glides for about 50 kilometers. Let's say it may be 40, it may be 60, it doesn't matter. You can launch it from above Russia, but you will be within the range of a plane, if or a Patriot, if it is to destroy the plane. So they can do that, and it's even better than just intercepting a glide bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Take down the aircraft. There's no need for the glide bombs to even be looked at. Jenny, go ahead.
You kind of stole my thunder, Mockers, by saying that if we had been showing a stronger and more steadfast response from the very beginning in Ukraine, the mess in the Middle East and Taiwan would not be on the table right now. So the thing that we can do is continue to give as much support as we possibly can, because if Russia loses in Ukraine, this is the trick. So you have to weigh the option. Do you want to play it safe and just give Ukraine the bare minimum to survive? Or do you want to actually take out Russia? Because if you take out Russia, Russia cannot attack you. And before they get to the Netherlands, they have to go through Poland and Germany, or get through the Baltic Sea, or come from the Atlantic, where you have UK, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, France, Norway, Denmark. And if it comes from the Baltic Sea, then you have Sweden, Finland, the Baltic countries, Poland, and Germany, blocking Russia from getting to the Netherlands. You're fairly safe where you are. And also, the Netherlands has the biggest naval warship in the European theater. Just saying. So I think that the more we give to Ukraine and the more we ensure Ukraine's victory, the safer we will be. That is the principle that Sweden, Finland, and the Baltic states are operating under. Thank you.
And it's amazing to note that the Baltics have indeed upped their game, especially with regards to supporting Ukraine as much as possible. and stating that Ukraine needs to be able to hit back at Russia at any given opportunity at their military facilities, and shoot down their planes within Russian territory. Like you say, Jenny, it's the people who are next on the list who are indeed shouting the loudest, because Ukraine was doing the shouting at first and we ignored them, didn't we? Or we just sort of patted them on the head and said, it's okay, don't worry. And then they were screaming because these guys were right on their border. And then, of course, we all just kind of went, oh, yeah, we know. And now we're here. And the next line of defense is shouting. And we really should start bloody listening. I don't know who was next. I haven't spoke to Denjon in ages, though. So go ahead, Denjon.
That's a very long time, ages. But anyway, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, so I mean, guess why the closest countries are screaming the loudest. I guess why. Maybe it's because there's a threat to themselves, maybe. But yeah, but I mean, about weakness. I think weakness has been shown over and over again. First, there was no boots on the ground. NATO would not get involved ever. No Russian targets. That's escalatory. No attackams. Dangerous. We killed too many Russians. No towers. Even no tanks initially. So yeah, weakness has been there from the beginning. And as has been mentioned here, had strength been shown, then maybe conflicts around the world wouldn't stop totally. But for sure, any warning from the West or free world would have been believed. Now I think there's no belief in the warnings because shown quite frankly in Ukraine that doesn't mean much. So yeah, definitely, I don't think the West has shown much strength, just weakness and cowardice. And yeah, out. I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's it's the truth, isn't it? If we were prepared to back up the smaller things earlier, we wouldn't be in this position of being so sort of like on the back foot now, because our strength of deterrent has been sort of chipped away because we've not been prepared to back up our words, and we've been too slow to actually react, and we're always reacting instead of maybe being proactive. And I can understand how the Baltic countries are flipping sick of it. Danjon?
Yeah, and actually, I forgot to say that every time one of those appeasement, how should I say, appeasement words are coming out from, I don't know, Biden or any other leader, say that there's not going to be any boots on the ground. Then the next day you would have the Russian propaganda machines saying that, if there's any boots on the ground from NATO, then it's World War III. And the same thing when this came as a big point or big topic with hitting inside Russia. Then the next day, well, as soon as the leader said, well, you're not allowed to basically hit inside Russia, then the next day, propaganda machine again. If you hit inside Russia, we will strike back. So yeah, we are even giving them the the arguments against us. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Absolutely. Zeza?
Yeah, there was a few things I was wanted to talk about. I've written them down. The first one is my country, the Netherlands, and I'm aware that the Netherlands is in a huge threat. Has a huge threat from Russia when it comes to hybrid warfare, because there has been seen Russian submarines that have been scanning the sea for internet cables, and they actually are planning sabotage missions on valuable targets in the Netherlands, in the North Sea. There's also a big solar solar I don't know how to say this in English, but in Holland we say zonnepanelen. It is actually these things that wake up make energy from the wind. There's a big thing of this in the sea, a big, and also Russia has been targeting this or yeah, it is a potential target for Russia. So we are in huge, we have huge threats from Russia that comes to things like this. So that is one thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about is we were talking about the Russian jets delivering glide bombs. And since we do have some kind of allies in Russia, as Mockers mentioned, for example, the Russian Republican Army, we should know for sure these people support us in the war, so they are 100% loyal to us. But we should actually try to smuggle air defense weapons like Stinger missiles into Russia, so that these guerrillas can actually fire these weapons at Russian jets when they don't expect it. I have never heard somebody of this before, so maybe we can get the word out and change the war like this. Because if Russian jets are not safe in their own airspace, this would be maybe it would be a game changer. So I wanted to mention that. Another thing I wanted to mention is the Middle East, because you guys said we should have been from the beginning of the war in Ukraine. We should have supported Ukraine more, and we should have showed more strength, which I totally agree with. But as it comes to the Middle East, this conflict has been building up for several years. This conflict is going on since the Arab Spring in 2011, and since we didn't stand up to Russia in Syria, the Russian problem in the Middle East and beyond became worse and worse. So I don't think the Middle East is going to escalate because there is now a war with Russia. No, I think countries in the Middle East now feel a chance to actually start a massive war, because the attention. The U.S. and NATO cannot be everywhere. So I don't think because of the war in Ukraine it's happening. No, it's happening because there's everywhere unrest in the world, and the US
A lot of that unrest in the world, Zezo, is fueled by what?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Russia.
We should be more harsh on Russia, 100%.
Yeah, let's deal with the disease and not the symptoms of it. So we need to cure the disease, which is Russia, as far as I'm concerned. And all these other distractions, all these other, well, this is, yes, there were lots of tensions in the Middle East prior, but you know what? They were sort of bubbling along, just behaving themselves. And had they not been encouraged and enabled by Russia, I don't think they would be in the mess that they are right now. It was done on Putin's effing birthday, for goodness sakes. So it was definitely connected to Putin and what he wanted. And no amount of what's going on over there can distract me from supporting Ukraine and wanting that Russia, the actual source of everything, to be dealt with. And yeah, all these what ifs, I'll be honest, what ifs are worry, and worry is totally unproductive, absolutely unproductive. What if this, what if that, what if the other? Well, what if I get hit by a bus tomorrow? None of it'll bloody matter anyway. So let's deal with the here and now, what's actually in front of us, and let's make sure that we do as much as we can to block a lot of those what ifs, through projecting power, I would say. That's what we need to do. We need to project that power, even if we overreact. And I'll be honest, right now, we should overreact to Russia. We should absolutely crush them with overwhelming force, one way or another, and then say, anybody else want to go? And watch how quickly everybody else would step back. That's what we need to do. But we're never going to do it because we can't be seen as being bullies, can we? Linda?
Yeah, agree. I just wanted to point out that, cancer treatments are expensive. And, if if we choose to use a cancer treatment, then what if we get another kind of cancer in some other organ next week, right? So I mean, why would we want to do that? Right? Because we might get other cancer. So we want to reserve that because we might need it later, right? By the way, we don't want to make new cancer treatments, so that we have more, because that might raise gas prices. So we don't want to do that either. So let's see how things look in a year or 3. Anyway, I'm being facetious. But we're still on a war footing. And when you give abusers license to abuse, they will abuse. And when you let them take an inch, they take a mile. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Well, that's it. You hold out the hand of friendship and you find out you're missing an arm. They're going to keep doing it all the time. And we just need to absolutely slap the crap out of them and then say, is there anybody else that would like to have a word while we're at it? And that's how you deal with a bully. And that's how you deter everybody else. But of course, we've become very gentle and reticent to be those people, to stand up and be tough and say, actually, no, you knew where the line was, you crossed it, and now we're going to slap you stupid, and that's your own fault. Because Russia sort of go, oh, no, it's you attacking us. We haven't done nothing, we're the victim. And we sort of so we step back and we go, ooh, don't want to, we don't want to look like we're the bad guys. I say, be the bloody bad guys. Take it on. Say, okay, Russia, yeah, we're your mortal enemies. F off. Otherwise, we will prove we're your mortal enemies. Now, what are you going to do? Or don't even say it. Just say, here, Ukraine, have all of this stuff. Have at it. And then when Russia starts complaining, say, sorry, what was that? We can't hear you. Dead easy. They're in the process of pulling themselves apart anyway, so let's just help them along a little bit faster. Come on. Why does it need to take 2 years when it could take 6 months? We have got the stuff. We just need, what's that guy? Political Will, is he called? Well, I tell you what, Will, flipping, if I find you, you'll be in trouble. Because, Political Will, I'd like to murder him. So, anyway, now I've got that off my soapbox. Borrell has said that the leaders of the EU Ministry of Defence on Tuesday are discussing whether Ukraine can attack with Western weapons on Russian territory, and the associated, oh my God, right, excuse me while I have to sort of hold myself down from screaming when I say this. The associated risks of escalation. What's Russia going to do? Are they going to invade Ukraine? Are they going to blow up some factories or burn down some shopping centres in Europe? Maybe they're going to spy on us. Maybe they're going to try and be shifty around the borders. Maybe they're going to infiltrate our governments and try and make bad decisions for us on our behalf, or try and convince us to make decisions that are not in the best interests of our country. Maybe that, oh, hang on a minute, they've already done all of this crap. So the only thing that they've got, which they can wave around that anybody is even mildly not seen yet from them, is a nuke. And you know what? I'll be honest, folks. The lady doth protest too much. How many times have they screamed and waved and unzipped their pants and pulled out a nuke and said, we're going to nuke you, we're going to nuke you, we're going to one for you, everybody gets a nuke. I'll just point out, how many years have they been using this particular threat to everybody? Yeah, quite a while. I'll be honest, right? When you use a threat too much, it tells me that that threat doesn't mean anything. You know, when you, right, it's like me saying to a small child, if you do that, I'm going to slap your hands, right? But of course, I'm not going to slap somebody else's small child. So it means nothing. The child does it anyway. I don't do nothing. Yeah. So the child then next time I say something, don't do that. That means nothing to them. They're like, of course, you didn't carry out any of your promises before. So why would you carry out now? What's the point in these words? You're just wasting them. And, you know, it is like teaching a child that it's okay to be naughty because we're not going to do anything about it. Now, remember when I said that Russians in general, in their society, they seem obsessed with willies and poo and, you know, just adolescent stuff. And I honestly feel as though as a nation, they never sort of grew up past a certain point. You know, I mean, we can all find Beavis and Butthead funny, but, you know, and me and Prince especially enjoy giggling about poo fountains and what have you. But it's almost like an obsession. And I find it really indicative of, like, you know, the maturity of their society, shall we say, that they did just stop growing up past a certain point, some of them, and, you know, they stopped developing as a society in all sorts of ways. And even though, you know, they are able to have some technological stuff, they've kind of had to buy it all in from outside because they've not bothered to develop themselves. Because, you know, why bother investing in yourself if you can just buy what you want? Yeah, like you say earlier, Ming, they became the ultimate consumers because all this stuff was available to purchase. They never really planned on making anything themselves properly, did they? And now they're absolutely knackered. Sorry, very British term there. But yeah, as far as I can see, you know, they just never planned ahead in the way of themselves. They just looked outside and planned ahead for what they could take from other people. And that's their ultimate downfall, that they've always done that, haven't they? What can we take over and own and lord over others? What can we make money out of? What can we make poor people produce for us? There's never been any, like, real society, care for society. That's the one. They've just been seen as slaves or workers or, you know, voters, whatever. But one of the things that apparently Putin is very paranoid about is areas becoming depopulated, areas of Russia, because it's much easier to take over an area of Russia that's depopulated, I would imagine, than a place that's got people in it. You know, a bit more sneakily. And so one of the things that he's very keen on is keeping populations in places, especially in the Far East. I don't know. If my house burnt down this year, in the Far East, along with the rest of my village, might not want to live there many years longer. You know, if the mining company shuts down the coal production in the area because, well, logistics just can't move the coal anymore. Again, if that mine was the only real work in the area, you're going to end up with areas being depopulated. I feel as though there's going to be some internally displaced persons within Russia, quite a lot more than they would like. I feel as though this is something that I'm expecting to see coming soon, that there will be people sort of, you know, looking for housing in other areas because their area is just untenable, especially in these areas where they've flooded and dams have broken. Unless those areas can be sort of reclaimed, they might be underwater for good now. And certainly every year it's going to get worse, isn't it? Or at least it's going to be at least the same, if not worse. So they can guarantee they're going to be flooded again. I wouldn't be rebuilding my house there. You know what I mean, Ming? It's going to end up with some of these vast areas, even more of them, being unpopulated because they're just very difficult places to live without any infrastructure.
Yeah, no, I mean, the country's so bloody vast, you know, huge swathes of it completely unpopulated anyway. Yeah, so it's just more of the same, isn't it, Marcus? And Marcus, quick change of topic. Just wanted to remind everybody that tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Central European time, 10 a.m. Kiev time, we have Marika coming back to give us the latest and greatest on what's going on in Georgia. It's been very, very busy in Georgia. So Sunday they have their annual independence celebration, which was a massive anti-government demonstration, as far as I can see. And then today there's a really big thing going on. It's the Georgian government is planning to override the presidential veto of the foreign agent law, which means that tonight is likely to be very heated, I suspect, in Georgia. Now, Marika has said she will join us at that time tomorrow, but in the event there's a big crackdown, we may not be able to get her. But either way, fingers crossed, and do join us because her updates are always very, very informative and very worthwhile.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm really hoping she'll be able to make it because, like you say, there's a lot going down in Georgia today. They've overthrown this veto of the law now, haven't they? And they've done it with the help of masked internal security services, keeping everybody out of the building, apart from, obviously, their own party, which is, don't know, it doesn't seem terribly democratic to me. Almost like an armed coup. So, yeah, that doesn't seem right, does it? And
to add into the mix, the Prime Minister has accused the President, who opposes the bill, of being a traitor to Georgia.
Oh, and a foreign agent, no doubt, yeah?
Well, yeah, I don't know. He maybe has some legs on that. Not that I believe she is for a moment, but you know, she did, I believe, grow up in France, although she's fully Georgian. So I think that's the brush he's trying to tar her with.
Well, goodness gracious me, how dare she have an education, hey? It's amazing to me what they think they're trying to get away with in front of everybody's eyes. They're not even sort of being subtle about it, are they? They're just like, nah, we're just doing this. Yeah, whatever, we don't care, we're just doing this. It's terribly Russian. And I don't think in the long run they're going to get away with it because, well, they're just being totally unsubtle about it. And they've already garnered a lot of ire, shall we say, from the US. There's sanctions and things. And, well, I think the US are very strongly supporting the president, prime minister, I get mixed up all the time, and in this case, they're very different things. So yeah, They're very supportive of the president. Kamala Harris herself wrote her a personal letter. And it's almost like saying, don't F with this woman because she has friends. You know what I mean? So I feel as though that in itself is a diplomatic reach out by America to say, by the way, she's our friend. So, you know, go for your life, see what you can do. But remember that she's got a hotline to us. So, yeah, I think that is, in a way, protecting her position by writing her that sort of letter of, you know, support there. That it gives the government sort of additional pause when attacking her, because she does have friends in high places. And so, all in all, that's a diplomatic gesture, but also a warning to them. You know what I mean? How these sort of diplomatic gestures, a lot of the time, they also have, you know, some other underlying meanings. And just the very fact that Kamala Harris has said, you know what, Salome, you and me are really good friends, Salome, or whatever it is, however it's said, you and me are really good friends, and we support you fully. Yeah, I do feel as though that would give the opposition some pause when going after her directly. Like, you know, if they were to just suddenly arrest her as a traitor, I think they would find that Kamala Harris in particular would be very annoyed with them. I'm not sure how they'd feel about that. Anyway, I hope that made sense. Now, more drones have been spotted over Belgorod, you would like to know. Now, Air Defence are claiming 2 drones have been destroyed, but we'll see, shall we? Even if the drones were destroyed, there is a possibility that their air defence that they used to shoot at the drones probably did a lot of destruction anyway within Belgorod. You know how it is. Did you see the video of the running lady yesterday, Ming, who has now become a new and popular meme? Yeah.
Sorry, my mic was sticky. Yeah, I did see it, Mockers. Yeah, she's the new shocked of Russia.
Yes, exactly. We've got a new one to add to the list of shocked faces, but I did particularly like it because she went through the full range of emotions. She started off at one point all relaxed and smiling, and went from like, "Oh, what's that?" to "Wow!" and running down the road, and then complaining about the fact that the what's it called, the shelter is stinky. So I thought that was funny as well. I was like, no, what a shame for you, love. Well, at least your head's still on your shoulders. You know, you got to be thankful for some things. Now, I'm just watching a little video of something else that has been found in a basement. And this is in the northern Kharkiv area. And this would be, oh, yes, that's right, a basement full of POWs. Russian forces who have ended up being captured. Now, 2 of these guys are wearing bright orange or bright red shirts. I ain't being funny, but were they supposed to blend in the forest? Did they just pick them up out of the latest, like, you know, restaurant? They look like a pair of waiters. They're both wearing the same shirt. I'm just going to retweet this so you can see what I mean. There's no faces on it. You can't see any faces. You can just see these guys. But yeah, them 2 guys, did they just come from the local waiting staff? It's just amusing me because you've got 2 army looking blokes and then these 2 guys in like bright red or bright orange, whatever it is. Whatever. Yeah, so you can enjoy yourself with wondering where on earth those guys came from, because, well, guess what? It doesn't look as though those guys were dressed for war. And we have seen this happen before, haven't we? Where guys were sent to the front and they ended up like, you know, there was one guy who was running around in a pink dressing gown, There was some other guy who was dressed in like red loafers. They were really, really sexy looking, but they weren't for the battlefield. Yeah, high fashion. And yeah, just people, soldiers, just like walking around in highly inappropriate attire for the battlefield, especially those bright shirts there in that video. It's just, it beggars belief. Just, it's one of those things that, you know, if you're going to go into battle as a soldier, and they tend to give you a lot of stuff that's in similar colour, don't they? It's all sort of green and brown and beige and all that sort of. I can't imagine them being handed out red shirts. Oh, Star Wars. Maybe they were given red shirts. Apologies. Now then, I have got 2 minutes to go, and I would just like to point you again to our fundraiser, my lovelies, because guess what? Kharkiv is under attack. Yes, it is. And it's under attack so much that, well, the whole of Ukraine is under attack so much that they've lost a very large part of their power generating capacity. And so, yeah, the power generation units that we're raising funds for here are just super duper important. And I would like to think that we'll be able to get them as many as possible. Now, we're going to keep this fundraiser open for longer because we are looking to achieve slightly more than what we've got, although we are getting close to our goal. And we know that already 3 power units have been sent to Kharkiv to, well, they've not told us exactly where or what. They've just said a critical medical facility. So that tells us enough that this place is critical for the area of Kharkiv. It's critical that it keeps running, and it's a medical facility. So it's going to be both probably the public and perhaps military, and that's perhaps why they're not telling us where it is. Either way, you know, a hospital is a hospital. If somebody gets hurt, they get taken to the nearest hospital generally, don't they? No soldier who is wounded and in a hospital is providing any sort of threat to the Russian invasion there. So, you know, but even so, they can't tell us where it is because, well, the Russians would probably bomb it immediately. Feckers. Yeah, so this is just, it's something that when they say the words critical, this is a critical medical facility. That to me says we've provided something to them that they really, really needed. And we can probably provide a little bit more with a little bit more of your help. So, guys, you know, this is a really important one because look at what's happening to Kharkiv. It's bloody awful. And if we can just help them to keep going, it means that they don't need to evacuate an entire hospital. And that, you know, that in itself would be extremely difficult and harrowing. And once you start evacuating the hospital, you start evacuating everybody, because once your facilities leave, the whole place becomes untenable to hold. And that is what Russia's trying to do. They did it in Mariupol, didn't they? They took out everything that was critical. They took out systematically the heating and light to begin with, and then they took out the firemen. You know, all the fire engines and stations got bombed, basically. And they did bomb quite a number of hospitals as well. If you remember the maternity hospital that they particularly took ire to. Because, you know, maternity hospital. Because, you know, genocidal intentions. So it's not just a fight. They are literally trying to exist against a genocide which is being perpetrated against the Ukrainian people here. And so anything we can do to help them stand up and survive against that, well, if I could do more physically, I would. But this is what I can do. I can beg and implore people, because I have no shame whatsoever. I will beg. So please, please, please think about Kharkiv today. And if you've got spare pennies in your pocket, it would be a great place to send them to the MriyaReport fundraiser. Oh God, my brain just went blank. I always want to say collection. That's what it is. My brain goes collection, and I'm like, no, it's not a collection. It's not. I'm not shaking a, shaking a coin jar. Although I can get one and shake it if you want the authenticity. But even so, these solar power units, well, they're tried, tested, they work brilliantly in Kherson. So that's why Kharkiv needs them too. And thank you, anybody who is putting their hand in their pocket as a result of me giving them a flea in their ear. And now I'm going to go and do some work, because I had all sorts of problems with the work computer this morning, and I think it's just about starting to get itself together. So I best go deal with it. See you in a bit.
Bye, mockers. See you tomorrow morning when we will rejoin with Marika. And I also will be dropping shortly as soon as Tim is around, who I understand is destroying some lunch, is what he tells us in the back channel, before he, oh, no, here he is. He's saying something and he's on his way. So I will say goodbye too. And welcome up, Jenny. I believe you're up with Tim, is that right?
Yes, it's time for the North Sea Empire to reign over the airways again. And who knows what we will talk about. We'll figure it out once Tim is here, and will be my partner in crime here on MriyaReport.
And I've been asked also to give a plug for something we've got going on this evening. So this is at 7 o'clock London time, 8 o'clock Berlin, 9 o'clock Kiev, Pacific time, 12 noon, Eastern time, 4 o'clock. And this is Mark Toth together with Jonathan Fink talking about national security and foreign policy. So probably something quite worthwhile. Jonathan Fink's a good friend of the space, and he's always very, very interesting. Mark Toth writes and commentates on national security and foreign policy for The Hill, New York Post, Kiev Post, and various other publications. So he no doubt will have a lot of interesting things to say as well. So do join us for that, and I will now drop as Tim is here.
Hello, Tim. So
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So what trouble are we causing today?
Well, I'm waiting for Ming to drop down. Get myself into the seat. Bear with me a second. Okie dokie. So there we go. What trouble are we causing today? Well, this is our afternoonly. Is that even a word? I'm not really sure. Could be a word. If it isn't a word, I've just coined it. Afternoonly North Sea Empire segment, where we discuss a range of topics, including Ukraine, but also things tangentially related to Ukraine, including geopolitics more generally, European politics in particular, and Northern European events, politics, etc. So hence North Sea Empire, because I'm in Estonia, but I'm from the UK, and our friend Jenny here is from Sweden. So hence North Sea Empire. See what we did there? It's good, isn't it? Okie dokie. I'm trying to find my phone charger, but I'm drawing a complete blank. Oh, dearie me.
This is why you have several. I live in a one-bedroom apartment, and I believe we have, and we're two humans, two, and I think we have like 5 or 6 chargers spread out over this massive apartment.
Not that you're humble bragging you're the size of your apartment or anything. That's not what you were doing.
Yeah, absolutely bragging about this massive apartment. It's 55 square meters. It's one bedroom. It is like a mansion. You know, you could get lost in it. It's really funny. We counted the electrical outlets again, very small apartment. And I believe we came to the conclusion that there's like over 30 electrical outlets in this tiny apartment. Just over the countertops, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think it's like 12 outlets just over the counter space. It's insane. I don't even have enough counter space to use all the electrical outlets.
Wow. Okay. How many have I got? I've got 4. Yeah. Host phone's plugged into one of them. I always imagined you lived in the country, Jenny. I was kind of imagining a kind of a log cabin with like like a friendly local moose and that sort of thing.
Oh, no. If by country you in the country you mean extremely urban, yeah, then yes, I live in the country, in the countryside, out in the country.
Ah, well, no, I'd always imagined you living quite rurally. Do you live in one of those areas where they have to have special drills when a polar bear arrives?
No, there are no polar bears up in, not even up in the way north of like Norway, Sweden, and Finland. We, you have to go to Svalbard to see polar bears. And by the way, I got news on Svalbard as well.
Oh, interesting. This is the place it's nominally part of Norway or Denmark, but anyone's allowed to live there or something.
I so I don't know about those rules, but yes, it's a part of Norway, and you can go there as a visitor. And the thing is, if you want to leave Svalbard city, you either have to have like a local guide with you that has a shotgun, or you have to be in a party where somebody can have that has a weapons license, like ex-military, a hunter or something. Because once you leave, and if there's a polar bear, you have to shoot to kill. You don't shoot to hurt or maim, you shoot to kill, because it's either you or the polar bear. And polar bears don't ask for permission before attacking.
Yes, polar bears. They're one of the very very few animals in the world that will actually hunt humans, right? Like most animals are kind of scared of humans unless they're really really used to humans, like kind of I don't know suburban Bengal tigers. If they're really used to the presence of humans, they'll start hunting humans. But most animals are scared of humans and will just avoid you unless you really 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 piss them off. But polar bears will like they will actively hunt humans, won't they?
I think so, and this is why they have these restrictions, like do not leave the city because the polar bears don't get to the city, or I don't know, maybe they have like put, like those electrical um chokers on them, and if they pass the city limits, they get like a shock. I don't know how that works, but apparently they stay out of the city, but once you leave the city, you could be attacked, and you have to be prepared to shoot to kill. And the reason why I know this is um my one of my aunts, she turned 70, if it was like in 2020, 2020, or 2021 or something like that. And um my her baby sister, my other aunt, and that aunt's daughter they were all going to go to Svalbard as her 70th birthday. And so they started looking up the rules. And so know that my cousin, she did a tour in Kosovo and she did another tour in Afghanistan. So she is a trained soldier. And when my aunt told her, like, okay, so once we leave, Svalbard City, you and I will check out a shotgun and, off we go. Because my aunt has a hunter's license. And my cousin just looked at her. She's like, but auntie, I could never shoot a polar bear. And my aunt just looked at her and goes like, you're a trained soldier. You're literally trained to kill. And she's like, yeah, those are evil humans. I can do that one. But a polar bear? And my aunt's like, it wants to eat you. It's not a teddy bear. And she's like, yeah, auntie, I just can't shoot a polar bear. I just can't. And so the aunt that had planned this trip, she just looked at me. She's like, we're going to go to Svalbard. I'm going to go down for murdering my sister because she will throw herself in front of the polar bear. Like, you cannot shoot this. Meanwhile, her daughter is like standing there crying, going like, oh my God, you're going to kill a polar bear. Anyway, that is my family. This is why I am the way I am. This is my family. This is the people that raised me. Anyway.
Oh, dear. Well, one of I think it's Svalbard. Svalbard is the only territory in the world that has a completely open immigration policy. I think I'm thinking of Svalbard. So anybody who wants to, regardless of citizenship or residency or employment status, can just go and live there if they like. And so it was part of the settlement, but it was part of the territorial dispute between Norway and Russia over who owns Svalbard. And the settlement was anybody can live there, anybody can do any kind of business there, provided it's legal in both Norway and Russia. And the cool part is it's like totally self-regulating because nobody wants to live there because the weather's dismal and there are polar bears everywhere. So it kind of worked out for everybody, right? I think there's a bit of mining or something, and so the Russians do mining there, and the Norwegians do like Arctic research or something. And every so often the Russians dick around, which is probably what you've got a story about, Jenny.
Absolutely. They're more than just dicking around. Because, just because Russia does not have indoor plumbing does not mean that Svalbard does not deserve to have high-speed internet connection, you know? So there's a fiber optic cable hooking up Svalbard, um, to Norway's internet connection. And remember that fleet of Russian ships that were like going up and nobody knew where they were going to end up? Are they going to the Baltics? Are they going to Murmansk? No, one of them were heading for Svalbard. And it, dragged the bottom of the sea for the internet cable and started messing around with it. I don't know if they managed to break it or if they just, shook it around and damaged it. But either way, that was what they're doing. Also, I believe that I think it is in Svalbard, that there is a person that owns property, and it's part of it is on like national. Um, I lost the word in both languages. It says no, national park. It's a national park, and so there's this Norwegian guy that he owns it, and he's like, the summer's here. Like you said, the weather is not the greatest. Maybe not the place where you choose to have a summer house or even a year-round house. And so he was thinking about selling it, and he has a lot of property apparently, and he's looking to sell it. And right now, the buyer is a Chinese guy. So now the government of Norway is like, yeah, we're probably not going to sell this piece of property to the Chinese. And most likely, from what I read in papers, the Norwegian government is going in and buying the property, so it doesn't go to the Chinese. So that's my Svalbard story. And you're right, they're dicking around.
That's interesting because presumably, because there are like I think I'm remembering correctly. There's like a Russian town and a Norwegian town on Svalbard. Presumably, they have the same internet cable, so they're kind of cutting off their own little settlement from the internet. I'm guessing. I don't know. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works. I know that this is one of the cables that they tried to break here in the Baltic Sea as well. It was an internet cable, and I don't know like what countries are connected and how they're connected. All I know is I plug my computer or my router into the wall, and you know, then I plug my computer into it, or I put in the Wi-Fi password, which is not admin123, by the way. Just saying, I'm a little bit smarter than that. And voila, it works. That is all I know about the internet. I have high speed internet. I can get up to, is it 1 GB internet? But, all I care about, it works. And I would be royally pissed off if I lived on Svalbard, getting used to this internet, and then along comes the Russians and and messes things up. Just saying, I would be really pissed off because it's not like they have a lot of, commodities because, like in the things, luxuries that we think are commonplace here because, it's Svalbard. It's an island out in the middle of nowhere and frozen over half the year. I would be really angry.
Yeah, it would be a little inconvenient, wouldn't it? I mean, there's not very much else to do, right? It's either Netflix or get eaten by polar bears. There's no middle option, right?
No, and I'm pretty sure, like, so I lived in a city, city that's that that's not really what it was. I lived in a village. It had 15,000 inhabitants. We had one movie theater. One. It showed movies on Wednesdays and Saturdays and maybe Fridays. And they aired the like movie of the week twice. And if you missed it, well, congratulations, you had to go 42 kilometers to the next town if you wanted to see it. That's it. One movie theater, one showing, twice a week. And then they had like some kids' movies on Saturdays in the middle of the day. I don't even think maybe they had like a showing on Saturday evening as well. But that was it. There was like maximum of 3 times you could see a movie in the movie theater. And it was the only movie theater in town. And I don't think that Svalbard is, maybe they are better. Maybe they have more movies, showing more movies there, but I doubt it. It's like you said, get eaten by polar bears or, Netflix. I'm picking Netflix.
Oh, dearie me. So the latest Russian attempt to engage in low-level nonsense with various European countries. Interesting, they pick on Norway, though, because of all the countries in Europe, Norway's got like loads and loads of money that it doesn't really even need. So Norway's got because Norway struck oil along with the UK in the 1970s in the North Sea, and because the UK is a massive economy, the UK could spend the oil revenue, right? Norway, being a much smaller economy, couldn't spend the oil money without causing enormous inflation. So they created a sovereign wealth fund. They basically stuffed it all into the mattress, and so they've got this absolutely colossal sovereign wealth fund, and it's got like what €1.5 trillion in it or something. Like it's insanely big. and it funds the Norwegian pension system for the most part. And it also does a load of a load of kind of international development-y charity type stuff. But they could send a couple of $100 billion to Ukraine, and they wouldn't really notice. So I think the Russians need to be awfully careful about messing around with Norway too much. What do you reckon, Jenny?
I agree. And here's the thing, like they shouldn't mess with any of the Nordics, to be honest. The Finns are out for vengeance. So, and so are the Swedes, and I think, and we might be tiny, but the fight in the dog is what counts, not the size of the dog. And some, and yeah, I'm trying to attribute logic to an illogical country, and it's not really working for me. But it's they are like the the schoolyard bully. And I have this really funny story about a guy that was getting bullied, and the bullies didn't realize who he was. So he was a scrawny kid, not super tall. He wasn't bulky or anything. And I'm just gonna mute your Bruce because I think you just opened your mic by mistake. And and so the bullies picked on him. But the part that they forgot about was the fact that he wasn't a black belt in karate, but he had like one of the higher belts in karate. And so they got their butt kicked. And we pick on each other in the Nordics a lot. But we're also all for one for all kind of people. So we wouldn't let Russia pick on Norway or Finland or Denmark unharmed. That there would be we would join in the fight. And so instead of fighting one country, you'd be fighting four. So there's that they don't seem to consider. Do you want to come back on that, or should we go to rules?
Let's go to Roos. Roos, welcome.
Yeah, well, I'm on a completely different issue. I'm on the grievance. I suppose you've seen the news that the Swedish Minister of Defense has said that Sweden has been asked by the F-16 coalition to pause plans of sending Gripen to Ukraine. I think this is excellent news. This is the first real sign that something is happening on the Gripens. I don't think he would have mentioned the other countries if at least one of them hadn't asked them to stop whatever they're planning or doing. This is excellent news. It's been perceived by many on Twitter as horrible news, but no, I think this is the first clear sign that something is actually happening, and that we may actually see Gripens, maybe not this year, but maybe next, if we're lucky, in Ukraine.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Roos. I'll go to Jenny because this is kind of her wheelhouse.
Yeah, no, I just read this. When I looked at the news like 15 minutes, or actually now it's like 45 minutes ago, this news wasn't on there. And Rose is absolutely correct. This means that they have been planning and starting the works of transferring Gripen, maybe even this year. But now, because they have put the brakes on it, because they want to have the F-16s fully integrated before you introduce another airframe, that is completely logical. I thought it was illogical when people start saying, "Oh, send the Mirage 2000, send this, send the Typhoon." Typhoon Eurofighter, send this, send this, send this. I'm like, oh, hold on. How many pilots are we going to train? How many airframes are we going to have in theater? And how confused will it be? Isn't it better to concentrate on 2 systems rather than 15 all at once? I sometimes think that, and I'm guilty of this, but sometimes we who have not done military service, like me, because I wasn't allowed, because I have obedience problems, but we forget how long the training is. We don't think about that part. And we forget about the fact that it takes in Sweden to train on the Archer, it takes 12 months. It's 12 months worth of training for the conscripts. Granted that the conscripts don't just learn about the Archer, they learn other things along of learning the Archer system. But it's still a 10-month training for the pimply 19-year-old Swedish boys and girls. And this is the part that we forget. Even if you crunch down the training, even if you do it super intensive, Archer still took 10 weeks for the Ukrainian already trained artillery people, soldiers. It's still 10 weeks. It's 10 weeks when they're not in theater, when they're not shooting at Russians, when they're not there defending. And somebody else who is less trained has to do the job. And then they come back and they can train. And maybe they took the higher ups, but you're still lacking those soldiers in Ukraine, which actually caveats into another topic. But Rose, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this also means something for the F-16 coalition. It means something is actually happening there too. Or this is a very, very strange thing by Paul Johnson to actually say, because if nothing happens in the upcoming months, then he will have to eat these words. So it's actually very good signs, but maybe we shouldn't hope for too much. Anyway, but well, it's a good sign.
Yeah, I do think it's a good sign too. And all the rumors point towards June, July for the first F6. Like the rumors have said, first it was May, then it was June, and the latest I've heard is July. But also, there's no like beginning or end of July, it just says July. And Belgium just got the go ahead and they will transfer, and they just said this year. They did not specify when, but they have gotten the go ahead to transfer 30 F-16s to Ukraine. And I know Norway has gotten the go ahead to transfer their planes as well. And I don't know, I don't remember the numbers that they had, but they're not just transferring the planes, they're transferring anything that has to do with the F-16s that can't be used on the F-35s. They're transferring to Ukraine. I mean, I am assuming, and I might be making an ass out of myself for doing this, but if there's like special tools for repair, I know the parts of the plane, some of the planes that they're transferring to Ukraine, they're not really fully functional. They're used to as scrap and to salvage parts from. And maybe there are equipment to help train pilots, new pilots in Ukraine. So maybe there's a simulator or the software, who knows? But I think but like I said, June, end of June, beginning of July, then you get the June, July timeframe. Isn't those the rumors, Tim?
I mean, I'm finding this very, very difficult to analyze. Now, a couple of things we have to remember. It's great news about the Belgian pledge to provide F-16, but what we have to remember about pledges is there is a bit of a say-do gap. So some countries are better at this than others, but lots of countries pledge things publicly and then, for whatever reason, fail to deliver them later on. I think, interestingly, I think Germany is the best country for this. So Germany, there was somebody did some analysis on this. So this is coming from Twitter, so I'm not sure how accurate it is. But somebody did some analysis and they came up with the say-do gap is the smallest in Germany, and they deliver 73% of what they pledge. I don't know what, and like there's some really bad ones down at the bottom. And interestingly, the UK is one of the worst. So the UK pledges a lot, but doesn't actually deliver very much of it. So according to this analysis anyway. Now, how that's analyzed, I don't know. So whether it is they pledge a certain value of equipment, and then for whatever reason, they can only actually find a percentage of that equipment to deliver. That sounds plausible. Or whether it is the stuff they've actually announced is going, and then not all of it goes. I'm not sure how they're measuring it, but either calculation sounds plausible. So my point here is that at this stage, this is a pledge. And there is a bit of a difference between what is pledged by countries and what is delivered by countries. And I don't know where Belgium ranks. It's great that they have pledged 16 F-16s, I think it was, but we don't seem to have any visibility on the timing of the training. So we've had dribs and drabs of announcements from, I think, Denmark, who were leading the F-16 coalition. They've announced that they've trained a whole bunch of ground crew. They've announced that the first pilots, the US announced that the first pilots have been through their training and they will now deploy to Europe for more training. But I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking at this point that they're keeping the timing of F-16s just deliberately ambiguous. The closest thing I've had to a timeline on this is Denmark coming out about a month ago, I think, and saying the F-16s will be in the sky over Ukraine in a matter of months, which could mean anything from, I guess, 8 weeks to a year. So I don't know. If you'll pardon the expression, I'm flying a bit blind here, Jenny. I've really got very little opinion on this.
Yeah, I remember when Denmark had said the whole months thing, but there are several countries that have pledged F-16s, and I'm hoping at least a number of those planes will be in theater soon, like in the time frame that they said, because the pilots are ready and they can fly them. And I wonder what is holding everything up. Let's go to Rose. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really believe that calculation, because Finland should be on top. They just deliver stuff, and I think they pledged like a few handguns and then stopped pledging. So I'm pretty sure they have over delivered contra their pledges. But I'm trying to find the actual transcript of what the Swedish Försvarsminister said, the Minister of Defense, but I can't really find it because I see two different readings. One says that the first F-16s are estimated to be delivered this year, and one says that they are hopefully delivered already this year. That doesn't sound very convincing to me, sadly.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they're deliberately keeping it ambiguous, Roos. I don't think they want anybody to know exactly when F-16s are going to make an appearance, because that's going to be a big surprise for the Russians. Okie dokie, let's go to Vojta, please. Vojta, welcome.
Hi, Yanni. Hi, Tim. Hi, everybody. Nice to hear you again. Yeah, as you have said, I think our Russian friends should sit comfortably, enjoy their drinks, and find out when the F-16 will arrive. And about the news that Rus has shared with us, it's a like nice news to hear, like the confirmation about the Gripen. Tim, was it you or somebody else who have the bet with Latin about the which platform will be delivered first, whether Gripen or F-16? Was it you?
No, whoever said that wasn't me.
I see. Yeah, I thought it was you. So I thought that that the F-16 coalition wanted to mess up with your bet, but it was somebody else. Yeah. So anyway, this I'm also wondering whether there's like technical reasons for delaying the delivery of the Gripens, or whether it is just a like saving of the face of F-16 coalition. Yeah, it's a bit despite the fact that I'm glad that we hear the confirmation, it's like really weird that they are asking Sweden to postpone the delivery. Okay, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Vojta. It's not an issue I've been following particularly closely, I'm afraid. I rely on Jenny for all my Sweden takes. But I see Joanna has a hand up, so I'll go to Joanna.
Hi, Team Jenny. So yeah, I don't have like real data about the F-16s. I know that the last date announced was end of June, beginning of July, something like this. Yes, there was the statement from Denmark, which is kind of interpretable if it was 1 month or several months. What I know is that, as you said, they finished training in US. I have seen news about Ukrainian pilots finishing training in Romania about a week ago. So yeah, maybe we are just closing in to the point when we will see the F-16s in Ukraine, and I don't know how they will be getting there. For my part, they could send them on the barges of the Danube or whatever other mean of transport they can send them. Of course, they can fly, I know, but yeah, maybe it's easier to detect them flying than just keeping them over the border. But I guess there is one chance for a big surprise for the Russians. Even if you don't send a lot, but just a bunch of planes. And yeah, I'm just waiting to see that moment, the big surprise.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Joanna. Okie dokie. So more on that on the Maria report, if and when the aviation nerds come up, and if and when something actually happens. I go back to you, Vojta.
Thanks, Tim. I'm wondering also, when the F-16 will came, I guess there is no way it will be like hidden fact, that they are in Ukraine. The Russian long-range radars will pick up their signal pretty fast, right? What do you think, Tim?
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends how they do it, right? I mean, either I think it goes back to Joanna's speculation, right? How do they transport these things? I don't imagine F-16s flying around Europe is going to be a particularly unusual event. And I don't know the extent to which you can assess the type of aircraft that's flying around simply by radar signature. So what does it look like on radar? Does it look like a, does it look like an F-16? Is that a known radar signature patterny thing that the Russians will be able to tell? Or does it just look like a smallish, fast aeroplane? I don't know, but maybe Joanna does.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that currently there are almost every day F-16s that are patrolling over the Black Sea in the delta of the Danube region, and all that area above Romania, above Bulgaria. So we do have F-16 flights. Now about the radar, I don't have the number of kilometers. Probably the closest radar would be in Crimea. I don't know if the Russians have a radar there. It would have to be an over-the-horizon radar in order to pick them up. And as you said, the signature, the radar signature, I don't know if they know it. Probably yes, because there are F-16s flying in the Baltic Sea also, so they are used to having to see F-16s on the radar. But there is that limit of the radars. Low flying that isn't picked up by the radars. So if a patrolling, a number of F-16s will be patrolling over Romania, and at one moment they go under 300 meters and they fly to Odessa, let's say, or something. Maybe they cannot be picked up. So I don't know. I think that they will not be delivered by fire. That's my yes. But anyway, we shall wait and see.
They will be able to detect these on Voronezh. So they have their Voronezh early warning system, which not only detects missiles, but it also is able to monitor aircraft. They've got a station in Königsberg, Kaliningrad. They've got one near Novorossiysk, and they've got one up near Murmansk, and they've got one in kind of Leningrad, St. Petersburg area. And they have a range of 10,000 kilometers. Yeah, they'll be able to detect something flying around. Whether they'll be able to tell it's F-16 or not, I don't know. But the range of the radar they have I don't think that's an issue, Joanna. Wojtek, you've got your hand. Oh, sorry.
As I said, over the horizon radars can detect those, and probably the Russians have the signature. But if they are flying very low, maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not. I don't know. Would they fly them low over Europe? I don't know that either. I mean, it's kind of
over the sea. Over the sea is possible.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let's go to Wojtek, please. Wojtek.
Yeah, just a quick question. There was this radar which has been taken out a couple of days ago. Tim, you have mentioned the one in Voronezh. Was it the one you have been talking about? Yeah, I'm just wondering whether this is like key capability that has been taken out and that could make the F-16 operation more easier, or whether there is some significance for this topic of operation of F-16 taken out of this radar. Thanks.
Some confusion here, because there is Voronezh the city and there is Voronezh the radar system. So they have a radar system called Voronezh. Whether there has been some recent event involving Voronezh and radar. Whether that refers to the Voronezh radar station or the city Voronezh, which may also have other radar in it, I don't know, Wojtek.
Okay, thanks.
It's the radar. It's the radar, and it was far east in Orenburg.
Right, all the way down there. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for filling that in, Joanna. Okie dokie. So, little bit of news. Do you remember last week, um, last week, Jenny, when the Poles arrested a whole bunch of Russian saboteurs? Do you remember that story?
Not off the top of my head, but when you start talking about it, I will probably remember.
Okay, so this was this was reported by Agence France Presse, which is like a newswire but French. So all the news is in French. If you don't speak French, it's quite difficult. Now the Polish government arrested 9 members of a Russian spy ring. It's always a ring, isn't it? It's spies and paedophiles seem to come in rings. I don't know why. Anyway, they arrested 9 members of an alleged spy ring in connection with sabotage plots. This was according to Donald Tusk. Now, Mr. Tusk, who is the Prime Minister of Poland, said, "We currently have 9 suspected, detained, and indicted who have been directly implicated um, in uh, the service of Russian intelligence agencies in acts of sabotage in Poland. They are Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Polish citizens." Now, Mr. Tusk said that they may have been recruited from organized crime. Now, that's one of the interesting things about Russian culture, is that there was an interesting anecdote about this, and I can't remember who exactly wrote it, but he made a sort of wry observation that you might if you're in, I don't know, the business lounge of Zurich Airport, and a Russian man introduces himself as a businessman who wants to talk to you about a transaction. It's entirely possible that he is a member of the Russian intelligence services. It's entirely possible that he is a member of the Vori Sagonie, so the Russian organized crime, um, or it's entirely possible that he is just a businessman who wants to talk to you about a business transaction. It's also possible that he is all 3 of those things. And none of the organizations that he belongs to seem to care that he is also a member of the other organizations. So it was kind of an interesting phenomenon about the overlap within Russian, the Russian way of doing things, between organized crime, the intelligence services, and the world of business. So these men may have been recruited from organized crime circles. They were accused of beatings, arson, and attempted arson, and that the plots concerned not just Poland, but also Lithuania, Latvia, and possibly Sweden. So there is a multinational investigation underway into these 9 men, and the stuff they were alleged to have done included some fairly low-level arson. So they tried to set fire to a paint factory in Breslau, and they also tried to set fire to an IKEA warehouse in Lithuania. Hence, presumably, the involvement of the Swedish government, because they're very, very territorial about the security of their IKEAs. Now, he said that more information would follow in the days ahead, but this is something of a main effort for the Polish government at the moment. Poland is being targeted very aggressively by Moscow's hybrid warfare, their destabilizing activities. You will remember the farmers' protests in Poland, in which various Russian-connected logistics companies decided to close the border with Ukraine. That caused enormous disruption a few months ago, especially to trade and especially to aid activities. So Poland has been working on this pretty hard. They have assigned more budget to civilian and military counter-espionage activities, and they're working very closely in partnership with their allies, the security services of their allies. Now, this isn't the only arrest that they've made. They also arrested a man suspected of helping Russian intelligence possibly prepare an attack on the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as on a Belarusian man who is suspected of orchestrating an attempt on the life of Leonard Volkov, who's a close friend of the late Alexei Navalny. Now, two Poles were arrested for that particular attack. That was back in March. So Poland's a pretty busy place for this sort of activity. There are Russian spies everywhere. They come from all sorts of places, including from Ukraine itself. Poland is speculating that they have, or rather, Poland is hinting that they have organized crime connections. What else is Poland doing about it? And this comes to this is what is interesting about today's story. They are restricting the movement of Russian diplomats on Polish soil. So the new measures will restrict the movement of consular staff to the Warsaw region. And the only member of the Russian diplomatic establishment in Poland who is not affected by these restrictions is the ambassador himself, Mr. Sergei Andreev. So if you're a Polish diplomat, you can't leave Warsaw anymore. Oh no.
Aw, how sad. I think more countries should do this, to be honest. I mean, I personally don't want the Russians running around all over Sweden. It's bad enough for the ones that we have that are kind of running around willy-nilly. There's the Russian Orthodox Church that rented a church building from a Swedish congregation, and they were like, "Yeah, you can use our house, no problem." They didn't think about the fact that they were right next door, like really close to a military base. You have the sale of an island out in the Stockholm archipelago that is at the inlet to one of Sweden's most secret bases, and he's right there by the inlet. A Russian oligarch that bought the property through his wife. And then you have some other Russian oligarchs, I think, that they're not paying their bills on the buildings that they're renting in one of the nicest neighborhoods in Stockholm. So we could restrict their movement. They don't need to move around this country as much as they do. At least not all of them. Is Estonia planning anything similar?
I don't know. I think one of the things that's, I guess, interesting about Estonia is it's very, very metropolitan. So there's not really a huge amount outside the capital city. So there's provincial cities. So there's Tartu, which is the kind of the university city in the south. I always feel old when I go there. There's like something like 60% of the population of Tartu are students. So I feel like that kind of awkward old person at the student party, who's just kind of hanging around and probably shouldn't be there. And there's a couple of other provincial cities as well. But everything really happens in Tallinn. So if you're a Russian diplomat, you're probably not going to want to leave the capital particularly. But I don't know. I guess it might be nice if you're the Russian ambassador it might be quite nice to go somewhere where nobody knows who you are. So you can actually get served a drink in the pub, rather than everybody just dismissing you for being the representative of a genocidal regime. So yeah, it's I think it's probably less of a problem here. I mean, obviously there are very busy Russian espionage activities here. We do have a number of kind of sensitive things of kind of NATO-wide significance. So we have the NATO Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, which is Estonia's major contribution to NATO. They do computers and the like. We also have the Baltic Defense College, which is kind of more of an academic institution, I suppose, but there's always quite a lot of interesting stuff on the theory side and the education side going on there. We also have the NATO Enhanced Forward Presence, and we have NATO forces in Tapa and Amari Air Base. I think we've got the Spanish Air Force at the moment. So, I mean, there's stuff happening. Yeah, there is a lot of espionage activity, but I don't know. The Estonians are pretty good at this. So we have our kind of slightly terrifying internal security police, the Kaitsepolitsei, who are big, horrible bastards with absolutely no sense of humor, who I'm sure are dealing with Russian spying activity very successfully. So we're kind of feeling okay here. There has been some low-level messing around. So there was the vandalism of a number of government-owned cars, for instance. So I think it was like some cabinet limousines got their windows smashed in or something like that. Some people were arrested for that very quickly, and I think they just turned out to be, youths rather than anything more sinister than that. So yeah, I don't know. If there is that sort of thing going on, I'm not seeing it being reported, and I'm certainly not encountering it personally. Beyond being 4 hours away from the Russian border, we're feeling pretty safe here, Jenna, to be honest.
I do believe that, like, one of the things that I really like about our segment is the fact that you are a lot closer than I am to the Russian border, and I like having this body of water, like NATO, between me and Russia. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but the because I think that the way that we run this segment is that we're highlighting the way it's seen from our part of the world, which is kind of unique because of the proximity to Russia. And yet well, okay, so you live in a country that was a part of the Soviet Union, but I don't. And the way that Russia is being dealt with and how things are being reported in the papers. Because granted that not every news about Ukraine is going to make the front pages, but it's very much in the minds of everyone. Well, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people here in Sweden, and the fact that our politicians take it so seriously as they do. The EU election, the ads that I've come across on different social medias have all been stressing Ukraine. This is what we can do for Ukraine if we are in the EU. This is why you should vote for me, and how Ukraine is. And I do know that about the bias that I have because I frequently look up news in Ukraine. They're going to show me a lot more of the news pertaining to Ukraine as well. There is a kind of confirmation bias there, but at the same time, I in my circle of friends, it is very much in people's minds. And when I hear people from other countries that are saying like, "Oh yeah, it has been relegated to, the back pages, the back of the newspaper," and that is not the case. Uh, News about Putin or about Ukraine still gets a lot of traction. It's still, if not front page news, it's still the first half of the newspaper. And I find that super interesting. And I also find it interesting how much the world has ignored what the Baltics, Finland, and Ukraine have been saying. Don't trust Russia. Russia is not to be trusted, and how much it has been ignored by the bigger countries. And now we see what happened when we ignored the smaller countries who has a lot of experience with Russia. So thank you for entertaining my my interest here on the North Sea Empire segment.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jenny. So I guess Poland, I suppose, could be an honorary member of the North Sea Empire for today, because they're doing very good things about Russian spying. Now, in other Poland news, the Poles have said that they will buy 700 million euros worth. That's about $760 million worth of long-range missiles from the United States to boost its defense capabilities as a counter to potential Russian threats. Now, this deal is being officially signed today, and this is part of the modernization plans of the Polish army, which is being Poland is tooling up, actually. So Poland's doing all sorts of things. So there was an order last year for, I think, 1,000 Black Panther tanks. So what it's called, is it called a KT-21, I think? Not to be confused with the popular cinema franchise of the same name. These are in fact made in North Korea, not Wakanda. But they are, I don't know, they're fairly German, so they've got a lot of German stuff in them. But they're quite dinky as well. So we think of Leopard 2 as, by NATO standards, quite a dinky tank. So you kind of have the absolute monsters, which are Challenger 2's the biggest one, and then you have Abrams, and you have Leclerc and the Italian Ariete, which is apparently a bit of a disaster in between. And then way down at the bottom, you have Leopard 2, which emphasizes mobility above all else. So it's kind of quite a small tank, quite a light tank rather. And Black Panther, I think, is smaller still. Like it's kind of adorable. But the Poles have apparently ordered 1,000 of them. I don't know if that was more of an idea or more of an order. But they're tooling up in various ways. They're replacing their self-propelled artillery. Their intention is to field 3 full armored divisions, as well as infantry and mechanized divisions as well. So by the time they finish doing this, the Polish army will basically be the second most powerful in NATO after the United States. So I'm kind of glad one country in Europe is taking this a little bit seriously. Joanna, your hand went up.
Yeah, just to say it's South Korea, not North Korea, but I guess this is like just having North Korea on our mind constantly. And to say that Romania is buying to the Black Panther because they are considered very feasible. They are smaller than the other tanks. They are a little bit cheaper, and apparently they fit us better than some others. Maybe there are some other reasons for this, but they are considered, very flexible, and that's why Romania decided also to buy some Black Panthers.
But if you want mini tanks, why aren't you contacting Sweden and get the CV90? They look like a tank, but the toy version, and they wreak a lot of havoc and has really good armor. Not that I'm like, advertising for my country, but
Because
I think all the possible. Oh, sorry. just to say that all the possibilities are taken into account, but I think the price is very important for Romania. So basically, that's the defining factor, probably.
Were you gonna say because the CV90 is not considered a tank because it's so tiny?
Well, yeah, because it's a third of the size and weight of a main battle tank. And also, the Polish army have well, the Poles have their own brand spanking new and very promising looking infantry fighting vehicle. It's called a Borsuk, which is Polish for badger. And I mean, it's kind of CV90-ish. So it's got the Bushmaster cannon. It's gosh, it's kind of roughly in the same weight class. So the weight of a CV90 varies quite considerably depending on which version and package you buy, but it's somewhere around the 28 tons mark. And yeah, so Borsuk is just broadly in the same class of vehicles, and it's Polish. However, you don't get the most important effect of CV90. Now, of the 10 happiest countries in the world, 8 of them operate CV90. So CV90 has been proven to improve the national happiness of a country. Because as we all know, correlation is the same thing as causation. This is scientists all accept this. So if you buy CV90, it makes you happier as a people. Did you know that, Jenny?
Obviously, I mean, like they're made in Sweden, and we're quite happy. Not as happy as the Finns, but we're up there. And obviously, it's because we have a lot of CV90s, just rolling around the country, and it does make you really, really happy. And you know what improves your happiness even more? Archers, 100%. It almost doubles your happiness. So I'm just, yeah, I just can't argue with those stats, Tim. I really can't.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh yes, also Borsuk is amphibious, and CV90 is not amphibious. Sorry.
No, you have to use the Bamlang 206 or 406, I think, for that. But we teach kids to swim here in Sweden, so no, I'm kidding. Well, we do that too, but that's not the reason why the CV90 is not amphibious. Let's go to Johanna before I dig myself into like a really deep hole and people are gonna be like, she's an idiot. And my cover is blown. Johanna, go ahead.
Yeah, so I checked the number of tanks that Romania is buying is not disclosed, but the contract is for $726 million. Apparently, some Black Panthers arrived in Romania and were tested on 17th of May, so about 10 days ago, just to be sure that they fit our requirements. And I will make a correlation because this tank, correlation, causation, this tank has 120 millimeters gun. And a few days ago, there was an announcement that Romania will be the biggest producer in Europe for 120 millimeter ammunition, including probably some depleted uranium ammunition. Maybe that's because we will be buying those tanks. I don't know, and also because there are probably requirements for supplying this type of ammunition. The depleted uranium, they said that that's because Romania has uranium. Yes, indeed, that's actually not accurate. We do have uranium deposits. I don't know if the mines are operational right now. I know that they were closed a long time ago. And we do not have enriching capabilities. Depleted uranium is obtained after making enriched uranium. So I don't know if we have those. I know that there is one, but it's used just for academic purposes. It's for a reactor in the University of Mogurele, which, by the way, is very good on this field of nuclear reactors. So yeah, I don't know exactly from where we will get the depleted uranium, but apparently we will be manufacturing 120 millimeter ammunition, including depleted uranium ammunition. And I lost my occasion to talk about the diabatic shear band, how the depleted uranium ammunition works.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ioana. Does Romania have nuclear power, civil nuclear power?
Like nuclear power plant?
Yeah. The reason I ask
Yeah,
is
we have one.
that's usually where
We
you
have
get
one.
depleted uranium from.
We have one in Chernobyl. Yes, I don't really know if, yeah, probably, but that's more like uranium, well, radioactive waste, not really depleted uranium. Depleted uranium is obtained after producing the enriched uranium that may be used for civilian purposes like nuclear power plants or for military purposes like bombs. The percentage of enriched uranium is very different. For nuclear power plants, I believe it's about 70%. For bombs, it's about 90%. So you really need a facility. It's by centrifugating with uh, fluorine gas or something like this. It's very complicated. I have to read about it again. So I don't know if we have those advanced capabilities. You know, the nuclear combustible can be bought on the market. Russia is selling, but also Canada is selling some others. So I don't really know if that's where we could get depleted uranium. So we do have this nuclear power plant at Chernobyl with 5 reactors. Only 3 are operational. For the other 2, there are contracts. Initially, they were supposed to be done with Russia like decades ago, but in the meantime, Canada stepped in, and we will be doing those with Canada. We also had, like, as I said, experimental reactor at the University of Physics in Magurele near Bucharest, which is doing advanced studies with this. And we are on the we have some contracts for the small modular nuclear power plants. We will be probably the first country in Europe to implement them. They are a thing in US. I believe there are some there, and we will be opening the first ones in like 2 or 3 years or something like this. I have to check. I really don't have all the information right now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ioana. Wojtek, you've got your hand up.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ioana, on that modular reactors. We really desperately want one, and yeah, so I'm glad you will be able to finish it so quick. However, about what Jenny has said about CV90s, well, I agree that basically for a majority of the Russian tanks, basically you don't need a tank to destroy it. Most times, only the 20 millimeter gun is enough for the Ukrainian soldiers to crush the T90. Yeah, and about the happiness of the population with the CV90, I completely agree. Yeah, it's the reason why the Czech Republic is ordering quite a few of the CV90s. I mean, like winning the hockey championship, it helps, but CV90 will seal the deal. So, yeah, that should be all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not too pleased. Sweden had like one bad day, and on that day we met the Czech Republic, and this is why we lost the gold and got the bronze. So hockey, is very, very important. And true hockey fans just call it hockey because we don't know that there is another version than the one that you play on ice. I don't know what this mythical other hockey thing, but yeah, I think this is a double whammy. Czech Republic will be the happiest country in the world, after you get the CV90s. both being the the world champions in hockey and CV90s. I mean, these are things that Sweden has experienced in the past, and I mean, we're just like, delightfully happy.
Thank you, Joanna. Little bit of flash news from our friend Tracy, the SBU fella. They have in Belgorod, in Russia, they have been installing road signs that warn people about drones. So they're warning people about the possibility of drone attacks. So now there's a road sign for that. That's fun.
Jenny, the mythical version of hockey that is not played on ice is played on the earth. That's just putting it out there. Just putting it out there as a Briton, correcting the record.
Like seriously, when people ask me, they're like, "What kind of hockey are you talking about?" I'm like, "Are there more versions than the one that's played on ice? You know, that looks like a boxing match that sometimes break out in skating? What is this?"
Yeah, I went to an ice hockey match, and I went to an ice hockey fight, and a goal broke out.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it's supposed to be. You know, like I got ridiculously happy when, you know, the punches starts flying. Like the helmets are gone and people are beating each other up, and I'm like, yeah, this reminds me of the happy 80s when, you know, hockey was a boxing match on ice, which I find really interesting.
Yes, see, as a Canadian transplant, because I spend my time in both, I've watched my fair share of ice hockey as well, and I say, and I actually like the modern era of it far more than 10 years ago when there was a dedicated enforcer role, i.e., a thug, because I don't want to. I'm not one of those idiots that says, let's ban fighting in ice hockey. I'm not that sort. But I do think that ability to skate is far more important than ability to fight. But again, and I mean, that's why the sport is played the way it is these days. It's become, I could say, a little bit more European in that regard, because it really was a transplant of the Swedish and Finnish style into Canada. At least as far as my Sweden and Finn friends tell me. So.
And funnily enough, I think it's a Swede. I know that he did hold the record for most penalty minutes in his career, in his NHL career. He was the enforcer. I believe it was Mats Dean. And he was the guy, they're like, okay, take out number 10. And he would go in on the ice and make sure that the other player wouldn't play for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, these days like an enforcer role still exists, but but it's become someone like Jerome Iginla, who has who has the Gordie Howe hat trick, who has one goal, one assist, one fight. And that's definitely that. So like I'm talking about the pure enforcer role, which has now become which has become obsolete in the last 10 years, I would say. There's no more enforcers, that's for sure.
That is very true. And there is a Swedish guy that I saw as a junior. So he was 20 years or younger when he was playing, because I saw him on the Junior World Championship, and then he got drafted shortly after. And he has very clean tackles, but he sent people flying. I think that he didn't get sent to the penalty booth for very many of them. One of the ones where he got sent to the penalty booth was when he did his special version of a tackle and sent the guy flying, and he landed so badly he lost consciousness. And so
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Where you have the ability to skate as well as the ability to fight. So the thug role has now basically disappeared. And you have the enforcer who scores 1 million goals, but can also handle himself. So yeah, and that's definitely a progression of the sport that I'm definitely seeing, as opposed to the 1980s, like Northeast American version was, well, seeing like there was one point where there was a 5-on-5 bench clearing brawl, and I'm like, what the hell, So, that's where I think things go a little bit overboard, in my opinion.
yeah, that is a little bit too much. But at the same time, sometimes you just want a good old-fashioned beating. It is a lot of fun. That happened in the World Championship, the junior one. In the last game, the game for the gold, the US won, and there was a massive fight. I think 2 players from each team got game, and this is like in the last 2 minutes of the game, and I'm like, this doesn't really matter. Or maybe it was even less than a minute left of the game. I'm like, it doesn't really matter if you kick them out of the game and they don't get to play anymore because the game's virtually over and Sweden lost. I'm gonna go to Helsinki, fella. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so you talk about sports, I guess.
Yes, we are.
Can I pivot a little bit the subject?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, Jenny, do you guess what it might be?
Is it the floating balloons that Russia has put up next to your border, or is it Georgia?
Georgia is it? Georgia, you are right. Yeah, Georgia. I wanted to discuss about Georgia. Yes. So can I talk about Georgia? I don't want to talk about these stupid balloons. We will defeat these balloons if necessary, but I don't want
Exactly.
to go to this stupid balloon
Well said,
discussion.
Helsinki. Well said.
Ed, could I please ask you to use hands?
Thank you.
Because we do like to maintain a neat conversation here. If you would like to say something, we would encourage you to raise your hand by using the heart with the plus sign in it, and not talk over people. We'd really appreciate that. Helsinki fella, please go on.
Yeah, balloons, yeah, and drone walls. I don't know. These are kind of like informational narratives. So I don't want to kind of go into those. We are stronger than Ruski, and that is it. Period. Full stop. Georgia. Yesterday there was a meeting of foreign ministers in Brussels, and I was watching what our glorious European Union High Representative for Foreign and Defense Policy, Mr. Boller, was talking, and some sort of well, anyway, to make a long story short, we will have the super expert tomorrow, 10 o'clock Helsinki time, Kiev time, explaining everything Marika, but I've been trying to a little bit expand on what especially we in Europe can do, and indeed yesterday was EU foreign ministers meeting. There was many things in the agenda, but one was Georgia, and in Georgia they decided to instruct the European Diplomatic Service, this External Action Service, to draft paper on possible options to do if indeed this Russia law is adopted, and it looks very much that it's going to be adopted. If you go to Marika Mikiasvili's timeline, you can see that there is masked men in Tbilisi in the parliament building, and all the indications seems to be for an outsider that GD, also known as Russian Nightmare Party of Georgia, is going to plan to indeed implement this law despite international condemnation. So I think European Union has to step up, but you know the machinery takes time to step up. So next Foreign Affairs Council is in next month. So now the European diplomats will start to draft this kind of options paper, and I'm trying to kind of think through that what we could do, and I'm just communicating with people and seeing, but I think despite they adopt this law or not, we have to implement sanctions. Americans are really nicely following suit. They are sending letters. Vice President Kamala Harris was sending letter, and also Americans have been proactive, so we should push for more proactive European action here. If we have external action service, let's actually do external action, not external blah blah. Thank you very much. So this Georgia thing, I think now we could really flip Georgia during this year to be in our camp solidly. Now is a good time when Russia is weak. So that's why I'm just saying that time is now to do it peacefully. And there has been some indication that Moscow and the GD, they are engaged in all kind of black propaganda actions. They are trying to scare that Russia or some masked men will invade Georgia and this. So all kind of scare tactics and complete intimidation is being implemented. So I'm very much hoping, and everybody just join tomorrow for the session with Marika. It will be great. So I'll just stop here, and I'm happy to answer any questions or give further commentary if it's interesting for the audience. But I'm just, raising this thing to say that this is the time window now for Georgia is excellent to flip Georgia to be a solid Western relied country, like the people in Georgia have wanted for 2 decades already. Thank you very much.
So don't they have a general election this year, and aren't Georgian Dream going to get absolutely slaughtered at that election?
Yeah, it's settled in October. I think 23 October is the date, if I don't remember wrong. The problem is, of course, that if you listen to what Marika is saying, that the opposition is indeed strong, people are behind the opposition, but GD and Ivanišvili have almost unlimited resources and all kind of, they have captured the state machinery, courts, security services, not the army so much. Army seems to be kind of like a outsider, which is good because army is not good to use against your own people, but they have captured judiciary, all kind of state institutions. So, the state power still is to a large extent in the GD hands. So that's why the kind of the playing field is not even. So of course the objective is to have democratic election, which means free and fair elections. And in Georgia's case, of course, we are not there yet. We need an opposition is also, I don't want to put it too dramatically, but it seems that it needs more cohesion and joint action. It's a little bit fragmented, so they have to kind of put away their petty squabbles, and that what I was saying to Marika, that let the opposition join forces, and then they can have their squabbles later when GD and Moscow is defeated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Helsinki fella. Ed, did you want to speak?
Yes. A lot of the policy of Emmanuel Macron in this regard can be said to be Napoleonic, and the idea of using arms brokerage as leverage in regards to Georgia and Azerbaijan. No, sorry, not Azerbaijan. My mistake. Kazakhstan. The idea is that they can be flipped to the winning team, i.e., our team, by the selling of weapons of war, and I'm a supporter of this unspoken plan. I definitely feel that there's definitely something to be gained by essentially telling Tokiev and telling the Georgians whether GD, who will get slaughtered at the elections, which is, by the way, why this foreign agent law, in my view, is being promulgated, is to promote democratic backsliding, keep GD in office for longer, and I feel like selling arms is a good way to forestall this development by increasing reliance on trade, because it has been shown repeatedly that the Russian arms industry is a busted flush. Anyhow, I yield.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. Yeah, I guess that's something that we have to worry about in the Georgian foreign agents law. And this is something that a great deal of disinformation has been pumped out about, especially from especially from the Russian Quarter. Now, a number of countries, the disinformation line is basically, well, the Georgians are introducing legislation that's basically equivalent to what the European Union is doing. So that's that's kind of the that's kind of the disinformation vector, right? So there is a European law around this area that's currently doing the rounds. Hang on, the name of it has totally escaped me. It's called foreign influence law or something like that. Yeah, it's called the Transparency Directive on Representing Foreign Interests. Now, the key difference here, right, is that the Georgian law would cover basically any foreign controlled entity, no matter who it's controlled by. So it would include things like, press organizations, right? So the BBC, for example, would have to register as a foreign agent. And it comes with criminal sanction for certain activities as well. And this contrasts markedly with the European directive, and also the foreign agents registration as regime in the United States, and also the similar regime in the United Kingdom. I can't remember what that's called. It's called is it FERA? Something like that. I can't remember exactly what the UK regime is called. The key difference is that basically the European directive, it covers control of particularly media organizations, but other organizations in particular that act on behalf of a foreign government. And that's really the key difference, right? In democratic regimes, this foreign agents registration regimes that various countries have iterations of, if you are acting on behalf of a foreign government and you don't fall into certain categories, so you're not a diplomat, for instance, or you're not acting, you're not a local lawyer acting on behalf of a foreign government in a legal case, then it covers you. So if you're lobbying on behalf of a foreign power, then you have to register, and that's kind of it. The tanky version of this basically means anything foreign. So if you're an NGO, if you're a media organization, if you're a charity, if you're a campaigning organization, and you have a chain of control that goes to another country, then you have to register, and you are subject to certain restrictions on your activities, and you're potentially subject to criminal sanction as well. So there is a rather large difference between these two regimes, and the Georgian, far from being a kind of Georgianification, a Georgification of the European regime, the Georgian one is very much modeled after the Russian regime, which, as we know, is simply a hammer for beating civil society organizations should they dare to disagree with the regime. We do need to keep a close eye on that. It's not. You can tune into our segments with Maria Mariashvili, who is our resident Georgia expert. She's not resident; she's a guest speaker, but she's our Georgia watcher. She's regularly up on the space, so look out for segments with her if you want to know what Georgia's doing. I'll go back to you, Helsinki fella.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, the question is that Russia-aligned political forces are pushing this kind of legislation in many jurisdictions, like I think Serbia, Moldova. So it is like very deviously drafted law that the foreign influence is like it's hidden there. This law also just to make Moscow influence and grip of power stronger in these countries who are in between European Union and West, and where the populations actually are pretty Western, like in Georgia. Maybe they are so much Euro-Atlantic and want to be part of the West, and I'm kind of like I can feel for them that they want to break the chains of hundreds of years of Russian unfreedom. So this law should be rejected in its entirety, and the president already did this, but now they are busy, even we are speaking, they're in busy to adopt this law despite the president's veto, and I think parliamentary committee already made some decisions on this effect. So I don't know if it will be, let's see, hear from Marika tomorrow that I think this law might be adopted in very soon, in very fast fashion. So to avoid going to the trap that somehow the softer version should be okay, because this is a complete ploy of these Moscow proxies, that to make it softer, then it should be more kind of kosher for the Western guys. These are the traps that the authoritarian regimes always put into our, sometimes we are very kind of naive, development-minded people, that we think that some sort of softer version of this horrible law would make things better, which it doesn't. So the president actually did it smartly and just pushed them in the corner. So now they cannot anymore, if I understand correctly, and hope I understand, it's like they cannot anymore modify the law. They have to adopt it entirely in parliament or reject it totally. And looks, every sign is there that they are going to adopt this horrible law now. And I was listening what Borrell said word by word, and he said that plan for European action subsequently if this law is adopted. So we should lobby, all friends of Georgia and Ukraine who love freedom, we should lobby that despite whether they adopt it or don't adopt it, the sanctions should hit Georgian this kind of spoilers like GD and others that we shouldn't wait, sorry, at all. So this is the thing, but really keen to listen Marika tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Helsinki fellow. Ed, you've got your hand up.
Yes. I wanted to say that the FIRA and FARA and the European equivalent directive, and that one in particular is relevant here, should be used. And I have been saying this over and over in regards to MEPs Mick Wallace and Claire Daly, who lobby for foreign interests, and by that I mean Russian interests in the European Parliament, and in a particularly disgusting, tanky way, which honestly, to quote a line from the Aeneid, as the Roman, I seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood, and certainly that that comes to mind when I hear one of their speeches about quote unquote peace, and they constantly agitate for the termination of weapons shipments to the Ukrainian side, and honestly, as I said, it makes my stomach turn over and my blood curl the particular way they go about it. Likewise, Viktor Orban, though of course I don't think he can really be prosecuted or investigated as a leader of an EU constituent country. So that's kind of my opinion there. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. I mean, I guess we've got two kind of contrasting examples there, right? We've got the examples of MEPs, and I agree that that Mick Wallace fellow and the lady you mentioned, whose name I can never remember, are utterly loathsome. The thing is, though, they are completely marginal within European politics, right? They have big mouths on social media, but they aren't actually in a position of any particular power. Compare and contrast with Viktor Orban, of course, who is in a position to be able to scuttle entire European initiatives, right? So anything that requires consensus in the council, he is in a position to either extract a price or simply deny the use of European resources and European initiative to the whole thing. Now, the example of Hungary presents a bit of a conundrum, simply because Orban is the duly elected leader of Hungary, right? And there's not a huge amount we can do about that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a I think it's a case of, well, it's a case of the Treaty of Lisbon being a bit of a dog's breakfast for a start. So the maintenance of national vetoes over areas of policy, although insisted upon by various member states, including the United Kingdom, I think was a bit of a mistake. The whole thing was, well, it created a situation where there is just enough Europe to get in the way, but not enough Europe to do anything actually useful. So yeah, the whole thing was very poorly conceived. They should have just bitten the bullet and gone for full federalism. And those countries who didn't like it should have got out the way. Fortunately, one of the biggest barriers to European federalization, our United Kingdom, is now out of the way, and so it seems like the there may be a more rational future ahead for the European Union for those countries that actually want it. For which, I don't know, I guess we'd have to have the Carolingian core, Finland and the Baltics, I suppose. I'm not sure the rest of them, their heart's really in it. Yeah, it's the behavior of Orban exposes a kind of structural flaw in the whole thing. And we don't just have Orban, we have Slovakia under Fico as well. Is he still alive, Jenny? Is he recovered?
I haven't heard that he died. I've heard that he is stable, but in serious condition. That was the last thing I've heard. But beyond that, no, I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. But again, we have the same problem in Slovakia, where Fico is the duly elected leader of Slovakia, and as such, he has an entirely legitimate right to exercise to behave in European forums as his government wishes, right? I mean, it's the issue is you can't really sanction countries, right? With sanction with a small s, for exercising power that is their legitimate right within the framework of European treaties, and that's kind of the problem we're facing here. So either there needs to be a revision of those treaties to ensure that one or two countries can't hold the whole bloc to ransom, or there needs to be a more stringent political test for who gets to participate in the council, or even perhaps a stricter political test for membership itself. These things are themselves fraught with risk, because one of the things I think we're very bad at a Western as a sort of Western bloc is allowing for diversity of interpretation within the framework of democracy. Right, there seems to be this sort of progressive ratchet going on, where those who are not quite up to speed with the latest good idea are presented as kind of illiberal monsters. When I think that's a very unhelpful attitude, a very unhelpful political phenomenon if you're trying to maintain the cohesion of an ideologically aligned bloc. So yeah, there's an awful lot of pickles in there for me, Ed. What do you reckon? Ed?
Oh, sorry. I was just about to say. So, in regards to Fico, the perspective I have been seeing on Ukrainian media is that Fico's opinions are that he's got a mouth on him, and he uses that mouth in a pro-Russian way, but that his actions are entirely in line with the European consensus. And my experience with Slovaks has indeed indicated that this is in fact the case. For instance, he has said that not a single round from Slovak stocks is going to benefit Ukraine. But the truth is, the unvarnished truth is that Slovakia's army does not have the necessary resources, i.e. shells. And meanwhile, a company controlled by his Minister of Defense, i.e. Kaliniak, has been pumping rounds out directly for Ukrainian benefit. So this has to be, whereas Fico's assassin, according to Ukrainian Pravda, has connections to Russia. So I think this has to be part of the conversation. Meanwhile, as you said, Orban, who who has financial links to Russia in a far more insidious and loathsome way. So I think there's a fine gradation on that fact. But in regards to foreign agents, the issue there, at least in terms of the American equivalent of FERA, which is FARA, is that the act was mainly introduced to control the lobbying and propaganda industries, i.e., state mouthpieces, without any executive power. So it would, in fact, if I were to transfer it from the American context to the European one, in that case, FARA would be much more applicable to Mick Wallace and Claire Daly, who are marginals and yet who have presence on social media and are mouthpieces of the Putin regime in that quarter. So that's my perspective on it as a lawyer and as someone who actually who agitated on Reddit and on various other forms of social media precisely to investigate and, if necessary, to prosecute Wallace and Daly in specific. So that's my perspective on things. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. Helsinki fellow, you've got your hand up.
Indeed, I have my hand up and now I put it down. So one issue I want to discuss here also, which I think is a good forum, is the conscription. We have been noticing here in Finland that you guys are discussing in the UK now. It's a political initiative, of course, before the elections, that the Conservative Party is running on platform of national service. So it's funny because we have a lot of British officers visiting Finland very, very frequently, many times over the years, and they are always endorsing our system of conscription and reserve army until the heavens. And now in UK there is this plan to maybe discuss about conscription or national service, some sort of model. And now, because of the party politics, of course, very kind of like respectable voices in UK, which I respect at least, as I don't think that they are like they are credible commentators in other issues. They are saying that no, this is inefficient, doesn't work, it's bonkers, this kind of thing. So we were just wondering here in Finland that are they just giving us credit for no reason, just trying to make us happy because our ego is then enforced. But I can just testify on basis of the statistics, just to give you facts. You can vote in your election as far as whatever you want in UK. That is fine. Please don't vote at least to kind of like what you had a referendum about EU. That was complete nonsense. But I just want to say that the conscript army is more efficient, is cheaper, and you get better manpower than in this professional army when you have the people don't have other choices in life are joining. So I'm just telling you that we also were thinking of professional army here, and we made the calculation, and the cost effectiveness was actually that the professional army would cost more because the conscript, they don't get anything salary. Reservist is by law, everybody from 18 to 65 is responsible of defending the homeland, so you don't get any salary. This is a duty of every citizen. It's like you don't need to pay salary for reservist, or you get per diem, but that's like you can buy a coffee and maybe lunch with that money, but it's provided by government. So I'm just going to give you just some kind of baseline, because the discussion from our point of view is completely funny. You can think about Rishi Sunak or this what is the other guy, Labour guy, whatever you want, but I'm just telling you that if you look at the models of Finland or Israel or others, it's a pretty goddamn good system, and it also brings national cohesion because you meet people who would never meet ever in your life in your army service when you are young and make good friends, and it's overall a good system. Of course, I understand that if you have an expeditionary force, you need some sort of volunteerism, but happy for UK listeners to dig deep into our system and Israeli system, which is pretty goddamn good. Of course, I understand that we are not like a sea island, but we are kind of an island in the edge of the Baltic Sea. But anyway, I just wanted to share this because in following this discussion quite many days now here, so just want to only offer facts, not to take any sides with the UK internal discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helsinki fellow. Now, there's a few things to clear up about this. Now, number one is that this is a pledge by the governing Conservative Party, who are almost certain to lose the next election. So there's an election on the 4th of July, and Rishi Sunak's government is not going to be in government after it, and their party is almost certainly not going to be in government after it. So this is kind of a sort of, this is a bit sort of silly season. They could announce absolutely anything at this point, and it's just not going to happen because they're not going to win. They're not going to win the election. The other thing is that this policy is not about creating a conscript army. So it's not a return to the national service that existed between 1950 and 1960 or whatever it was, which was the UK had a very large conscript army. It was something like 800,000 people, 800,000 men rather. It's not that. So the way the policy is that it would require as soon as young people turned 18, it would require them to participate either in community volunteering for 25 days over 12 months. So that's 1 weekend a month of community volunteering, including in things like the NHS, the ambulance service, search and rescue, civil defence, that sort of thing. And a limited number of those, limited to 30,000, would get a military placement along the same lines. So they would undergo military training for 25 days a year in areas such as cybersecurity, logistics, and again, civil defense over a year-long period. So it's not the creation of a conscript army. The idea of conscription is kind of politically ridiculous in the UK. It's not a policy that will ever seriously grow legs. Yeah. So if you think about, they were going to create 30,000 military-style placements, all of them part-time. This is not a year or 1 or 2 years full-time military service, and about 800,000 people turn 18 every year in the UK. So, yeah, this isn't the creation of a conscript army. It's a slightly silly Hail Mary from a government that is circling the drain. Does that answer your question, Helsinki fellow?
It was not a question. I was just stating the facts that this conscript system or this system, it was like a mistake of one of the reasons that we are what we are now in Europe, that we have hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a lot of technology. We are potentially very strong militarily also in Europe. One of the reasons why we are in this mess, we are not able to help Ukraine satisfactorily, is the abolishment of conscription in many European countries. Sweden, Norway also have downsized. We also, maybe the proximity of Russia didn't allow us to, God forbid, to downsize this reserve system, but just it was a mistake in the previous decades to abolish this system, because you can have also some kind of like a selective conscription also, but France had it, Germany had it. So it's like just a further testament of weakness of our Western societies that we are abolishing this conscription and kind of like, because our young people now, they have all about rights, they think all about rights, but nobody discusses or lectures them in their families about duties. That as a citizen of these great countries that we all come from, they didn't come from nothing. It became because of there was efforts by people to uphold the freedoms and democracy, and it requires everybody. It's not a spectator sport. So this has been completely forgotten in our societies in these previous decades. And this is one of the reasons I feel that we are so goddamn weak compared to Russians and all these kind of terrorists in the world, that we cannot respond because people don't have this kind of mindset, you know, like it's kind of like if the nation doesn't experience war, it's good, God forbid, that we don't have war, but it also makes this kind of belly fat in the society, that people forget that nothing comes for free. That's what I want to say. I'm just telling, this is kind of like a wisdom which is easy to say when we are in this state, but it's one of the reasons. And production also, like what is the si pacem para bellum, just don't hope for war but prepare for war every single day. That is what has been completely forgotten here, especially in Europe. So that's what I'm just saying.
Thank you. The conscription is it's a hot topic, and Sweden has changed many times over the years. We did try to have a complete volunteer army where they had to choose. They had to make an active choice to join or military, and not enough people chose the military. But there was another problem, and I read about this it was sent to me. It was like an opinion piece kind of, so it wasn't necessarily a journalistic article. And he talked about Sweden specifically, and the fact was, back when we conscripted pretty much every able-bodied boy born 18 years previously, so every able-bodied 18-year-old, because the Swedish military would not survive unless somebody actually chooses the military life as a profession once they finish their conscription. And they had a lot of boys that chose one to not finish their conscription, and also definitely not joining the military afterwards. And in order to cut that number down, they started to be more selective. They're slowly increasing the numbers of bases that they're going to have to fill with conscripted boys and girls, and they're also so the number will slowly increase over time. It's not something that Sweden can do from one year to another, because it has to do with the budget. It has to do with everything. So, for example, in the city I lived in, we used to have one mechanized unit or one mechanized base. Then you had the artillery. You had, I would guess the translation would be comms, because what they did was set up the comms, and they were called signal. And then you had an engineering unit, and then you had helicopter.
It would be
And
right. Signal.
yeah. So all of those, except for the mechanized and the artillery, was gone in 2006. By 2006, I don't know, somewhere between 97, 98, and 2006, 3 bases disappeared from the city. And I've looked at official documents that the defense has put out on open source media, so it's nothing top secret that somebody leaked. Two of those bases are coming back. Signal and engineering are coming back to the city, and these two regiments will be, or whatever the English term would be, they will have to be filled with people. You need officers and you need conscripts to fill up these positions. And so Sweden is right now in a place of, again, rebuilding the military, our military that we once had. And it will take time. Did you want to say anything about this, Tim?
No, not especially. I've said all I need to say. There is, I would add, in the UK context, there is a lot of resistance from the military establishment towards any kind of conscripted force. They seem to be very ideologically wedded to the idea of a professional armed force. But there has been, so General Sir Patrick Sanders, who is the chief of the defence staff. He is the there's the chief of the defence staff and the chief of the general staff, and one of them's the head of the army, the one of them's the head of the whole thing, and I can never remember which is which. But anyway, he's the head of the army, and he has recently come out and floated the notion of a kind of a citizen army. So what he's referring to when he says that is there needs to be a broader base of people existing within the British population that have military experience of some kind. So there needs to be what we used to call the reserve list, which is basically a very long list of people who maintain call-up liability after they leave the regular army. I think call-up liability lasts for 10 years after you leave the army or something like that, where you're still legally obliged to be called up. But of course, in the event of a general war, Parliament can legislate however it wishes in terms of expanding the army. Now, what Sir Patrick Sanders is getting at is basically the regular army and the army reserve is now just too small to create the kind of reserve list that we need to expand the size of the army. So the army has been cut since 2010 from the regular army, rather, from 100,000 men plus about 40,000 territorial army, as it was then called, down to 73,000 men and about 30,000 army reserve, which is the new term for the territorial army. So the whole thing has basically shrunk by 30%. And this means that the number of people cycling through the army, because most British soldiers don't stay in the army for very long. They do 5 to 8 years and then they leave. Like, the number of actual career soldiers is not that much high, is not particularly high, which makes sense if you think about it, because at every stage of promotion, right, you think about every rank, you end up commanding, about 4 times as many people as you, right? So you get to Lance Corporal, you command a fire team, 4 men. You get to Corporal, you command a section, 8 men. You become a sergeant, you become 2 IC of a platoon, 30 men. Color sergeant, specialized role. Once you get up to W02, W01, you're talking about regimental level SNCO appointments. So not everybody can rise through the ranks simply because there's not enough. The army is not a Ponzi scheme. It's not an organization that constantly grows, allowing for everybody to be promoted. So there's an element of up or out. So a great many people leave after a few years because they are not rising through the system or for various other reasons. So theoretically, if the army is big enough, there should be a very large store of people in the general British population who have military experience. But because the army is extremely small, it's as small as it's been since before the Napoleonic Wars, right? When Britain was a bit of a joke on land, all things considered. It's now just ridiculously small. So it's not creating that store of reserve list people with military experience that is needed to make the army much bigger very quickly in an emergency, which has kind of been the strategy since the Cold War. So you think about at the end of the Cold War, the British Army was about 200,000 men. During the Cold War, it was kind of about 300,000, something like that. Like, it was really quite a big organization. And it had a very large territorial army on top of that. So when the territorial army was a separate organization, it maintained field brigades and field divisions that were complete formations that could be picked up and deployed, right? So there were whole divisions within the territorial army that had all of their own equipment, all of their own command structure, their own training establishment. They had their own brigades within them. They had their own capabilities. They were just made up of reserve soldiers. So it used to be this great big sprawling organization that was still designed to get quite a lot bigger if it all kicked off with the Soviet Union. That stuff just doesn't exist anymore, right? The Army Reserve, although it's now part of the army, used to be the Territorial Army, now it's the Army Reserve, has lost its distinctive character, and it's been amalgamated with the regular army. And now what Army Reservists do is they basically fill gaps in manpower in the regular army, right? So the regular army is so undermanned that it needs the Army Reserve to fill gaps in its ORBAT. So the whole thing has just been absolutely pared to the bone over, not just in the last 15 years either. It was cut and cut and cut and cut and cut, and now it can scarcely field a single brigade, right? This is a pretty serious emergency, and this is replicated across all of the British Armed Forces. So they've just had to mothball half of the Royal Navy's amphibious capability because they don't have enough sailors to crew them. The availability of major fleet units is about 30%. So the Royal Navy could put either a carrier strike group or an amphibious strike group to sea, probably not both. It can't man both, and there aren't enough ships. So the cycle of refit doesn't work properly anymore, because ships spend about half of their time being repaired rather than actually sailing, or repaired and upgraded rather than actually sailing. The same is true of the Royal Air Force. So, for example, when the UK, I think it was mostly the UK, France, and the US went and intercepted all of those missiles aimed at Israel from Iran, the Royal Air Force sent, I think, 4 aircraft, and they had to take them off task in Romania, right? So the Royal Air Force didn't have enough fast air assets to spare 4 aircraft to go and deal with an emergency in the Middle East, right? So this is a force that theoretically should operate several hundred fast jets. And it's the same with the logistics capability. I mean, I think the only equivalent force in Europe with a worse strategic airlift capability is probably France, and France basically doesn't have one. So yeah, the whole thing is far too small. The whole thing is absolutely pared to the bone. The whole thing is asked to do far too much, and it is successive governments just not fulfilling the very basic responsibilities of statecraft, not having difficult conversations with the electorate about this, lying about the state of the armed forces. Because, as I've said before, the British public has an irrational degree of confidence in our own defence. So in the public head, and this is largely due to government propagandizing this, the armed forces are this kind of omnipresent, omnicompetent thing that can do basically anything we ask of them, and they are very, very good at it, and it doesn't really matter how big or how small they are, they're still going to win. So there's this wholly unrealistic picture. And this is because the British public aren't particularly connected with the armed forces, right? As I said, the whole organization is really, really small. Nearly nobody has actually been in the armed forces. It's very, very few people. Like, they cluster. right? So there's a lot of ex-armed forces people on Ukraine Twitter, because this is obviously something that's interesting to those sorts of people. In reality, very few people in the United Kingdom served in the armed forces. I don't want to put a number on it because I don't know, but it's a very small percentage. Very few people know anyone who has served in the armed forces, right? It's like this might as well be another planet. And so the British public aren't connected with it. They're not particularly interested in it. It is not a hot political issue. The political class would rather simply forget about it. You know, they quietly underfund it, strip it to the bone, forget about it, and hope nothing goes wrong. But of course, something always goes wrong. So there needs to be a little more honesty in this area. There need to be difficult conversations. They need to have a fireside chat with the public saying, look, this is the state of our defenses. These are the capabilities that we need. These are the areas in which we are obviously inadequate. We need to spend this much more. And let's be honest, it looks like 50% more, right? It's the government recently announced an increase from 2% of GDP to 2.5% of GDP, which is okay, fine. But that, number one, that is by 2030. And number two, we were spending 2.7% in 2010. Right? So all that does is partly reverse the damage that was done over the past 15 years of uselessness. So they're not taking this seriously. They're really not grappling with this. I don't know. I mean, something our friend Gunny likes to say is it's going to take some sort of abject military humiliation before the government. Yeah, I totally agree. It should be 4%. It's going to take some kind of abject military humiliation for the government to take this seriously. Like, I don't know, losing a carrier or the army losing an entire brigade. Right? It's going to take something absolutely whopping for this to become a hot political issue, and the government to basically start doing their effing jobs. And I'm not making a partisan point here. The Blair tyranny was just as bad as the Tories. Every government since the end of the Cold War has screwed the pooch on this one. And frankly, they should all be hanged. Stephen, you've got your hand up.
Well, many thanks. Yeah, I have a little hobby horse about this with regard specifically to British society. You know, in order to ready a population psychologically for war, or for being at least amenable to being involved in a military force, as you say, I fully agree that the British society has systematically been denuded of that psychology, and it's also been done so that effect has happened at a social level. So there has been a sort of radical, across my lifetime, infantilization, disarming, constant reign of policies which deprioritize, de-emphasize individual responsibility and/or capability to intervene, even to defend yourself, any familiarity with weapons whatsoever, to a degree where, you know, now in British society, if somebody knows something about guns, it's sort of seen as socially awkward. If you, you know, if you have a detailed knowledge of how weapons work and can use them, it's, you know, people sort of move away from you on the bench, and that is a product of 50 years at least of deliberate infantilization of the British public by the government. Don't worry, don't do anything, remain in your creche, shelter in place. The police are coming, they will help, right? Whatever. Anyway, that's a little hobby horse of mine. I'm gonna lay that on one side. I just want to pick up on something that Helsinki fella was saying earlier, which I really liked, which was the hyper focus of younger generations on rights, but their lack of equivalent focus on duties or responsibilities. Because of course, rights are only, they're not natural. You don't, you wouldn't be wandering around in the old Stone Age and bump into a right. There's no such thing. Rights are social truths or facts that arise from a contract that we have with the society in which we take part. So you derive your rights by surrendering some of your freedoms and offering some responsibilities, duties to act in certain ways. And the more active duties have been moldering away like John Brown's body for a very long time in the free societies of the world, unfortunately. Less so in the United States. There is still very strong tradition of those sorts of things. But certainly in Europe, and since we're talking about Britain, definitely that is the case. And the overfocus upon the professional soldier, it reminds me very much of, this isn't really that much of a new problem in a way. There's a brilliant poem by Kipling, quote him, I like him, called Arithmetic on the Frontier, which I sort of quoted till I was blue in the face during some of Europe and North America's recent, sometimes misguided wars, where they thought that simple sort of excellence of arms in terms of technological capacity, so for example in Afghanistan, was going to just win the day. And they should really have just read this poem. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's not that long, but I'll just read the central two stanzas. A scrimmage in a border station, a canter down some dark defile. And don't forget, this is 19th century. 2,000 pounds of education drops to a 10 rupee Jezile. The crammers boast the squadron's pride, shot like a rabbit in a ride. No proposition Euclid wrote, no formula the textbooks know will turn the bullet from your coat or ward the tower's downward blow. Strike hard, who cares? Shoot straight, who can? The odds are on the cheaper man. And this is just of course, a nicely worded expression of asymmetric warfare. And to Helsinki, the asymmetric warfare is present. We're very used to thinking of the Russia-Ukraine war as a force-on-force conflict, which is of course that, yes. But it is also an asymmetric conflict in terms of the way in which humans are valued. So Ukraine is wanting to be a member of the free democratic world. And the reason that it wants to be that is it values humans. And that's the chief value in all of our societies. Part of the reason perhaps why our young people are so keen on the idea of rights is that human value is very, very high indeed. And an individual value. Now that's great, that's wonderful, until you start killing an awful lot of people in a war. And unfortunately, then you see, in an authoritarian society, duties are less important because you can just be ordered to go or be shot. The duty, as Mao said, power extends from the barrel of the gun. Well, if you're thrown into the Russian military in Ukraine, if you don't go forward, you'll be definitely shot by the people behind you, kind of thing. So it's not that you have a duty to, although some of them may feel that. It's more that you just have to because of the authoritarian nature of the regime. So responsibilities, rather, the duties component of soldiering is replaced by the naked authority of force. And when you look at the value aspect, well, of course, the odds are on the cheaper man. Yes, they may be losing a vast amount of people, but they don't care because to them that is not a high value. We look at that in horror and we think, my God, look, they're clearly going to fail soon. Well, as long as they had an inexhaustible, and this is really the only metric that matters, where are they getting the people from and what are they hollowing out to get them? That's all. If they had just limitless numbers, like a zombie force, eventually they would win, just because it doesn't matter how many they lose, because that value is irrelevant to them. So that is, again, the arithmetic on the frontier. It's not only that if you kill 5 guys with $1 million missile, the asymmetric value costs the victorious side more. It's also human value. Human value on the side of light, effectively, is always going to be higher, and so the human cost, even at 10 to 1, is still higher, and you have to factor that in. So this is just a sobering discussion about those things, and in general about the way in which the talk of the understanding of rights and responsibilities, rights versus duties, and human value are all being leveraged against us by the authoritarian world, and we have to understand these things. So I do think we need, certainly in Britain, to stop infantilizing people and give them once again the spirit of doing that, in fact, defend themselves. It's not pretending that everybody's child, and we can make this world purely safe by banning sharpness and next hardness, and I guess filing down teeth is what comes next. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I think you make a very good point. I mean, it's one of those. It's well, I suppose there's been a sort of national coddling in the UK since the Second World War, and that's partly. I mean, it's partly happened everywhere, right? I don't think it's a uniquely British phenomenon, but I think it is particularly acute in the United Kingdom. Now, the kind of the specific examples you gave, I mean, the firearms issue, for instance, I mean, that's not even a particular function of firearms legislation, right? You look at the way the law around that works in the UK, and the origin of the concept of the offensive weapon comes up, right? And that was a creation of a piece of legislation in the 1950s, which was designed to deal with gang members carrying knives. It kind of grew legs, right? And it grew legs. It grew legs partly due to kind of very, I suppose, aggressive common law interpretations. So, for example, for those of you who are not familiar with the laws of England and Wales, it is illegal to carry any implement for your own defence. You have a right to self-defence in common law, but you're not allowed to carry anything to effect it. And this stems from, as I said, a piece of legislation in the 1950s. I can't remember exactly which one, but this means you're not allowed to carry, you're not allowed to carry a knife without some reasonable excuse. And this prohibition was kind of expanded largely in the courts. And one of the interesting cases, I think it was in the 1980s, was when the courts effectively banned lock knives. So you have a small pocket knife that opens and the blade locks open unless you press a button, because a previous piece of legislation had banned fixed blades, and they interpreted this to mean fixable blades. And so it just got sillier and sillier and sillier. And there's just been more and more tinkering around the edges, and that's kind of independent of firearms law, really, because although firearms law in the UK is a little bit silly, the fundamental issue is that there is no legal way you can carry a weapon for the sake of carrying a weapon. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's probably a situation that most of the British public are actually pretty content with. We don't have gun politics in the same way as they do in the United States. Most British people have probably never even seen a firearm, let alone handled or fired one, unless you count the policeman at the airport or whatever. So it's kind of one of those political issues that we don't really have in the UK. But I think it's an interesting example of that coddling you spoke about. What worries me more about this issue, Stephen, is really the kind of culture war issues, right? It's the constant attacks on our civilizational confidence, right? It's the constant promotion of the idea that it's somehow disgraceful to be a citizen of a Western country. There's a sort of moral disgracefulness about it, and they derive that smear from history, and they can, they kind of, I mean, it reaches the point where they just kind of make stuff up about the history of colonialism and the history of slavery and things like that, and they project a kind of highly America-brained version of everything onto the United Kingdom because we're culturally downstream of them. I mean, we've had endless tweets today from race-baiting British MPs about the death of George Floyd, and I just fail to see what the death of who I understand to have been a career criminal in Minnesota has to do with British politicians. Like, that's just not a connection that I make. We don't have the same politics around that particular issue in the United Kingdom as they do in the United States. But nevertheless, there is a BLM UK, and it pretends that there is, it pretends that the issues are fundamentally the same when they're not. I mean, that nonsense barely makes sense in America, let alone in Europe. But I mean, it's symptomatic, as I say, of this sort of constant chipping away at our civilizational confidence, and it reaches its fever pitch when they go after your heroes, right? And in the American context, that looks like going after the founding fathers, right? Because if you can get Thomas Jefferson, if you can get Abraham Lincoln, then you have reached something very fundamental about the American identity, right? You've reached something really fundamental about it. And if those people can be smeared off the dinner table, if those men can be seen as somehow morally disgraceful, then you've basically got them. And I suppose the closest analog we have here in the UK is probably Sir Winston Churchill, who has a sort of the same sort of mythical status in the British political imagination and in our historical mythology as well. And there've been endless attempts to kind of besmirch his character and sort of make him make him ist and make him phobic and all of those bad things that you're not supposed to be these days. And that's an attack on the basis of our civilizational confidence. And where does it originally come from? Where do all these grievance theories come from? A superficial answer is they come from the United States of America, but that's not quite true. If you dig a little bit deeper, you look at the post-colonial nonsense, for example, decolonization. Well, who came up with that one? That was, of course, Frantz Fanon, who was, I think he was from some part of the French Caribbean, and his big idea was that Africa. He was, of course, not African. He was of Caribbean extraction and culturally French. His big idea was that European ideas are inherently harmful to Africa, and they must be expunged. The European ways of thinking are harmful to Africa. They must be expunged completely and replaced with, well, Marxism, which is, of course, another European idea. So anyway, the whole thing is a little bit absurd. So decolonization, you talk about decolonize the curriculum, decolonize Oxford. That comes from Frantz Fanon. Where did Frantz Fanon learn this nonsense? Well, People's Friendship University in St. Petersburg or Moscow, whatever it is, I can't remember. So yes, these things all come, if you trace them back, if you scratch the surface, they come from the KGB. And this, I suppose, Frantz Fanon's other interesting idea, or rather not interesting idea, his other big idea was this process of expunging European ideas from Africa, because he was talking about Africa. Quite what gave him the right to speak for Africa, I don't know, apart from levels of melanin. The expunging of these ideas, decolonization, as he called it, is a necessarily violent process. In fact, that's the first line of his book, The Wretched of the Earth, which is his kind of magnum opus. It's the first line of the book is decolonization is always violent. So there's this there's this idea that we must all be changed, and that process will necessarily be violent. And we saw an interesting snippet of that in the aftermath of the 7th of October attacks in Israel. One of the most viral tweets that day was from a fairly no-name account. I can't remember exactly which one. But the tweet was simply, "What did you all think that decolonization meant anyway, lol?" Well, there we've got our answer, haven't we? Stephen, I'll go back to you. You put your thumbs down, so I assume I got something wrong there.
No. You got everything absolutely 100% right. I didn't have, there's only a limited number of emojis. I was going to go for like an angry face, but thumbs down was the closest. I was just, this when you talked about very correctly the requirement for component of violence. I mean, this is just straight down the line, sort of Marxism, Leninism, isn't it? I mean, it's Bolshevism, and it is. But the whole decolonization crap, is part of the active measures thing. Now, was colonialism, was the idea of that European imperial powers should dominate aspects of Africa by right? Yeah, that's a pretty disgusting and wrong idea, frankly. And you can hold the two ideas in your mind at the same time, quite without contradiction. That is true, but the sort of active removal of everything that has, of the destruction of any Western or rather European originated ideas from Africa, from everywhere in the world, the removal of the key figures from our history from whom we derive pride. For example, Winston Churchill in the United Kingdom, or indeed Nelson. I mean, one of the more ridiculous things that I saw during the BLM kind of, they tried to recreate the riots in London or whatever else, was an encampment around Nelson's column, and they were calling for Nelson's column to be removed. And I'm like, you do realize, guys, of course they didn't, that without Trafalgar, the triangle trade could not have been ended by Britain. In fact, it was several years overdue, and it was only after they freed up the resources of the Royal Navy to be able to form the likes of the West Africa Squadron, which was facilitated by Nelson, who died during the action, that the triangle trade was then ended. So why are you trying to pull down this? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, okay. He was married to a woman who was a family who he met while he was stationed out in Antigua. She was from Nevis. Anyhow, whatever. But I mean, they will seek out any one of these little historical things to try and sort of drag down the edifice of just really democratic European civilization, not as it should be to justifiably criticize the history of actual colonization and or suppression and or slavery, which is completely fine to do. But if you're appealing to little stories like that, well, then you can look at the St. John's Revolt, which was the first. It wasn't fully successful like the Haitian Revolt eventually was, but it was the first ever momentarily successful revolt of African slaves in the Caribbean. And that was in what was then the Dutch colony of St. John's, what is now in the United States Virgin Islands. It was a king and a prince of a tribe called the Akwamu, funny name, but true, Akwamu, from sort of the Benin area, who had themselves been taken as slaves, ended up in St. John's, but they were very intelligent, very capable leaders, and in fact, very educated, but also significant warriors, significant strategists, and they spent a good deal of time observing the garrison on the island and how the power structures went. They quietly formed a force among the people they reckoned would be good and useful insurgent warriors, and they executed a perfect coup. They took the garrison house, freed up the arms, and basically slaughtered the slave owners, and then established a very happy society of freedom and freed all the slaves. No, they didn't. That's not what they did. No, they immediately moved into the houses of the slave owners and put the other slaves back to work because they themselves were slavers. And how did it end? Well, the next slave ship, I think it was, that arrived in the bay and attempted to trade slaves for sugarcane, was greeted by them in nice dress, who wanted to do business. And of course they went, this is a black man doing it, we can't. And the Afghan code disappeared and returned with a squadron who then put down and executed, unfortunately, these people. But it just goes to show you that you can't take these very specific items of history. Oh, look, somebody was involved in the slave trade. That means all such people, everyone, No, that's not, put history in context, please. But absolutely what you were describing, Tim, is the ongoing assault on, we could call it Western, but it's actually all democratic, open societies, all of them. And they use it by whatever means they can. They attack from the fascist right or whatever, or the fascist left, if you want, and the communist aspects. They triangulate everything they can and use every lever. And certainly the modern calls for decolonization in the extreme way that they have been used to attack the very foundations of the open societies that are the key open societies in this world, which are the very ones which are most tolerant and which are strive with their laws. It's imperfect, of course, but it's getting better all the time. Strive with their laws to remove discrimination, to improve the law of discriminating against minorities and all of that. Those very societies are being undermined by this talk, which is, of course, exactly the purpose of it, as you correctly identified as originating in the KGB. This is their active measures. I'll stand aside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting what you say about the need to put things in historical context. One of a very interesting and particularly silly and particularly egregious example of this recently has been the attempt to I don't want to say cancel, but you know what I mean. David Livingstone, who was one of Scotland's great heroes, the famous explorer of Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Now the thing about a lot of these people that they sort of have this. Our enemies sort of have this instinctive unease about them, right? And they kind of you know the term evidence-based policy making. Well, they're kind of doing the opposite, right? They're doing kind of policy-based evidence making, and so they've decided that this fellow who was famous for exploring Central Africa is probably bad, right? Probably bad. 19th century guy in Africa, probably bad. The problem is it's very difficult to find anything that's bad about David Livingstone because he was a really good bloke. And so his the expeditions into the African interior, these people spent quite a lot of their time kind of meeting and documenting the societies that they encountered. And they spent also quite a lot of time waging private wars against Arab slavers from Zanzibar in Central Africa. And because they encountered this, predatory behavior by Arab slavers, and they thought, well, that's kind of a bit much, really. So we're going to do something about that if we can. And so they couldn't really find anything bad about David Livingstone when they went through that orgy of statue toppling and pretending to add context to things, as became very fashionable a few years ago. And so they decided to take a very interesting tack, and they pointed out that he used to work at a mill that was owned by a family that once held slaves, right? That was the dirt they managed to find.
Oh my God! There you go. Exactly. Like, yeah.
That was the dirt they
Yeah.
found,
Well,
right?
yeah.
Now, this particular mill was Blantyre Works, and it was owned by a chap called Sir Henry Monteith, who was one of the great Scottish industrialists. And yes, the Monteith family, 100 years before, had a plantation in, I don't know, Bermuda or something that had slaves on it. The problem with that story is when David Livingstone worked at that mill, he was 10 years old, right? So we talk about contextualizing. What does that
Clearly
say?
a dastardly slave owner then, you know, the overseer.
I mean,
yeah, whatever. My gosh. Yeah, exactly.
What does that say about the conditions in which David Livingstone grew up? You know, I mean, it sounds a little bit like slavery to me, although legally and conceptually different, I suppose. But they really are scraping the barrel with this stuff. Some of it is just absolutely preposterous. Another very bizarre and shocking example was, of course, the attempted cancellation by Tate Britain of Rex Whistler. Now, Tate Britain is a gallery in London. So the Tate Modern is more famous. Tate Modern is where they put all the Entartete Kunst, and Tate Britain is the proper gallery. And it's got a mural by a fellow called Rex Whistler. Now he was a kind of interwar artist, and his style was he would paint these sort of bucolic fantasy scenes. So kind of et in Arcadia Eo type scenes, you know, a bit like that the Greek god segment from the film Fantasia, what wonderful Disney film Fantasia, of, you know, cherubic babies fluttering around and things like that. And he would always put a little bit of the macabre in his paintings. And there's a big mural in what was the dining room of Tate Britain, which was by Rex Whistler, which was another one of these bucolic scenes that he liked to paint. And the complaint against this mural was that there's just tucked away in one corner, there's a little black boy being led in chains by a woman in a kind of 18th century dress, and they decided that this was really not on for some reason, and they missed the whole point of the painting, right, which was kind of an ironic reflection on, well, we've got this perfect scene, but don't forget about this little horrible thing. You know, it's kind of a memento mori, perhaps.
Yeah, sure.
Be afraid.
Surely it's a reference of conscience.
Yeah.
So whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Continue.
So they decided this was unacceptable, and the mural was covered up. The thing, again, it's another David Livingstone story, really, because they tried to find something horrible about Rex Whistler, but there's really nothing horrible about Rex Whistler. They couldn't find, well, everybody who was ever involved with his life thought he was a very, very decent chap. And so they couldn't really find any dirt on him. And possibly the most egregious part of this story is the manner of Rex Whistler's death. He died on the 6th of June, 1944, in Normandy, on his first day in action in the British Army at the age of 39. And these fools would dare try to besmirch the memory of a man who died fighting literal genocidal fascism. They would dare. It's an absolutely extraordinary story. I don't know what they've done with the mural. They can't move it because they can't take the plaster down without breaking the mural, and it's listed up the arse because it's actually a pretty significant work of art. He didn't do very much, but that's probably his most important one. And still, the attempt to decolonize a man who died on the Normandy beaches for the freedom of Europe. It's just absolutely
unreal and disgusting.
It's
absolutely
disgusting. Extraordinary. As I said, we have to start hanging them. It's the only way they'll get the message. Anyway, I see For Every Child has been waiting an awfully long time, so I'll go to you, For Every Child. Thank you for your patience.
Hang on, can I correct the record on one specific point first?
Yeah, sure, Ed, go ahead.
George Floyd. I just wanted to say he was not, as was said, a career criminal. His death was used by Black Lives Matter, or abused as active measures / propaganda. But what happened there was a very obvious case of murder that the perpetrator attempted to cover up by his being an active policeman. Floyd was a driver who was temporarily unemployed because of the COVID pandemic at the time, but was a driver, a nightclub bouncer who knew the bastard who murdered him, and the bastard's employer actually had to pay damages in civil court because of that. I just wanted to say they would not have paid damages if the claim was beyond merit. The claim had merit. George Floyd was murdered, and people were very right to be aggrieved in that scenario, but his death was used by Black Lives Matter, and I think I think Black Lives Matter, the organization, is an agent of Russian influence. So I'm just going to correct the record on that point, and that George Floyd was not a quote unquote career criminal. He was murdered for, whether accidentally or intentionally, passing a fake banknote. That was it. I would not call that a career criminal. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you very much, Ed. I do understand that. I understand that he did have a string of criminal conviction and jail terms behind him, but perhaps career criminal was a bit of a loaded term. My point was that his death is entirely irrelevant to British politics, well, entirely irrelevant also to British race relations, which are simply not the same as those in the United States. So thank you for that correction, Ed. Let us go to...
Absolutely agree.
Thank you, Ed. Let us go to For Every Child. For Every Child, thank you for your patience.
Oh, Ed did a thorough evaluation of George Floyd. I was simply going to say that that he was not a career criminal, but also I can't speak for England. I have British heritage that goes back to 1066, but I still can't speak for England because my family has been here for over 400 years in the United States. As far as slavery goes, both sides of my family, one side was fighting slavery and another side was in the business of promoting slavery. My maiden name is Shirley, and Shirley Plantation is still in business as a plantation. The oldest family business in the United States was definitely involved in slavery, and I have relatives that showed up at the family reunion at Shirley Plantation who are also Black. But I have relatives that are members of the Dene tribe, the Navajo, and Chief Joseph Shirley appears to be a family member as well. If you call family members very, very, very distant relatives. The point here is I often have to leave this space because of the wide paintbrush of organizations influenced by Russia. I would be surprised if there is a single organization in the United States that has not been attempted to be influenced by Russia, whether it's women's movements, peace movements, Black rights movements, Native American movements, child welfare. I don't think there's any organization in the country that it's just a matter of can we stir something up in this group or that group, and so to say that decolonization is a broad brush active measure, I that's problematic for me. I'm sorry, because Governor Shirley in Massachusetts was the first colonial governor in the colonies. That's a colony, and colonies are colonies. The three Shirley brothers who were privateers planted the British flag on Jamaica. That was a colony. I have deep roots in colonial history in North America, and so I understand words have different meanings in Great Britain than they have in the United States, and I understand that that's problematic for even civil conversation. But from the Americans, colonization is something that is not necessarily an active measure. It is used as an active measure, but it is itself not an active measure.
May I jump in there?
Sure, please do, Stephen.
Yes, no, of course it isn't. None of the things that are used as active measures are themselves in whole, or very few of them, active measures. That's not how it works. I'm reminded again the words from Macbeth. Oftentimes to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths. Win us with honest trifles to betray us in matters of deepest consequence. So the point is they're not trifles at all in this case. But what is meant here by active measures parasitize otherwise noble causes or otherwise valid moral arguments or standpoints, and then they weaponize them against the core of the society itself, which in fact is self-defeating to the moral project at all. So it's a kind of how parasites change the behavior of their hosts. It's like fungus that gets into the brain of.
Decolonization is a real thing. The fact that it's weaponized doesn't mean that it's not a real thing, and that there's something there to be esteemed and valued.
No, sorry, Tim, I'm just going to jump because I've got to go very soon anyway, so I'll stop interrupting, I promise. Yeah, absolutely, we have to be sophisticated about these things, but active measures very much seeks to blunt the sophistication with which we approach these things. This is why I caveated what I was saying by saying exactly that many elements of colonial behavior were in fact terrible, although interestingly not all. And I draw your attention to the Acadians and the history of what became known as the Cajuns when they were deported into the swamps of Louisiana. They themselves were not seen by the indigenous Mi'kmaq as any sort of invader. In fact, they intermarried with them thoroughly. And many of the very early groups that came as refugees from imperial powers that oppressed them in their own countries were like that. And the Cajuns signally refused to fight for Imperial France, and then Imperial Britain said, "Oh, well, you won't fight for them, you must fight for us." And they said no, and that's when Britain wholesale deported them to Louisiana, which was still French territory at that time. And the governor of New Orleans basically looked at them and said, "You're traitors," and threw them into the swamps. So they were early colonists who were not a negative in a sense. So again, that's an element of subtlety, and we need to be subtle about these things. Of course, many aspects of colonialism, probably the majority, are were evils overall in human terms, and still remain so. And decolonizing in the worser elements of those, and also being careful to suppress people who think keeping slaves is a good thing are bad, and other similar. But what the active measures seem to always want to do is to make it into a monolithic structure. The movements which they are themselves, ironically, intellectually and psychologically colonizing, right? So the decolonial movement has been colonized by this aspect of active measures, and unfortunately then has sought to attack the figures that may not be uncontroversial, okay, but indeed were still foundational to the modern freedoms which we all enjoy, which allow decolonialization as a concept even to exist, right? So there it is. I'm gonna step down because I've got stuff to do. But thank you very much, all.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Stephen. And I see our relief is here in the form of Alan Brewer and Tracy, the SBU fella. So I'll be dropping very, very shortly. But before I do that, I want to hear from Nefo Zizo, who has been waiting patiently for ages. Zizo, please go ahead.
Thank you a lot. Yes, I got really triggered, and I wanted to say a lot of things about the decolonization left-wing project, I would call it. The problem that arises with this matter is that you have people, they come from other countries and they live here, they have the same rights, and they use it against us. For example, my government, the Netherlands, had to pay Suriname money because we colonialized them in the past. But our generation had nothing to do with it, and we had to pay money for it. So what you promote with this is some kind of guilt feeling, and the other people will feel like our generation has done something bad to them, which we haven't. We are decent people. And there's another problem that arises with this. And as you guys said, Russia plays into this. For example, the left-wing movements that want to quote-unquote liberate Palestine. But you also have the Irish issue. If you raise up the decolonization thing too much, there's going to be a war in Ireland and Britain, and there's going to be a war, of course, in the Middle East. And so I think that's a bad thing. But besides all of that, we have seen how the decolonization of Hong Kong went, and this was actually a horrible thing for the people of Hong Kong. And besides that, there are countries like Niger and South Africa that use Russian propaganda and they use the word decolonization a lot, to blame everything on us, that we colonialized them in the past, and we are still doing it, but we just aren't. And so I think it's a very dangerous matter to keep bringing up, that we are the that we are the colonists. Sorry, I have difficulties with this word, but in fact, Russia is the if you look at it, Russia is the only colonist, and yes, so I think it's not it's bringing up the discussion only weakens the West. I think. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much for that, Nafo Zizo. It's a fascinating discussion, but we are eating into Alan and Tracy's time on the mic. So I'm going to leave you with this stinking culture war bomb that I've created, Alan. And I'll leave you to pick up the pieces of the conversation. I'm abandoning ship, scuttling away like a coward. So thank you very much to everybody who came up to speak to us this afternoon.
Who's talking?
I
just want to follow them.
That's me. I'm Tim. I'm the co-host. That's me. I'm talking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okie dokie. So thank you very much to everybody who came up to speak. Thank you to Jenny, my co-host of the North Sea Empire segment. And I commend our fundraiser to you. Let's Power Kharkiv, providing solar power systems to the hospitals and medical centers of Kharkiv. We're a couple of thousand away from our $25,000 target. So please do check that out. Please do give generously. I'll see you all tomorrow. As always, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Vitun Russa.
For every child, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Alan, for calling on me so quickly so that I could get this out while it's still timely. I'm really interested if anyone here in the space has information on whether or not China is involved in colonization. There's something going on with China. I'm not qualified or able to speak to what it is, but I would have my ears open to whether or not colonization is involved with what China does.
Well, I think we're going to move on from the colonization discussion. Not sure exactly where it's going to take us. And when you're asking about China for every child and colonization, are you talking about China's aggression against Tibet? Or are you talking about China building islands in the Philippine Sea? I mean, I don't know, and I don't know honestly at this point how it helps us get to where we need to get to today to focus on Chinese islands. What we really need to do today, Tracy, is get to the goal of that fundraiser. We only have a few $1,000s left to raise. It's vitally important that these solar power generators reach the hospitals in Kharkiv. Everybody knows why. It's because Russia strikes Kharkiv every day and every night. Russia has practically crippled Ukraine's power generating capacity, destroying about 80% of it. There are rolling blackouts from Lviv to Kharkiv all across Ukraine. And there is already discussion of rolling blackouts continuing into the winter, warning people that they're going to have to deal with this lack of energy in Ukraine for some time to come. It's simply too costly in terms of time and material to repair or rebuild everything that Russia has destroyed. It cannot be done before winter comes again to Ukraine. They've destroyed thermal power plants in Kharkiv and Kyiv. They've destroyed hydroelectric dams and plants. It's an impossibility to restore Ukraine's electrical grid and generating capacity to 100%. No, I think Ukraine is even going to rely again on coal-powered plants. Australia has been asked to deliver that coal, but Australia is questioning whether or not they can get the coal to Ukrainian ports. I don't understand any country, whether it hesitates to deliver coal to Ukraine as a way to address the energy crisis, or whether, like the United States, it supplies weapons, but then prohibits Ukraine from using them in the most effective way possible. In other words, striking military targets inside Russia. Now, there is a growing pressure on President Biden to lift that prohibition. He hasn't done it yet. He should certainly take the opportunity to do it as quickly as possible, but maybe he's looking for a symbolic day. Maybe it will come on the D-Day commemoration, 80 years on June 6th since the D-Day landings. Maybe he'll do it at the G7 conference, which I think concludes this coming weekend. He doesn't have to wait for a symbolic day. He can make the day symbolic by stating clearly that the United States gives Ukraine all the support it needs for its victory, and therefore there is no longer a restriction imposed by the United States on how Ukraine uses the weapons that the United States supplies to it. My co-host Tracy has been left on the platform. We are slowly backing the train down the tracks to retrieve her. Fortunately, we were alerted that she's back on the platform there. She'll be with us again very, very soon. This happens sometimes. The elevator gets stuck between floors. Co-hosts don't reach their seat, and sometimes leaning over the balcony, depending on what's happening, they can fall down into the auditorium. Tracy, are you with us?
Hello, Alan. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Alan. I am awaiting elevation. This app is not liking me today. I just got thrown out like, I don't know, 10 times in a row. So these are the things we deal with. But hey ho, on we go. Right, Alan? 24/7.
That's exactly right. We do have to always continue. And we also have to mind the gaps. There are a lot of gaps in the schedule, but that's what happens in a 24/7 space. People sometimes have emergencies. They get a toothache or something like that, and miss their co-host assignment. I plan to see the dentist on Friday because I've noticed, Tracy, that toothaches always occur on Saturday or Sunday when the dentist office is closed, without fail. Just like fire alarms always go off in the middle of the night when their batteries run out, or a mouse chews the wire or something like that. Never at noontime, always around 3 or 4 a.m. Well, Tracy, we promised to get right to the news, and I haven't gotten right to the news. Where do we want to begin?
Well, of course, I've been looking at the regional news, and you know it's pretty much the same as every day because, well, Russia being Russia, of course, killing, murdering, and well, committing genocide in general. So, unfortunately, we have that to get to. There are some updates from things that happened yesterday. There was an attack, a rocket attack in Mykolaiv that I've been following from yesterday. So we've got updates from that. And then some reports, of course, from the various military administrations. But I was thinking, Alan, maybe we should get to the enemy losses first today, because, well, have you looked at those numbers today?
Yes, I have. They're growing every single day. In it, you know, really, it's a shocking number. It's just a shocking, wasteful investment of life that Putin has made invading Ukraine, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop, and there is no total loss of life in this war, apparently, that will convince Putin to go home.
Yeah, nothing's going to convince him to do that, is it, unfortunately? So, superior firepower, that's how we all convince him collectively, by giving that to Ukrainians. But yeah, those numbers it's tragic, isn't it, Alan, that the absolute waste of human life that Russia just does not value. And we can see that from here. And unfortunately, that's what they're going to continue doing. As you say, they are not going to stop at all. So I was looking at there's a few different things from the regions. Donetsk had a hit yesterday so I was looking at that. And then this afternoon, Donetsk was hit again as well. Kharkiv, of course, under attack constantly. That doesn't stop, as most people know. But of course, it's not just solely Kharkiv, that there are other areas. Fortunately, there wasn't too much of an Air Force report from overnight, but that doesn't mean, of course, that I'm minimising any of the size of the report at all. But thankfully, it wasn't a huge attack, although there have been alerts going off, throughout the day as well, of course. So we expect to keep you updated on that. But the Air Force report this morning was for 3 Shaheds, which Russia launched from the Russian Federation. Of course, they were shot down by the Air Force units in the Zaporizhia, Dnipropetrovsk, Cherkasy regions. So that was definitely good news. And in terms of the enemy losses, well, absolutely staggering numbers again today. And this is just going to keep increasing, Alan, isn't it, really, when you think about it? The more military aid goes in there, the more this is going to continue. Of course, it has to happen, unfortunately, because this is the only way for Russia to be dealt with. Like you said, Alan, they are not going to stop. And I wonder when we're going to do more. And I know all the various arguments of why we should, why we shouldn't, this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. But they're not going to stop, Alan, and they're going to push us to a point or
Tracy?
And so we're going to have to get involved eventually. When we get involved, of course, I don't know, there's lots of things that are going on that I don't know about. We were discussing that about the possibility of French troops and the signing of those documents yesterday by France and the Ministry of Defence. So that seems to be moving on. Towards a point where I get the feeling, it could be just my impression, Alan, I would be interested to know what you think, but I do think we are collectively getting to a point where we're moving towards doing something more, and I don't just mean putting people out, French troops, any other troops for that matter, in Ukraine to train people. I'm talking about something a lot more weapons, less restrictions on weapons that can be used. And, well, I mean, I wouldn't even complain if we talked about them taking missiles down. We've all talked about this. There's no reason why we cannot help with that. These missiles are going to be taken down over Ukraine by Ukrainian air defense anyway. So what the heck is the difference if we help to take those missiles down? And even if we just do the ones, towards this side and stay away from Russia and don't go over Ukrainian airspace, just shoot them down from outside Ukrainian airspace, that's possible. There are many, many things that we could do, and we need to be doing a great deal more. Anyway, I'm getting on a rant now, Alan, so I better stop there because I'm sure you all agree with me, and let's get to the enemy losses. So, staggering numbers again today, 1,460 eliminated invaders today. That is, of course, the 28th of May. 21 tanks, that's fantastic. They found some more tanks from somewhere, Alan. Well, they haven't got them anymore. Oh dear. No tiny violins for Russians today. 40 APCs, 48 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 15 UAVs, 46 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 4 lovely special equipment. I am noticing, Alan, and I think you were talking about this a little bit last night as well, that they seem to be targeting now these over-the-horizon radars and air defences wherever they can. So maybe we can go on from there, because I think that's a very interesting conversation to have. And then we will just get to my all-important numbers of the day, my favourite numbers of the day, because these guys are doing incredible work, and I'm talking about the State Special Transport Service, of course, but not solely to these guys, but these are just the numbers that we look at every day. But there are many, many people now in Ukraine doing this job as a sapper, and many more people are being trained. Some people, they like to be called engineers sometimes, some don't like to be called sappers, but you know what I'm talking about, the people doing the demining, of course. So today, slightly smaller on the amount of hectares, 289.74. That gives me the impression that they're getting to the end of that particular piece of land or area that they are clearing. That's just only my own personal opinion. I just say that because I notice sometimes they seem to have this push and the amounts are high and consistent every day, and then it gets slightly lower, and then all of a sudden it jumps again, as if they've moved on to the next area, for example. So it's just a possibility. But the explosive items that they have removed still stays very high, and that's 590. So 590 lovely lives saved today, lovely, precious lives. Yes, yes, I know, we're adding the caveat. One mine may not kill one person, but one mine may kill more than one person as well. So I am sticking to my 590 precious lives saved today. So there we go, Alan. Some of the numbers, and what do you think about that?
All those numbers are impressive, Tracy, both the demining numbers, which we always follow here on MriyaReport. Yesterday, we were also talking a little bit about the agricultural production of Ukraine. About 30% of Ukraine's farmland has been mined, taken out of production, or also polluted, not only with the detritus of war, but the destruction of the Novakhovka Dam not only unleashed a flood of water, but it did bring pollutants across the land through the farmland in Kherson, for example. Also destroyed the irrigation channels that made so much Ukrainian farmland productive. It was more than an ecological disaster, although it was that. It also struck at the very heart of agricultural production in Kherson Oblast, Zaporizhia Oblast in particular. There's another list that I want to refer to this morning, Tracy. It's the list of nations now saying Ukraine, go ahead and use the weapons we supply as you need to use them. In other words, you are free to strike Russian military targets inside Russia with our delivered weapons. Sweden, Great Britain, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, the Czech Republic, and the Netherlands. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more nations, or 8 more nations that have announced no restrictions on the delivery of their weapons to Ukraine. This has got to put pressure on the United States and Germany to remove the prohibitions that they have imposed. Or in Germany's case, of course, it's more than a prohibition. It's a refusal to send long-range Taurus missiles to Ukraine. I don't understand how Biden and Schultz, in the face of the combined wisdom of these other nations, giving Ukraine the free hand it should have in how to defend itself, Biden and Schultz really have to rethink their policies now more than ever before. I mean, we are at 826 days into this war. It's only going to go on longer and longer and longer. It's only going to become a wider war because the United States and Germany, especially, are refusing to provide Ukraine with what it needs for victory. It just cannot continue.
No, it's absolute nonsense, isn't it? You know, I think it's worse than that, Alan. I think they are giving that indicted child snatcher permission to just keep doing what he's doing. That's what they're saying. You know, it doesn't matter what you do. We are not going to allow Ukraine to use those weapons to defend itself across that border there. I mean, why don't you just give him permission to do what he's doing? This is the signals that we are sending, that Germany and the US are sending, and anybody that's not saying, oh yes, let Ukraine use those weapons wherever they need to. It's exactly as Jens Stoltenberg said yesterday. Western weapons that are given to Ukraine belong to Ukraine. So they should be able to use them. If you don't want them to use them, don't give them the bloody things in the first place. It's absolutely infuriating, Alan, and it really is getting ridiculous. So I really do hope that those other countries added to that list does add that pressure. This is the way we have to fix things now. Very often it seems public pressure and political pressure from people that agree with us, or we agree with them, whichever way you want to look at it. We all have a responsibility to keep adding that public pressure and keep that going, just like we did with the Free the Leopards campaign, just like the people in the USA did recently with trying to get that aid bill sorted out and pushed through. These are the way that we have to deal with things now. So whatever their excuses, because that's what they are, excuses, there are no acceptable reasons as far as I'm concerned for making these restrictions. Of course, that's just my opinion, and everybody is entitled to disagree. But yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. You know, let's see what comes out of the US today. Now this pressure's been added, but this is what we have to do. We have to just all keep contacting our representatives. Unfortunately, we have the politicians we deserve, and we have to change that, Alan. If they are not going to play ball and they are not going to realise where we are, then we need to change that, and we have to be in it for the long haul. But I don't know, this needs changing very quickly, doesn't it? Because those forces are building up again now in Sumy, of course. We've got that to consider as well. Joanna's got a hand up, Alan. Should we go to Joanna?
Yes, Joanna, please.
Thank you, Tracy and Alan. So glad to see you up there. So yeah, I really don't understand these restrictions because at first, before the clarifications from the Ukrainian military and even from the states and from Scholz, I was thinking, yeah, they have given these weapons on the condition that Ukraine isn't striking Moscow or St. Petersburg, isn't striking on Russian territory, on cities or whatever, even infrastructure. You can argue about infrastructure, even if the Russians have no problem in striking Ukrainian infrastructure. And actually, they even declare this. They say we are not hitting civilian things, only infrastructure. So I was thinking, yeah, okay, maybe it makes sense. You don't want to have people think that, you know, American weapons are hitting Moscow. But apparently it's not that. Apparently it's just the strikes on Russian territory, even if it is, you know, legitimate military target, even if it is things that are contributed to the war effort, like the refineries or the ports or the airports. So yeah, I really don't understand. And I'll give you again. I have given this example before. This was discussed in connection with Kharkiv, with what is happening in Kharkiv. So basically, the Ukrainian forces said that they know where the Russians are, but they cannot hit them there because it's on Russian territory and because they have these restrictions. So what does it mean? Ukraine cannot use longer range artillery like the HIMARS or whatever to strike those Russian positions there, but they are allowed and nobody can tell them not to do that with their own artillery. The only problem is the range. So you cannot strike them from 70 kilometers, but you can strike them from 20 kilometers. The problem is, so those Russians anyway will die, or well, be hurt in a way or other, be hit, let's say. So the only problem is that bringing your artillery so close to the border gives the Russian the possibility to strike back. So the problem isn't hitting the Russians. The problem is allowing the Russians to strike back. I know that I mean putting the problem like this, but Ukraine is using artillery. They can hit over the border. So it's not really the problem of hitting, you know, concentration of troops that is 15 kilometers from the border. The problem is not hitting it with Western weapons. So losing the advantage of the longer range. And that for me has absolutely no logic. And by the way, Iran or North Korea or China didn't impose any condition on the weapons they delivered, isn't it?
Thank you very much, Ivana. You make a very good point. Yes, actually, you know, it is important to emphasize that like you say, part of it is because of the distance that those weapons can hit from, and then of course that means that their artillery is at risk of being hit by the Russians. But you know, I've seen this morning this damn factory. Excuse me, I'm sorry. That was about the politest I could be. I apologise, because what I'm seeing this morning, and I think many others have seen, is this drone factory in the, what is it, Alabaluga region or whatever they call it, in that zone there. Now is ahead really of making the amount of drones that they said that they're going to be able to produce, and that is absolutely despicable to me. You know, they're already at 4,500, I think the number was. I'm just trying to find the actual post that I made regarding that and give you everybody the correct numbers, because they are ahead of production now with these drones. And, you know, the fact that they cannot hit these places, or they're told that they cannot hit these places with anything but their own weapons, it's absolutely despicable. We know that Ukraine does have some longer range capabilities in terms of drones and things now. We've seen the odd thing here and there getting to St. Petersburg, for example, and you know, what was it, 1,250 kilometers, I think that furthest one went, but that's very limited, isn't it? They don't have loads and loads of these, and of course they're having to make these capabilities themselves. So I think it's absolutely disgusting that they are not able to hit these, like drone factory, for example. Joanna?
Yeah, not to mention that what is Russian territory? What is the definition of Russian territory? Because according to the Russians, Donbass and and Crimea and some other parts of Kherson and Zaporozhye are Russian territory. And of course, there are fights there, and of course, Ukraine is hitting them there. But when they are not, when it's not convenient for them, they go back to the 1991 borders. So what is the definition of the Russian territory right now? Because it is changing according to the Russian needs. And of course, we are in this situation in which the Russians are dictating how to do the things, really like the West is afraid of giving them, giving Ukrainian an unfair advantage. What is I mean, the Russian invaded Ukraine. They need all the advantages that can be offered. They need all those long range weapons and missiles and whatever else in order to be able to defend their country.
Absolutely, I completely agree, Ioana, and I found the post. So the Russian Alabuga in Tatarstan, of course, in that zone there, and it has been hit before, and you're right, but they are limited in Ukraine in what they can do. They're limited in the amount of very long-distance drones that they have, and although they are producing them and hitting these places, it's not enough, because despite hitting this place, 6,000 Shahed attack UAVs a year is what they planned to make. Now, we all kind of laughed at that a little bit at first, didn't we? Including me. I'm just as bad. Yes, of course they're going to do this, but they're using now more advanced Iranian technologies. We had an assessment yesterday from one of the drones that was found that the Russians lost themselves, and that's got new technologies on these, like the fifth generation now of these Iranian drones. Of course, they've got these East African workers there from East African countries. Well, they say working there, but we know that they've had students there in this zone, keeping them prisoner, because when that place was hit, that's when they were all like, oh, we managed to escape now. They probably were relieved, the ones that didn't get injured, of course, or anything like that. And that's another thing as well. Even when Ukraine hits these places, the precision targeting that they do, it's absolutely incredible. I'm not minimizing any loss of life at all, but at the end of the day, they committed a genocidal invasion, so they're going to have to accept some loss of life. But Ukraine is doing an incredible job of keeping that to an absolute minimum. So I always think we should highlight that. And at the end of April, this plant was actually ahead of schedule, having already produced more than 4,500 drones. But I mean, that's just despicable. That place needs to go, Alan.
That place and a lot of other places inside Russia. I do want to continue this discussion of how Ukraine can be free to defend itself most effectively. Let's go to Mary and then to Daniel. Mary, please.
Good morning, and I hope you're all well. Thank you, Ioana, for those interesting facts. It's good to know. Americans, your White House is open. I want to remind you what Christopher James would say, as Tracy often reminds us, thank goodness, which is, what have you done for Ukraine today? What are you doing? So I want to remind you that the White House comment line is open. Also, their website is always open to send a comment. Go ahead and do that. Tracy, I got on here to say, you go, girl. That is exactly what I wanted to hear this morning. Same from you, Alan. Thank you very much. And people, you should be fired up, really fired up about this. So do something, please. If you have to contact the Defense Department, I don't know how you do that, but certainly contact the White House. You can do it. And Congress, which can pressure the White House. Civil rights leaders themselves now are saying, if we don't get this done, giving Ukraine the freedom to do what they need to do, forget your domestic policy for the next however many years. Forget it. Everything's off the table if Ukraine doesn't win this and Russia doesn't get stopped worldwide. Thank you. That's it. That's all I had to say. Thank you, Tracy, for your passion.
Thank you so much, Mary, and right back at you. That was absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to make a comment on the White House website today as well. So thank you very much for that, Mary. And we should all be doing that. You know, this has got to stop. And you are right. That's a really good point. Any of our domestic policies are not going to really matter a jot if we let Ukraine fall, basically, because, well, that will be the least of our worries. Mary?
I just wanted to credit also James Healy, who also says, you know, you can call the White House. You know he does that. You do that. I want to thank all the hosts for reminding Americans who are remote from this border. It's not remote. I said that in a tweet today. You know, this is not far away. This is very close to home and should be, and we should be with one heart. Anyway, sorry for opinions, but this is a great, great hour.
Thank you so much, Mary. You know, you're absolutely right. I think this distance does create a problem sometimes. And I understand that we over this side of the pond have done that when other things have happened over that side of the pond too. So I do get that we all do that, unfortunately. But we have to get away from that, don't we? We're a world community and we have to accept, especially now, you know, we're fighting for democracy and this is not Ukraine's war anymore. This is not Europe's war. This is peace and security in the world moving forward. Of course, we are much closer here in Europe, but it absolutely will make a difference to people in the USA if we all don't give Ukraine everything they need and we allow Ukraine to fall, because it will be us that's allowed that to happen by not giving them everything that they need. Shall we go to Daniel, Allen?
Yes, Daniel, welcome. Go ahead, please.
I heard yesterday Stephen Hawking talking to Financial Times, and I think the answer which my fellow Ioana wants to have it, most of them were given by Stephen Hawking. And you can say anything about him. He's an expert in Stalin, historian. He's listened, well received, you know, part of the world. And I can say is a divergence in what we expect, what we want, what we see is normal, what we consider is good, and what probably White House believes. Was strange for me to hear Stephen Hawking saying something like, and many more, Ukraine is too belligerent, don't want negotiations. End of 2022 was an occasion if they can strike a deal, because it's not a war can be won via, you know, tools of victory. Diplomacy. And I was somehow contrariated. I wonder why this man is not a Russian fan. Because he's American first. And I think somewhere in the mind of people who had some influence in this direction is something like what is good for America. And what is good for America probably is no war, no conflict. You know, when you just doing some commercial arguments, let's say, you are not in Trump era, but you are still there, and you are very happy. Europe is aside with United States in this commercial, you know, dispute with China. I think that is the problem. That is the engine. When you say Ukrainians, you know, you can use it, defend it, but no, don't aim too far. Something like, yes, we can organize defensive, but we cannot do offensive. And this is very interesting to hear. And I think this is the problem. Big, 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 big problem. America doesn't want war, and Ukraine already is overdue. Like, 2 years is too much. What they achieve, what is the purpose of victory, in their mind, is an inconvenience. And how you stop this inconvenience? Don't let, the war, the kinetic thing, to evolve too much. And this will push even Kiev to start talking. I think this is blindness, pure blindness, and a superiority conflict, which is understandable but not forgivable, because they deal same situation 2008, 2014, and will bite back very harsh, because they think something like this: if we manage what is happening in Eastern Europe, we can focus on, Pacific, which is stupid. Look how they manage Houthi threat and Red Sea. Is Egypt a big strategic partner? Has a lot of, American support along with Israel. Okay. What is the most and the biggest budgetary income for Egypt? The Suez Canal, right? So if you don't have ships crossing there, you get a huge blow in your money. They don't make any noise because, this is nowhere near a democratic elected leader. But that is another failure there. And again, is put aside from the Pacific, not connected. Probably, my humble opinion, probably we need to go with another strategy. Talk with these people. Something which they cannot say. But 1 year ago they said, "Oh no, it's no related issues. There are no limits. You can do everything." No, it's not even close. And when you see they destroy early warning radar, I think you need to write a big fat check to Kiev and say, "Thank you. Just thank you." I think the political blindness, the lack of, probably comfort to listen to generals who understand grand strategies, the necessities, the most needs, give us this nightmare. And I don't think there's any way to stop convincing the president, this was a failure. You repeat the same failure like your partner in 2014. Exactly the same failure. And exactly the same failure like in 2008. Because you had a problem and you do anything to push it down. Don't evolve. And the speculation was like this. We go to Tbilisi. Yeah, probably Russians were stopped by Americans to go to Tbilisi. But they destroyed Batumi, which was their main port in the Black Sea. And Putin got everything he wanted, including military bases, including 2 new enclaves, 2 new frozen worlds, and was a slap on the wrist, right? Everybody met with him. Was a nice G8. 2014 was similar. And after 2014, 2015, what Gherkin did took a while to go to some sanctions, and look what we get. Not silence in the East, in fact, more escalation, more crime, more contraband, and it is the trouble. This must be understood by America. These guys, Ukrainians, they cannot fight without your support. Your military, your financial support, they can do it this because they were on the wrong foot for 10 years. They were cut deliveries for bloody stupid javelins for years because somebody did a favor, you know. And you cannot delay this after more than 2 years of war. You cannot say, you know, concentration of troops on your border cannot be attacked. No, not HIMARS, Joanna. 155 shells built in the United States. 155 shells. Yeah? So it's not HIMARS issue. I cannot feed the bloody Caesar or Archer with a shell from the United States. And I don't know. Everybody, because you have your electoral argument there, everybody tries to explain how important is we need to choose from the two bad options, and we choose the least bad option if you are not totally involved in Democratic Party. For me, what I see the evolution of this discussion is something outrageous. Is like, tell the French, don't do that. Tell the French, don't go there. Tell the French, tell the Swedes now. Tell the Balts, okay, Balts are not taken very seriously, but they will go to tell the Polish. And German is something unmovable there at this moment. But it will be interesting how they will act with their biggest ally, United Kingdom. And my fear is they treat United Kingdom with same lack of respect. And there will be choices. If we wait now, you know, to see something crumbling on adversary, or you know, to strike a deal, or to have a new political evolution there, I think they need to wait probably 20 years. You don't plan like this. If you plan like this, you are a failure. And again, I don't think this is a military issue. I don't think it's a, you know, will issue. It's a very political. Very, very, very political. They don't want conflict. They don't want crisis. There have been too many crises, too many bad evolutions, and everybody watched that bloody process, you know, how much I get in this poll, which is not shameful, it's stupid. You have a gallery of presidents, you know, the good, the worst, the bad ones, and it's better to be, in my opinion, at least a bit bad than to be mediocre. Mediocre from what they do in 2022 and the evolution. They don't want to do what we tell them. They did that Zaporizhia offensive, which was the... Okay. Again, I probably get all the love from America.
Thanks, Daniel. I also want to call Joanna back into this discussion. Joanna, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So in the meantime, I was checking an article in Bild, the German newspaper, and I got even more outraged. But anyway, about what you said, Daniel, yeah, I believe they do not want conflict, but that's the problem, because acting like this is just prolonging the conflict. unfortunately, because if Ukraine would have had whatever it needed a year ago or even more, maybe right now it would be we would have peace. But we don't, because it's Ukraine is getting too little, and sometimes quite often, unfortunately, too late. But I want to talk about this article in Bild because it's written by Julian Robke. If you want to verify it from today, and there are some informations there that are interesting, even if they are not very good. So the article is opened by the line that we know already. It's like a boxing match where one fighter has one hand tied behind his back. This is apparently the statement of an Ukrainian officer about the ban on using Western weapons. And they say like this, from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., the Russians fired between 6 and 12 artillery shells every minute. This is about the Battle of Vovchansk. So imagine that, between 6 and 12 artillery shells every minute. Every minute without a break, all their artillery is in Russia. They are firing everywhere and burning everything, villages, Vovchansk, forest. But we cannot fire back from a safe distance with the artillery supplied by US and others. So that's about the situation in northwestern Kharkiv Oblast in the settlement of Vovchansk. So they fire almost 5,000 artillery shells per day at Kharkiv. And yeah, Ukrainians are not allowed to strike back. We know that already, and that's very upsetting because we are not talking about remote targets inside Russia. We are talking about some artillery that the Russians have probably 20 or 30 kilometers from the border, and that is actively engaging in the war and actively destroying a city on the territory of Ukraine. And for Ukraine not to be allowed to strike back with what was given to them, like you don't give presents and then say, yeah, but use it like this, and or better not use it at all. We have given this for us to look good, but maybe restrain a little bit in use. This is one thing that I find completely outraging. And the other is, and I believe probably it's the first time I'm hearing this in the press. Apparently, there were some informations about this. So I will read exactly the paragraph. According to Bild information, the Ukrainian army used the Patriot system from Germany at least once over the territory of Russia. The reaction, angry calls from Berlin and Washington, and the threat to stop supplying anti-aircraft missiles if such an incident were to happen again. So again, Patriot is not artillery, it's not ATACMS, it's not long-range, whatever, howitzer. Patriot is an air defense system. And they used that probably to take down either missiles or planes. Probably if the Russians are so upset, it's about planes. And I remember such an incident a time ago when a plane and 2 helicopters or something like this were taken down. Maybe it was then, maybe not. But those planes were not like touristic planes. Those planes were launching missiles and bombs over the territory of Ukraine. They were raised in the air to launch the bombs. So there were military planes that were going to destroy something in Ukraine. And are they not military targets? So, okay, we have given you the Patriots, but you just stay and look at those planes that are flying safely over the territory of Russia and sending very peacefully sending bombs to destroy your cities, and you just watch them because we have given you those Patriots, but you are not allowed to use them in this way. So this I find completely outraging, and I don't know. I'm lost for words. I don't know how to comment this. It's an air defense system that is defending the country against weapons that are coming from the other side. So I'll stop here because I can't even find my words.
Thank you so much, Joanna, for checking that out and doing that research for us and bringing that information back. I really appreciate that, and it's very important. And yeah, it's just, well, I mean, I'm running out of words to say really what it is. I'm kind of like you, Joanna. It's a little bit despicable, isn't it, really? They need to be able to use these things. I mean, it's just like you say, well, I'll lend you some money, but you must keep it in your bank and not spend it. Or I will give you a meal if you're starving, but you cannot cook that food and eat it. It's exactly the same. Maybe I'm oversimplifying, but that's how it seems to me. Daniel?
I'll be evil, more evil. You know, this military supplemental was coming with the pack for Taiwan and Israel, right? But Israel, how can they bomb the civilians in Gaza? You know, this is a new metric of bullshit. And I will slap them because they deserve it. So they can use JDAM and artillery in that teeny part of land. No consequences. They fight an insurgency. And in fact, I will say this very loud. In this moment, Benjamin Netanyahu is building the new Hamas. Is building. They didn't listen. They don't want it. And they'll probably go for Liban because Hezbollah needs to be punished also. But look at this. It's same package, but with different rules applied. And the different rules is something like this. Our allies from Israel can bomb the shit any tent of refugees in Rafah. But my question will be very interesting. Taiwanese need to wait the Chinese planes above Taipei, or they can fire before they reach the island. And every time these choices and what Joanna said, let's put some clarification. Bild is more tabloid in Germany. It's not, you know, not Süddeutsche Zeitung or Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Okay? It's more tabloid. But also, I remember very, very well an A-50 shot on the Sea Azov, and everybody asked how this can be possible. And was a small chat about using S-200 missiles guided by Patriot radar. And I think that pissed the Americans off at all, because it's not about, you know, some MI helicopter, some Sukhoi flying over Kursk and Bryansk, shot it down in a huge ambush, which was celebrated, right? No. It's about 850. That thing was destroyed in spite the rules. They didn't use the PAC missile. They didn't use the Patriot launcher. They used something very Soviet, but with, you know, some hodgepodge of knowledge and a good, very good radar. This is the discussion. And probably this maddening, these people who, for the shame of the Berlin Chancellor Scholz is very, very, very weak, help a lot, let's be fair. But I think the approach of Ostpolitik is not so far from Angela Merkel. That is a painful lesson. And like I said, President Biden, I think he hates this conflict at all. I don't think he had in his imagination this will constitute this war evolution 2 years later. I think he imagined after Kharkiv and Kherson, there will be a deal there, and Russians will go back, and Russians will never listen your expectations. They will do what they want, and Putin is cornered animal, and he will not say something, okay, we made a huge mistake, it's time to go back because we lose our young boys. No. he will never go out of his logic and say, I made a mistake, it's time to go home. And I have my worries. The most pragmatic and probably the most efficient way to win military this war. So going to Crimea and strike inside Russia, meaning go to Bryansk, go to Kursk. I think this will make Americans not angry. Probably they will step aside. Because it's obvious, you don't go in Zaporizhia where it's mine after mine and trenches after trenches and pillboxes and, you know, all the concentration of the Russian army. You go where the belly is very, very, very weak. So, to the border. So, why Russia can invade and you cannot destroy military units inside Russia? It's absurd. It's really absurd. So, again, Crimea, landing in Crimea, go Perikop, Cape Violand. I'm saddened, but don't expect, even if President Biden wins this election, and it's very possible, to change too much until, you know, all the congressmen, Democrats and Republicans, go and say, man, this is illogical. We cannot put different rules on your allies. Is Israel more allied than Ukraine? Is Taiwan less than an ally than Israel? How will manage that? What type of rules? And I can say now things become logical and explainable and understandable because everything's public. Don't go there. Don't strike there. Don't use our weapons. I talk about this for years, and well, I don't want to be right. I want to be wrong. I want to be convinced I'm stupid and I say bullshit.
I don't think we're going to convince you of that, Daniel, and we don't want to. But I do want to hear from Lexicon and Mary. Lexicon, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this discussion, we've been having it, as you've said, for a long time. I think it was yesterday, it was like a later hour when there were more Americans on, and there were some types like Dry Fly. James was around. And, you know, Dry Fly often tells us that he thinks there is a sort of a strategy. We don't like it, but, you know, there is a view. He doesn't expect much to change until after the American elections, if at all, because what he's thinking, and some others agree with him, you know, Dry Fly is always asking, if they've got a plan, they should tell us. Well, I'm one of those who doesn't think the White House is ever going to tell us what their plan is, because it'll sound like it stinks to us. But anyway, that they're extremely cautious and that they really think that a lack of caution could lose them this election, and that they're holding together, that this administration is holding together a very frail coalition of sort of center, and including getting some centrist Republicans who do exist. We have, you know, Republicans against Trump, and we have Lincoln Project, and we have these various things. We see regularly 20% of Republican primaries voting against Trump, voting for people that dropped out 2 months ago, and so on. Anyway, as I understand what they're saying, I don't agree with this, but at any rate, how would I know what this coalition is like? That they think they have to hold to, well, for one thing, there are a lot of other issues there. So there's this belief that this war will raise oil prices, and all they have to do is just say it, and it'll do it, because we know what causes changes in gasoline prices in America is just talking about it. You know, animal spirits, as Keynes said. anyway, that they're terribly frightened about anything inflationary, even though they've brought it down like crazy. They're terribly frightened about anything happening to sacred American gas prices. They're terribly worried about this fragile coalition of moderate elements, even within their own party. They've got extremes, and they've got extremes on one side that ought not to be against the war in the support of Ukraine, but who knows? Yeah, I guess they've got their own tanky element. So at any rate, what they were saying to us, people like me, Canadians who don't, I follow this a lot more than I wish I did, but not the way many of our well-informed Americans do. And so they're just saying that basically Ukraine is doomed to this strategy, at least until after the election. I mean, if Biden wins it, maybe, and that'll be his lame duck term, and he can do what he wants. That's not the lame duck term. Anyway, and then who knows what the Senate is going to look like at that time. All the pundits say that Democrats will lose the Senate. The House will look very similar, but and maybe there'll be more Democrats. Maybe it'll look better for them. But we all know how this system is set up. I'm sure Alan will be able to come back with some explanations here, but just to say, these are the kinds of discussions we were having, and I think it was one of the few moments you might have been trying to sleep, Alan, or tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe you heard this conversation. So it's dismaying, because it's disturbing, because it makes us think that Ukrainians have to go through this prohibition of doing what they need to do, which is to interdict the assembly of forces, 2 inches away from them, the sanctuary that exists, prohibition from striking any of those things, and the expressed intention by the pundits on Russian TV to level Kharkiv. I mean, there's a hatred of Kharkiv for lots of historical reasons that people have sometimes discussed. Kharkiv is such from 2014 fought off these stupid so-called separatists paid by Moscow, and survived, and they were never able to take Kharkiv in 2022. And Kharkiv represents a seat of Ukrainian culture. So yeah, there looks like an intention to really do terrible damage to Kharkiv continually. And a journalist surnamed Kim just came back and said there is a lot of, or somebody, there's a lot of fear among people in Kharkiv, although the mayor keeps a stiff upper lip. So yeah, that's just a sort of upsetting conversation that we were having that I wanted to talk about. Alan, doubtless you'd have something to say about that, but about this coalition and this wish to save the election that somehow this administration seems to think requires this restriction on Ukraine, this management of the war.
Unfortunately, Lexicon, I think that the upcoming election in November does have something to do with Joe Biden's reluctance to give Ukraine a free hand to defend itself. I actually think he's wrong. I think he would appear to be much more decisive, a stronger leader, if he gave Ukraine a free hand. And if he spoke to the American people in a way that explained how vitally important it is to the United States that Ukraine win. And he hasn't done this. It's unfortunate, but he hasn't done it. I think Dryfly is right. We can expect this prohibition perhaps to remain in place until the election, and probably for some time after the election. The only thing that might change Biden's decision is a terrible catastrophe in Ukraine. The catastrophe could look like any number of things. A failure of Ukrainian defense on the zero line, a massive Russian escalation of its air war. And then I think Biden would be forced by circumstances and front page news to change his mind. I hope this is not the reason that will change his mind. I do hope that he can simply follow the lead now of 8 nations in Europe who have explicitly stated Ukraine is free to use the weapons they deliver to defend itself as it sees fit. To Tracy, then to Joanna, then to Mary. Tracy.
Thank you, Alan. I just wanted to add quickly to what you're saying that unfortunately, I don't think it is going to change no matter what happens in Ukraine. We've seen the Kharkiv Dam blown up and all that, as well as, of course, all the genocide that they've been committing anyway, and not just since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but previously to that as well. But look at all the things that Russia has done, not just in Ukraine, but around the world to us as well. They are attacking us, whether we believe we are at war with Russia or not, they are at war with us. They are attacking the US in terms of propaganda, infiltration, spy networks, just the same as they are in all our countries where we live. So aside from what they're doing in Ukraine, they are also committing hybrid war against us. Now, I use that term here in the space because we all fully understand what it means and it's not abstract to us. But I'm going to stop using this term when I'm speaking to people in public, and I'm going to start going out with lists of spy. I'm keeping these lists actually, and I'm happy to share them if anybody would like them, because I have lists of all the spies that have been arrested around the world. I have a list of, well, of course, maybe not all the incidents, but I'm trying to collect as many as possible. All the hacking events, all the hacking attempts, and the ones that have actually caused issues, such as releasing water in that Texas water facility, releasing private health data from the UK and the health service, ransomware attacks there. I'm going to start telling people about these things. Maybe they will start to feel more worried and more threatened if they know that these things are going on. And then maybe they will start getting onto their politicians, because this political will guy needs a great big UK foot up his backside, quite frankly. And I'm sick of hearing about this political will guy. And we all need to change this. And, I don't think anything's going to change it apart from a mass event in some other country, a NATO country. Russia is going to push us to that point eventually. They are going to drag us to that point eventually. It's clear to everybody. I think it's clear to our leaders as well. Yes, I understand there's lots going on that I don't know about, but I don't accept that excuse anymore. And I really think the only thing that's going to change it, unfortunately, before the US elections, or even before the UK elections for that matter, is going to be mass protests on the streets. This is where we have to be getting to, I think, Alan. But that's just, of course, my opinion. And I'm waffling a bit too much now, so I'm going to go. Was it Joanna next, Alan?
It is Joanna next. I just wanted to say, Tracy, Chuck Farrer always says the enemy gets a vote. I want to turn the tables a little bit, take a different perspective. As you say, Russia is fighting both a declared and undeclared war against the United States and the world's democracies. So put yourself in the Kremlin as a decision maker with your eye on these enemies that you have designated, that you see opposing you. And take Chuck Farrer's word to heart here. The enemy gets a vote. From Putin's point of view, the enemy is silent. It's not voting. To restrain Ukraine from using delivered weapons as it sees fit is not taking a vote on behalf of Ukraine. It's the silence is deafening, not only to supporters of Ukraine, but frankly, the silence must be deafening to the Kremlin as well. But the Kremlin, Putin, has come to expect exactly this non-response from the United States and from NATO. It convinces Putin that indeed the United States and NATO are weak and they are led weakly. Therefore, Putin, is free to do anything he wants to further his imperial conquests. Anything. And he's actively doing it. Actively doing it in the face of no response whatsoever from the United States and NATO. Now, Ioana, and then Mary. Ioana.
Thank you. I have 3 points. I hope I remember them, and I'll try to be quick. First, about the oil and the fears that the oil price might raise. So what? Too bad that America doesn't have oil. Not at all, and no reserves of oil, and no refineries. What a pity. And also, OPEC is not regulating the amount of crude that is in the market. Of course, this is not true. America has a lot of oil, a lot of reserves, can extract more, has a lot of refineries, and OPEC is limiting currently the level of oil that is on the market. It's not dependent on Russia. It is not. There may be emotional reactions to some things, but it's not dependent on Russia right now. And my second point now, and I will be very mean and well, I'm not searching for an excuse. You may call it an appeal to emotion. We are 820, I don't know, a day of war, and until now, about 600 children died in Ukraine. That's pretty much 3 kids for 4 days. Until the American elections will be 220 days or something like this. So divide this by 4 and multiply by 3. It will be 150 plus kids dying until the new president will be on the chair. Um, yeah, a few days ago, a 4-year-old girl died in a hospital because shrapnel was in her heart. In the attack on epicenter, a mother and a 12-year-old girl died, and the relatives had to donate DNA samples because the bodies were burned beyond recognition. So every 4 days, 3 kids are dying in Ukraine. Every 4 days, 3 kids are dying in Ukraine. And do we have political calculations? Well, at this moment, I really hope that Europe will do something and America will be asked, are you with us or not? Because it's already too late. We do not have to wait for another catastrophe. We had our share of catastrophes. We have Mariupol, we had the Kakovka Dam, we had those apartment buildings with holes, 6-story holes in them. We had a lot of catastrophes. We do not need something else. And remember, 3 kids every 4 days.
Thank you, Joanna. That's a very good way to put it. I really appreciate that. Sorry, Alan, go
No, I was
ahead.
just going to say thank you, Ioana. That is exactly how to put it. And you're right. We don't need any further catastrophes, especially if those catastrophes continue to bring silence from Joe Biden. I mean, nothing is more maddening, frustrating than the silence coming out of the White House. It's obviously getting to President Zelensky as well. He stated yesterday that when looking forward to the peace summit that's being convened on June 15th in Switzerland, Joe Biden's absence will be a blow to that peace summit. Zelensky said, Putin will clap if Joe Biden is absent. Where else is Biden going to be that's more important than attending this peace summit? he has a political fundraiser scheduled in Hollywood. You know, the choice to me is quite clear. Go to the Peace Summit, participate by Zoom in your political fundraiser. I think those supporters of yours would rather see you standing with Ukraine and focusing the world's attention on what real peace and security look like for Ukraine as well as the United States. They'd rather see you on a Zoom call from Switzerland than in person with a drink in your hand in Hollywood. Mary, go ahead.
Alan, thank goodness for your expertise on this site, on this spaces. Thank you very much for everything. I hope I don't come across as arrogant when I say things with passion. It's all meant well, but I know you're the one with the grounded knowledge in all of this American stuff. All right, so we need the California 58 electoral votes, Alan. Would you agree?
Yes, we need them, and we're going to get them.
Okay, there we go. So the reason I got on was something else, but I'll be brief. And I see your point, by the way. I'm reading a book written in 1940 called Finland Fights, written by a journalist who was observing Finnish dilemmas over Germany and Russia in 1940. Can you imagine how hard that was? And to this day, I have people saying, well, the Finns sided with the commies, or the Finns, you know, this or that. That's ridiculous. Nobody here can put themselves, no American can put themselves into a situation that either Finland or Ukraine is in, with a very long border. Who has a longer border than Ukraine? Finland. But they both have very long borders with Russia. So we don't know what that's like. But in that book at the very end, he writes, this is to point out how, you know, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose kind of thing, you know, so nothing's changed from our behavior, it seems. So he says, okay, it's right here, give me a second. The Finns are trying to so to condition foreign help as to keep the Finnish war apart from the greater war. Does that sound familiar? And they would prefer to get help. Let's see, how does it put? The Finns would rejoice if Uncle Sam came to their rescue, of course. Does that sound familiar? Fighting Finland seems to be holding up a Soviet attack on several other countries. Does that sound familiar? Finland seems to have put the Germans in a tight spot. More familiar words. It's keeping Russian supplies out of Germany, and it is enveloping German policy in a dilemma. Remember, this is Hitler time with the Allies and Stalin. So we have such, you know, at the end it says Finland is part of the promise of the next Europe. And this is the last line. At the promise of the next Europe, at the end of all, the present travail, no matter what happens. So it happened. Finland's in NATO. Sweden's in NATO. Everybody else who is anybody is in NATO now.
You know, it rings all too true again, Mary. The words are all much too familiar. I actually want to get this book now.
Okay, I'll take a picture of it. There are very few copies. I got it in an older bookstore, but I think looking at history, who in the right, of course we have, all right, so here's the structure. We have partners in NATO. We have agreements. We have pieces of paper to defend each other against, say, Russia or any aggressor. We don't have that with Ukraine yet, do we? But we do have pieces of paper. And Alan and Tracy, Joanna, for sure, would know what pieces of paper we have that can speak to our obligations. We've already made promises we've broken. The United States has broken its promises to Ukraine, in my view. And I speak as someone who loves my country very much. However, it's not the same thing I mean, where are the similarities and where are the differences? We are never, ever going to rebuild Russia the way we did Japan, Germany, helped to rebuild. Sorry, the people themselves did all the rebuilding. You know, so the differences here need to be made very stark. And those things are, first of all, the history, as Alan said, words matter in the campaign. If the president got up and of the United States got up and explained properly why this is so important, he would educate. And we've had presidents who've done that education, and it worked. However, I don't hear it. And every time I call the White House, I say that. I don't hear it. Where's the communication? And then the second thing is draw the parallels. As Tim Snyder says, professor at Yale, expert in totalitarianism, we know this is 1938, 1939 is going to happen. Everything's going to blow up if we don't quash this now. But this book, every single thing in the book is happening again. It hasn't even been, what is it, 84 years? I don't know. I think we're stupid. We're illiterate here. And I'm sorry to be so harsh. I know less than most people, and I know it. So I'll send you the book, Alan.
Just an intervention in favor of Tim Snyder. Absolutely tip top.
Yes, thank you, Ed. Didn't realize you were still here. Remember to raise your hand. One thing I want to ask you, Mary, do you remember how the war, the Winter War that Finland fought against the Soviets, how did that war end? It ended with Finland losing Karelia to the Soviet Union. I do not want such an echo of history to be repeated in Ukraine. And my God, if as Mary was reading from that book, The Finns Fight, published in 1940, I think you said, if there is some, and there are those who have this expectation that Ukraine will give up its sovereign territory in return for a peace, which wouldn't really be a peace at all, because Russia doesn't sign peace treaties and then keep its word. It never has, it never will. But maybe this book and the Finnish War should be taken as a warning. Don't allow such an end to this war in Ukraine. Don't allow it. To Mary, then to Ioana, then to Jenny.
Yeah, I'd like to see us try to tell the Finns how to use their weapons, even before the NATO joined. I mean, no way. Who's the expert in the border with Russia? It's Finland. So, and are we as tough as they are? I don't think so right now. People keep talking about how tough we are. And, and then there was one other thing, but I forgot it, so I'll step down. And have a great day.
Thank you, Mary. It would be like sending the Finns skis, but telling them not to use them. Ioana, Jenny, please.
Yeah, maybe I didn't understand exactly the point about the pieces of paper, but there is a piece of paper, unfortunately, and worthless piece of paper, the Budapest Memorandum, signed by US, in which they guarantee the security of Ukraine after giving up the nuclear weapons. Well, this guarantee kind of meant just notify the UN or something like this, so worthless piece of paper. But the intention was to guarantee the security, which was not done. Also, I want to remind everybody that the one time when the NATO Article 5 was invoked in history was invoked by US in the war against terror, and Ukraine, even if not member of NATO, participated in the American-led NATO effort with troops, not combatant, yes, but troops sent to, help against, in the war against terror. Ukraine participated in that effort. Ukraine did what was expected from country that shares the same values. What we are doing now for Ukraine, I don't think it's a big effort for all the countries to give those weapons to Ukraine. We are not using them anyway. America doesn't need the 1,000 patriots that they can send 10 or the hundreds and hundreds of Bradleys, and maybe the tanks are too complicated. But anyway, there are a lot of things that could be sent to Ukraine. So yeah, I really don't know what to say. It's that we are weak in what we are doing right now. We are sending everybody the signal that we might consider, we might think, and if the things go really, really bad, maybe we will step in. The things are really, really bad. Bad. And yeah, I had another point. Sorry. So let's suppose that the war ends and Russia get a part of Ukraine. Let's say it happens. Will US sign this to recognize the new international borders of Russia? Will Germany sign the treaty? Will be accepted by all the countries in the world that these are the new international borders? I believe not. And this means that the conflict will continue because, nobody will recognize the new territory, as they didn't with Crimea and Donbass in 2014. They are still territory of Ukraine. Nobody signed the treaty or, agreement, international agreement saying, yeah, Crimea is Russian. No, and this will continue, and this will only lead to the Russians expanding some more, maybe to Transnistria, maybe to Moldova. Georgia will be lost completely. It is already under Russian influence. And who knows, maybe if they get a little bit more courage and a little bit more time, and they are again already in, a war mode in the industry, maybe they will decide to visit the Baltic countries or Poland or Romania. Who knows? If we are letting them do this to Ukraine, what difference it is between Ukraine and Moldova?
Well said, Joanna. And of course, the piece of paper that Mary was referring to, I believe, like you, was the Budapest Memorandum, a meaningless security guarantee of Ukraine by the United States, as time has told us. To Yenny, to Daniel, to Ed. And Ed, thank you for raising your hand. You're number 3 in the order. Yenny, Daniel, and Ed. Yenny.
So in Sweden, I don't know how they teach this in Finland, but in Sweden, we're taught that Finland won the Finnish Winter War because Finland was forced to the negotiating table. They were forced by the Allies to give up territory to get Russia out. That does not mean that Russia wins. That means that a bigger nation strong arms the smaller nation to surrender, whether they want to or not. And I hope that the rest of the world learned the lesson from that war, because today a lot of Finns hate the Russians because they stole Karelia from them. They had that piece of land stolen, and it wasn't just Karelia. It was a lot more land than that. But that is the one that everybody knows about. So Finland didn't surrender. They were forced to because the Allies didn't want to have a front in the East. They did not want to have that front. It was enough with the one that they had down on the continent. So they didn't want one up in Finland. And therefore, they made them. There's another thing that talks against this kind of scenario with Ukraine, and that it's against their constitution. Whether or not that Zelensky, that he surrenders, he can surrender all day long, and he can give up all of Ukraine, but it won't be legal because he does not have the authority to sign off any piece of land for peace without a referendum. And there's not going to be a referendum because the country is at war. Russia would strike all of the election halls, and then that would be the end of Ukraine. So in that sense, this war cannot end like the Finnish Winter War because of these two historical things that happened. But, and I've said this from the beginning of the war, when people start talking about trading off land for peace. Give up Crimea, they will withdraw from Donbass and Luhansk. And I said, the fastest way to get an entire nation for generations to hate you is to negotiate land for peace. Because the parents who lived through the war remembers, and they tell their kids, and then they tell their kids, and so on. Because the Finnish Winter War and the Continuation War ended in 43, or was it 44? Yeah, I think it might have ended in 44, in the spring of 44. But you have people today, they may not want Karelia back because Russia has ruined it over the past 80 some years, but they still dislike the Russians and hate them for what they did during that war. And that hatred will be passed down in Ukraine as well if we force them to surrender. So I hope that my government never does a shameful thing like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yenny. Daniel and Ed, please.
Imagine, Jenny, do you think Finnish and Romanians have a different feeling about ceding territory to Soviet Union? No. But I think we need to do two things. First, I am very misunderstood when I criticize the political approach. People think I just want to bash America. No. I want to explain facts which probably fall on deaf ears above the pond. And I try to use my argument like this. Guys, you affect your country, your commercial interest, your rule instituted by organization built by United States. And I don't try to press too much on history, and I will tell you why. History can teach us things, but this idea of repeating history is fake. No, the lessons we have, for example, Chamberlain was not a bad man, was not a bad politician. He made the most reasonable decision he imagined at that moment. We can judge him very harshly now, and he is behind the Churchill shadow. And Churchill was a horrible naval commander, you know, Dardanelles, yeah, and he lost elections after the war. But at that moment was, you know, what we need. Remember, at one moment, British Americans need an ally in Soviet Union. They know very well who is Soviet Union. They know very, very, very well. And still, they ally with the devil. When I try to imagine what is more important, your election or peace summit, of course, for any American president will be Hollywood. Sorry. I know what does it mean for my heart, but the reality is that is importance. And always American politics will prevail or anything, any crisis outside American border. And it's normal. But I will tell you something like this. You know who will come to Switzerland to this peace summit? China. And guess who will talk with Chinese? Ukrainians. Maybe they need anything. Europeans. And you know what is the biggest plan of China, public, every American acknowledge? To drive a wedge between Europeans and United States. And guess who used the hammer to put this wedge wider? American administration. You know, alliances are things of, you know, mutual agreement. Treaties, papers, Putin demonstrate us, they are just piece of papers if they are not followed by facts and action. There is a chance, and I hear rational people in Europe saying, okay, we just passed this horrible delaying 6 months for political reasons, but let's be prepared, this can happen again and be worse. And my fear is incoming elections, which are not only in the United States, are in Europe also, will redefine a bit political landscape, and it will redefine which probably Americans will not like. You will hear more about what Europe need to do for Europe, what is our commercial interest, how we act with our allies, how we look at international organization. And there will be people who don't want to put money on things. There will be people who say, oh, we don't want to cut that commercial relation. We don't want to implement, I don't know, what reform in infrastructure or energy. But this will act very natural. And I have my fear this long partnership of 80 years, Western Europe with the United States, can go to abrupt end, and the evolution will be not influenced only just is Trump or Biden, is Congress Democrat or Republican, or Senate has a majority of Democrats. It will be something like, who has the majority in French Parliament? Marine Le Pen? Who is the most credible European leader? Mr. Tusk? You know, Giorgia Meloni? This can shift a bit things. We can hear about, I don't know, redefining the treaties, redefining our strategic interests. What is, we change United States gas from the Russian gas, and maybe we need to more diversify. Let's get from Mozambique, and you know, things like that. You can hear things like that, and general push, you know, and this will lose probably the best partnership past 8 years. All the international order is based on that, you know. Americans act mean and implement their vision, and Europeans support it in a very heavy way. I don't think America can choose a different strategy. If they choose big walled America, will be interesting. Will be interesting movie to watch, but not to live, but will be interesting. But don't consider Europeans are something like children. We are bored and deep in socialism, and we are stupid, and we not understand. We don't have innovation, and we don't get big corporation and things like that. You'll be surprised. For me, it was a surprise to see a poor nation like Ukraine with people under siege, under war, bombarded daily, innovating so much in war, in so many different aspects. I never dreamed we'll see 2 years later what they did. And if this Ukraine can do, imagine what Germans can do, or French, or Italians, or Brits. Every European, we are not stupid, man. And like I said, like a fair warning, never push Germany to rearm itself. You'll never like that image.
Thanks, Daniel. Really good insights, observations there to my way of thinking. Ed, go ahead, please.
Hello. Just kind of popping in here. Firstly, I repeatedly and consistently say, never trust a German. They will always stab you in the back in some way. No, not even intentionally, but they'll either not deliver. They'll either not deliver on time, refuse to deliver, outright stab you. So I'm not a fan of the German way of doing things, and I've found that to be the case in multiple what's the word in multiple arenas. Not only defense and military stuff. I just wanted to talk about this one user on this platform who has been and this is, I know this probably isn't the right forum for this, but there's someone here with the nickname Superstrav, Super STRAV.
Yeah, I don't recognize that, Ed, but I'm not sure. We'd really like to keep the conversation here to the news of Ukraine, to the policies of how to support Ukraine. If you have a point that relates to Ukraine, please let me know. Well, Tracy, Daniel reminded me, not that I need reminding, there are many elections occurring in 2024. Not only the American elections, the EU Parliament, Moldova will be holding a referendum and, I believe, an election in the fall, I think in October. All of these elections need to be watched closely. The EU Parliament will probably be significantly changed, and as Daniel says, this has the possibility of leading to at least discussions of the relationship between the United States and the EU. What direction does the EU want to take those discussions? We have to wait until after the elections to see. Who will the new EU leaders be? Where will the majority of EU parliamentarians fall? It's a summer and fall in which significant changes can occur. And these are changes that will affect all of us and will certainly affect Ukraine. It will certainly affect the conduct of its self-defense.
Oh, yes, Alan, we have a long way to go, don't we, all of us, and all this political will nonsense. I'm fed up of it. I think it's actually a really good time with these elections coming up to make our voices known, to make that public pressure and to add that on. I think, we have to keep doing that, whether we believe it will work or not. That's one of the options that we have in democracy. So we have to use that. We have to employ that. And look how Ukrainians are fighting to keep their sovereign nation, their democratic nation. So we should not really take these things for granted. And I just wanted to say as well, we shouldn't really generalize with that last speaker. You can, of course, have your own personal opinions, but on here, saying things like all Germans, you can't trust them, is really not acceptable, I think. So let's not say things like that. I know it's easy for us all to generalize sometimes, and I'm also guilty of that without meaning to. But of course, I think we have to be careful not to generalize, especially when we say things that provocative. Anyway, I think that was a fantastic conversation, Alan. So where do you feel like we should go now? I think you may be leaving me very soon.
I am going to drop in a few minutes' time. You know, I think it's always a good idea to talk about the air defense that Ukraine needs, has been asking for 825 days. Yes, Patriot systems have been delivered to Ukraine, NASAMS, IRSTs, SAMTs, etc. But Ukraine needs more air defense. So, what's the workaround now? What's the next best way to get more Patriot air systems to Ukraine? Germany's initiative seems to have fallen flat. Now the Netherlands is proposing that countries together look in their warehouses for all the parts of Patriot systems that they have. Maybe one Patriot system could be assembled from all these parts that are available in different European countries. Talk about cobbling together air defense. It's a little humiliating, frankly, that for Ukraine, that we've gotten to this point, that we're essentially going around country to country to country for all the parts needed to assemble a Patriot air defense system. I mean, the United States has Patriot air defense systems that could be sent to Ukraine. The U.S. has deployed a Patriot system on the island of Okinawa. It's not needed there. But aside from that one system, you know, there are 100 systems in storage. It's again, it just is so frustrating to discuss this. But the other potential air defense help to Ukraine could arrive in the form of Germany, Poland, Romania taking over air defense of Western Ukraine. This would free Ukraine to redeploy its air defense systems from the west to the east, especially around Kharkiv, where they are so desperately needed. This is something I think that actually Schultz suggested. I can't believe he's the guy who suggested it. I mean, here's a man so fearful of escalation, and he's suddenly talking about introducing air defense intercept missiles launched from outside Ukraine to take down Russian threats over Ukraine in the skies of Ukraine. Now, I think this would be a great thing to do, frankly. I think that it's non-escalatory. It's neighbors defending a neighbor, and it's neighbors shooting down an incoming missile. God knows where it's going to land, right? So I think this would be a sea change in policy to help Ukraine, and I think it would make a difference.
Yeah, you know, all the trips that they're making today, all these working trips, Alan, President Zelensky and other people, the Prime Minister, for example, of course, this is one of the things that they are discussing. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because we, well, pretty much usually see very good results from when they go, when Ukrainian officials, the delegations, sometimes with President Zelensky, sometimes without, go to these various different countries. And, you know, this is what we need our politicians to be doing, getting together and sorting this out because, you know, it can be done. I'm just looking at the post from the Prime Minister, Alan. So he's in the Czech Republic, he's in Prague, and they've been discussing the possibility, one of the things they've been discussing is the possibility of using partners' weapons for defence on the aggressor territory. So everywhere they go, they are discussing this issue, Alan. I really, really hope that we do see some kind of movement, even if, I mean, I don't really think this is acceptable. It's not an acceptable way to go. But at this stage, I would even accept, well, you can use them in Russia, but with, I don't know, some kind of like restriction, geo-restriction. Of course, I don't want that either, and I don't want that to happen either, but it's kind of the lesser of two evils right now. It's better than not making any movement at all, and it gets us a step closer. So I wonder about that. And actually, since this debate became more public about the restrictions on using Western weapons across the border into Russia, that was the first thing I thought. I know what's going to happen now. They're going to turn around and say, oh, well, you can use them, yes, but you can only use them, I don't know, just across the border to get those troops there, not for anything significant. I really hope that I am wrong, Alan, and I really hope all these things make a difference, because something has to be done. We cannot just keep talking about this until after the US elections and after the UK elections and any other elections for that matter.
Oh, I agree. Helping Ukraine should not be dependent on elections anywhere in the world, frankly. Helping Ukraine is a matter of security, it's a matter of morality, and it's a matter of the United States keeping the promise it made by signing the Budapest Memorandum. With that, Tracy, I am going to say goodbye for now. We'll be back later this afternoon. One thing I'm going to try to do, by the way, is to tune in when Mark Toth and Jonathan Fink are here. I think that is in, it's at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So it's in just 3 hours time now. It's going to be a fascinating conversation, one not to be missed. So remind folks, a remarkable duo of guests due here at MriyaReport, 2 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you to all of our speakers, all of our listeners. Listeners, speakers, please do look at the first tweet in the nest. Follow the links to the donation page at MriyaReport, and let's reach the goal that delivers solar power generators to hospitals in Kharkiv. They need them, and we can only get them there with your help. Thanks, everyone. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. And thank you so much, Alan. Much appreciated. As always, it's been a very good couple of hours. So thank you so much. I will see you again soon, no doubt. And whilst we do the little switcheroos, yes, go ahead and click on that first post in the nest. Make a donation if you are able to, because we are, of course, really raising money for solar power generators. Really, they're more than that. That doesn't really describe them properly, because, of course, when you say solar generators, just like me, you probably think of most standard solar generators, but these are more than that. They are like industrial scale. They are not like domestic. I mean, you can use them for domestic use, but you know, they are designed specifically by Paul and the New Use Energy team to be working in these conditions. So in the conditions in Ukraine, they have been designed for there. Now, we are raising funds for these to go to Kharkiv, because they are, well, getting it a little bit more worse than everywhere else, because of course they are closer to the border of Russia, and Russia is really focusing on really hitting Kharkiv pretty badly. So they are destroying everywhere that they can, because the Russian forces cannot take Kharkiv, and they are doing what they've done everywhere else in Russia that they cannot take, in Ukraine that they cannot take. In fact, I shared a video on my profile. It should be somewhere near the top. Many of you may have seen it already. It's a video video of Vovchansk. It's been completely destroyed, like many of the other videos that we've seen of Avdiivka, Mariinka. All these other places that have been completely destroyed. In many cases, many to return. I don't know. Of course, we don't know what Ukraine is going to be able to do regards those places, and it's going to be a long time before they can even think about looking at that. So we are trying to get them these solar generator power units, really. That's what they are. Like I say, they're really robust and strong. They've been designed to withstand shrapnel. They've even been tested out on the shooting range. They have a low heat signature. They are super easy to use and install. They come fully charged, ready to plug in, and they can be charging whilst being used at the same time. And we are sending them to medical units. So the MriyaReport team in the background have worked with the amazing leader and, of course, the Kharkiv administration and the health ministry there in Kharkiv to see where these can be best placed, where Ukrainians will be able to get maximum use out of them and save as many lives as possible, bring new lives into the world, and just generally provide those critical services that are needed for people to stay within communities, especially when they are being attacked every day with despicable amounts of missiles, 15 missiles in one occasion. And then, of course, we've had the recent attacks over the last few days as well on the construction epicenter there. And of course, as you may be aware or not, and probably not surprised even if you're not aware, Kharkiv has been under attack all day. In fact, there was a strike at 4:40 and then there was a strike at 5 o'clock. So I'm just watching for the updates regarding that at the time. I'm just going to check now, actually. Let me have a look. At the time, there were no casualties reported, but of course, that was just the first post. So that's just the preliminary information. But the military administration is reporting, however, we'll go into the damage reports and assessments in a moment after I've welcomed James. But for now, I will just tell you that another wave of psychological operations from the enemy, information attacks aimed at destabilizing the internal situation and undermining the authorities in the armed forces continue in Kharkiv. And this is a notification from the head of the military administration, Ole Senegabov. The number of enemy fakes has increased, as well as about the alleged absence of regional leadership on the ground. They are also increasing basically the lies and nonsense that they say about unbuilt fortifications and a nonsense Russian breakthrough on the front line. At the same time, the fraudsters on behalf of Kharkiv OVA, military administration, announce fake meetings and the regional administration as well as the military administration. So phishing scams, basically pretending to be those administrations. The information presented about the request to lower mobilization age to 17 is not true. This is another psychological operation of the enemy. And of course, he's asking only to trust official sources. So there we go. Click on that first link and let's get lots of power units to Kharkiv if we can. We are doing incredibly well. Thank you to all you amazing people here in this community. I know you're all really digging deep and really pushing hard for this, and we hugely, hugely appreciate it. We could not do this without you. We would not be able to give Ukrainians the tools to save lives if it wasn't for all you people here. And we've already sent 3 generators there. So if you check out I think it's the second post in the nest, no, maybe the third, you can see the picture of those generators. That it's the last post in the nest. There you go. It's the first stage of our defiance and resilience campaign, and that is power to Kharkiv. And that is, of course, thanks to all you here, all you people. And it doesn't matter if you haven't donated, and don't think, oh, well, that doesn't apply to me because I didn't donate. You are here in this community, and that's what matters. Sharing information, talking to other people, raising awareness is one of the incredibly important things that we do as well. And you never know who your retweet, repost, or share is going to reach. So you are contributing contributing, even if you don't feel like you are. A highly critical health facility has been identified, and after the decisions and consultations with the facility and the Kharkiv authorities, all 3 generators went to that one place. Now, of course, we cannot tell you where it is, even if we knew. I don't know anyway, and even if I did, of course, I wouldn't say anything for operational security. I'm sure you all absolutely understand that. But know that these generators have all gone to one highly critical health facility, not a critical health facility, a highly critical health facility. So thank you so much, everybody, and let's keep on doing more and get more solar generators, more power units to Kharkiv. And now I'm going to say hello, James, and welcome.
Hey, Tracy, welcome to you too. I know you've been here already, but welcome anyway. So, and good to see you, and a very good conversation earlier. Can't wait to get into some of the things that we've been talking about, but I see that Dan put his hand down. Did I do that, Dan? I apologize.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well, anyway, Tracy, good to be here with you. And so, yes, don't let the conversation stop on my account. And I just hope we can get back into this. I've got questions myself. I know that's somebody else's line here, but I'm using it. I have questions. And one of my questions is just when exactly did Germany and the United States decide to put this limitation into effect? Was it well before, the beginning of the war? No. Was it right after the war as they gathered to, have a plan? Probably. And did Ukraine agree to it then? Were all the partners aware of it? Is it a design that still works? Is it something that is going to help Ukraine now, the way that perhaps it did in the past? Did it ever help Ukraine? Has it really kept us away from an expansion of the war? Will it in the future keep us away from another larger war, which is, that point 9 of the peace plan is to avoid that? Because, if we're at war, are we going to really help Ukraine as much? So anyways, those are some of my questions, Tracy, because I see that the biggest issue is still this question about the use of Western weapons. We're saying Western democratic weapons. Let's say that democratic weapons on Russian soil. I think that's the question, or even in Russian airspace, right? Because it isn't necessarily the soil that we want to hit. It is really those bombers that I want to hit. So, anyways, Tracy, I don't know. I want answers, though. That's what I want. So hopefully someone will give me those answers. And but in the meantime, back to you.
I don't want answers, James. I want action. That's what I want. And I would go by a process of elimination. Look at all the countries that are saying, yes, you can use our weapons across the border in Russia. And it's only applying to certain weapons anyway, isn't it? Because we're talking about distance as well. Some weapons that are given by other nations around the world that you may not class as Western, possibly, don't go those distances that they need to go to take out those airfields, to take out those planes. Those planes need taking out, especially those ones that drop those damn glide bombs. I'm sorry, I'm using that word a lot today. I'm really trying not to, but it's better than swearing, I think. I apologise. I will try harder. But yeah, it's frustrating. Look at all the ones that are coming out, James, and saying, oh, yes, Sweden, the UK, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Czech Republic, Finland, and that's not the exhaustive list. Why is the US and Germany not saying the same? I don't really care what their excuses are anymore, quite frankly, because it's getting ridiculous now. We are looking weak. Look at what China has done recently. And I can actually even hear these tyrants in my head sitting there saying to each other, well, look, go on, I'll do this and they won't do anything. You watch China, I'll show you. I'll do this provocation here. You see, I told you they won't do anything about it. Watch, I'll go do another one. I'll commit a mass genocide. Nobody will do anything about it, really, that much, You try it, China. I bet you they don't do anything. Go on, just test the water. Oh, where are we now today? What happens next? That's what I want to know. And I want action. That's what I want. I don't want answers. I want action. Sorry, James, I'm not directing that of you, of course, but I understand what you're saying and why you're asking those questions, and it is really frustrating. And it makes me wonder, actually, if, because there was a lot of hoo-ha, wasn't there, when the Free Russian people, the Free Russians, went across the border there, and there was talk about those weapons being used, and that wasn't liked very much, was it, James? So I wonder if that certain things were said then. Of course, there's not a lot that we are being told as to when this was said, what this particular policy is, but safe to say, those weapons are not being used across the border in Russia. That answers enough of a question for me, and all those nations that are now coming out and giving their permission to do that. I expect all the partners to say the same, because it's just absolute nonsense. Russia talks nonsense about us being in a wider war anyway. Russia talks nonsense. Russia says all these things about NATO, fighting NATO, all these lies that they come out with anyway. So what else different are they going to say? They say these things already. Nobody believes them, and anybody that does believe them needs better informing, and we have a responsibility to help those people. And then some of them are just completely lost, and we can never really make them understand what's going on, because they're just too full of propaganda. But anyway, all of the nations that support Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned, now need to come out and say, you are free to use those weapons on strategic military targets in Russia. And that's all they have to say.
Well, I still want to hear Biden talk about it. I still want to hear Austin say, this is why we have this policy in place. I want to be convinced. If they can convince me, and if they can convince us, then that's a thing. There's a reason. Then we have a reason. But we don't have a reason right now. All we have is the point number 9 of the peace plan, that there be no wider war as a result of what's going on now. And I don't see it either. So I just want to say, first of all, I guess I was a proponent of this idea at first, but I think that the amount of destruction, especially in Kharkiv, is a reason to change the policy. I do think that there will be allegations of war crimes by Russia, and that they'll be as effective as the ones against, Israel, which is taking a pounding in the press for, oops, hey, these guys were right among these military Hamas group was right among I can hardly speak today, Tracy. Amongst a bunch of civilians draped with flammable material, apparently. And then, yeah, that's what happened. And they're blaming Israel. And it's ridiculous, because here they are huddling amongst civilians, using them as human shields. And the outrage is against Israel. And the world's press is outraged that way. Now, I have already read a headline saying that Ukraine will be the Israel of Europe. And the meaning is really clear there, that the same kind of fate is there. Now, I want to be convinced of this policy. And if not convinced, then I want to see the policy changed. And I do think that there are some things that we just ought to say up front and stick to. That's like, we're not going to use some weapons to bomb Moscow. And that's okay. That'd be okay with me. Because you know what I know is, it's okay to hit targets in Russia. It's okay, because it's happening now. It just isn't using the partners' weapons. It's using Ukraine's weapons. Those are the ones that are doing the damage to Russian soil, to the long-range radar systems that they've got, to the refineries, to military bases, to production facilities. There's all kinds of bombing going on. So what is the difference between those weapons being used and our weapons being used from the United States? What's the difference? Practically speaking, in terms of effect, there is none. There is still, though, the concern about degradation of different types of military equipment, because of the exposure to the enemy. They get to see how it works, and then they're better prepared to stop it, blah, blah, blah. And that is an argument. It's a valid argument. Is it valid enough, though? Is it time to reduce these or eliminate all these restrictions? I think it is, because of the damage done to Kharkiv. Not that anybody else is less important in any other part of Ukraine, but this is the second city of Ukraine. It's a great city. It's very large, and it is getting pummeled with these glide bombs. And we're not allowed to use Patriots to take down the planes that drop the missiles, but we can take take out the missiles. It is kind of ridiculous. So I want this to move. I want this policy to move, but I want to hear President Biden. I don't want to hear anything from Schultz, but I want to hear Biden talk about the rationale for this. I'm so tired of this. And I could see why initially you don't want to do this, but in terms of the press war, I think there are still a lot of things that can change about the reputation of Ukraine through the change in this policy. Just so you know, I'm predicting that there will be, and I think that the policy really does need to change. But just be warned, once it does, I think there'll be a shitstorm in the press about it, because Russia has got the press by the throat, because they're corporate and they like no taxes, and Trump is for no taxes for corporations, and he's an ally of Russia, frankly. So, anyways, I could go on, but I want to hear the rationale. I want to hear it.
I don't need to hear Biden admit that policy, right? President Zelensky is saying there are restrictions. I believe President Zelensky, just because Biden's not coming out and saying, yes, there are, I don't really need to hear him say that. What I need to hear him say, just same as all the politicians in all the countries, is to tell people what's really going on, is to be realistic about where we are, and to be telling our civil societies where we are. I don't need to hear Biden say anything else other than lift those restrictions and be talking to his people the same way that all our politicians should be talking to our people. And we should be putting our foot up the backside of that political will guy that keeps poking his nose in everywhere, and we should get rid of him. And I don't know if those planes can be taken out like that with a Patriot. I mean, of course they can, but imagine that destruction, James, if they were to hit one of those planes carrying those air bombs over Russia, right? That would be the debris from that would be so widespread, that explosion would be huge. That's why those planes need taking out at the source before they get those bombs on board. I nearly swore then, James. Before they get those bombs on board and before they are able to take off. And of course, that includes the ones that fire those long-range missiles from far away as well. I just need to hear them all say, there are no restrictions. Do what you need to do, Ukraine, as long as you do it within the normal customs. You don't be doing any war crimes, of course. Stick within the Geneva Convention, all the rest of those things, which we don't need to say to Ukraine anyway, because quite frankly, they are doing that by choice. And I believe that I forget the name of it now off the top of my head, but there is a part that they signed up to voluntarily as well. So they are doing these things. They are abiding by all the restrictions that are put on all of our countries if we have to defend ourselves from a genocidal invasion. I lost control of the hands, James. I apologise.
I want to clarify. I'm not saying that that Biden is saying these things don't exist or these limits. I'm saying if there is a rationale, tell us what the rationale is. Tell us. He's not spoken out about it, and
do you think they can?
I want to hear that. That's what I want to hear, and that's on the way to why we shouldn't, because the arguments about why we should not have these restrictions, I think, are pretty overwhelming. So if he's got something to say about it, then say it. Let us know. If it's because the Trump dump of intelligence, which was humongous, affected our ability to use our weapons, then tell us. That's what I want to hear. I don't care. I don't care. I think at this point we want to have these restrictions lifted. I'm asking him if there is really a true rationale. Tell us. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? I don't think there's a good enough rationale. So, anyways, it's Dan, Jenny, and Ioana.
Good morning, everybody. I just woke up. Just having my first cup of coffee. I agree with you in some ways, James. I no longer care to hear what they say or what their rationale is. I really don't. I'm going to speak to all Ukrainians. If you can paint something on those missiles or any weapons or equipment we're sending you, paint it, call it something else. Do what you got to do, because Israel does what it has to do to defend itself, and its hands are slapped. Students protest at colleges. It becomes a bedlam of disinformation. So do what you got to do to save your lives. I don't care. I don't care if they send missiles into Russia. I don't care anymore. So cover them up, paint them up, and do what you got to do. Our government over here has become, I'm sorry, James, I didn't know we had President Schultz now. This is what it's become. So I'm done listening to them or hearing about their excuses. If there's nothing in writing, Ukraine, do what you got to do. I don't care. As the taxpayer, I paid for some of that stuff. Do what you got to do. It was a gift. Use it the way you want to use it to save your lives.
Thank you, Dan. Did you want to add anything, James?
Not particularly. I hear this point. I hear this often. Just no argument. No, just remove all restrictions. Remove all restrictions. That's what I'm hearing all over the place. And they were put in place for some reason. I want to hear that reason. I want to hear it. And if it's convincing,
Not
then
acceptable,
convince.
whatever.
And if you can't convince us, then change it. And I think that this is an important conversation to have about the warmongering, as Schultz reputedly has said that is taking place. It is, is it warmongering? I don't think so. I think Schultz went too far with that.
James,
Is it bellicose? No, it's not, Dan. I'll be done in just a second. Yeah, I'll be done in just a second, Dan. So I just wanted to hear it. But yeah, I'm hearing everybody say remove all restrictions. And I don't think that's even a realistic argument, because I think that there are current restrictions. And so the reason I don't think it's reasonable is I don't think that they're going to do that. Can there be specific restrictions that would broaden Ukraine's ability to strike targets? There could be. So, I am all for that. Absolutely 100% for that. I want change on this policy. That's what I want. I'm not disagreeing with you about the change. I am disagreeing with you about the way we get there. You don't want to hear any argument, but we're having an argument now. So I appreciate you listening to me. I'm just saying we ought to hear it from the leadership who are holding on to this idea, And a long time ago, it seems like now, at one point, War Doggo said, trust us on this policy. And we're not doing that with our leadership, and I understand why. But it is a thought about maybe there is a reason, but I don't want to trust them. I want to hear it.
Well, James, you said if there are restrictions, right? And then now you're saying that I'm getting a bit confused. I apologize, because you said if there are restrictions, and now you're saying, well, I want to hear about why there are restrictions. So I'm kind of confused. Which is it?
There are restrictions, and I want to have those changed. I want to hear about the rationale of why. And it's obviously based in point number 9 of the Ukrainian 10-point peace plan.
Is that what you think? You think that's the only reason?
I think it is the start of it. That is in there for some reason, right? And it is talking about restricting the war to Ukraine. It's, if you read it over, point number 9 of the peace plan, that is what that is saying: is we want to keep the war there. We don't want a wider war. So uh, that's just what that peace plan says. And I don't know if Ukraine agreed to this initially and now are saying, boy, that was a mistake or what. But what I want to hear what Biden has to say about this. That's all I'm saying, is I want to hear him speak. And he has been quiet on this point. And it is hurting him, and it's hurting the United States, and it's hurting our collaboration with Europe. But let's keep going.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, James, I don't agree. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying change the word remove at this point, because I want to say, instead of remove, ignore. Ignore, because Ukraine is at a triage moment. People are dying. A city is getting threatened. I mean, blatantly. Russia is breaking every rule in the book. It's time to ignore restrictions. They need to save their lives. There's times in the ER when you're doing triage or first aid, you have to ignore some things to save others. Or you have to go to the important thing at the moment. And at this moment, I say ignore the restrictions. Really, Israel does it when they have to save their lives. So that's all I'm going to say. That's all I wanted to say. Not remove, ignore. And yes, I would like to see somebody speak up more, but the way it is.
Thank you, Dan. Welcome, mockers. Are you not working?
I kind of am, but let these other people go first.
Thank you, mockers. Much appreciated. Was it Janet or Joanna next, James?
Jenny.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Thank
Jenny.
you. But taking the fight to Russia is not really.
Jenny, with a son that passed a driving test.
I am so proud of him. My son is, just for reference, my son is 18 years old. In Sweden, you don't get.
Okay. Has she got no audio, or is it just me, James?
Just you.
Sorry, Tracy. So my son is 18 years old in 3 days. In Sweden, you do not get to take your driver's license until you're 18. You cannot take any of the exams before your 18th birthday. So he did both the written exam and the driving exam today, and he passed both. I am super proud of him at 18 years old and 3 days. Anyways, so taking the fight to Russia is not really expanding the war, because both parties are involved in the war. Therefore, both countries are a part of the theater of the war. So I hope that's not. I hope somebody explains that to whoever's in charge, if that is the reason. It does. I can see how that could make sense, but at the same time, it really doesn't. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Jenny. I appreciate that. Ilana, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, James. So I totally agree with you. To be honest, I did believe that there is a reason for US and Germany to be so reluctant to agree on the conditions of using those weapons. I did believe that there is some blackmail or something from the Russians, but what can that be? Can it be a nuclear strike in Ukraine, a tactical nuclear strike? Well, the allies, the democratic countries, said exactly what will happen in this case. So I don't believe that the Russians will be using this. Could it be something non-conventional, like underwater cables or satellites or something like this. Well, again, this may happen. The Russians are crazy enough, but I think we can survive, and I think that there will be consequences. But now, after seeing, Sweden, Netherlands, France, Czech Republic, Baltic countries, a number of countries saying that they are agreeing with Ukraine to use these weapons as they think they should on military targets inside Russia. I don't believe that there is any blackmail. I don't believe that there is anything, because if there would be, we wouldn't have these answers from France, from Sweden, because they would be aware of this, isn't it? So basically, it's just up to the person to decide. So I don't know. I like President Biden, but I don't like Scholz. But both of them are showing a lot of hesitancy here, and I think we should have been past that. We are like 2 years, 3 months into the war. We know what happened. We know what Russia does. To be upset and to call the Ukrainians because they shot down some bombers with the Patriot system. I mean, what is the purpose of the Patriot system if not to shoot down those planes? Those planes were like sending bombs into Ukraine. And some of the missiles that they are sending are very difficult to intercept. So it's better to take down the plane than the missile. That applies for the glide bombs. They may be difficult to intercept. So you should target the bombers. So again, I thought that there may be a reason, but seeing the reaction from the other countries and from the head of NATO, for God's sake, like he said this, Ukraine should be allowed to use this. Of course, there may be restrictions, as you said. There may be restrictions. You won't hit Moscow. Okay, you won't hit the Kremlin, or you won't hit St. Petersburg. I'm fine with that. I don't mind. But those concentration of troops and those airfields and those military infrastructure objects or whatever, I think Ukraine has all the rights to target them. So again, I don't think there is any blackmail, anything, just a decision.
Yep. Thank you, Oana. I mean, I completely agree. I don't think there's any kind of kinetic threat that is necessarily holding this back. Not necessarily. I don't think so. I think it really is the potential impact. And I'm just theorizing here. I have no more information than anybody else here, but if this is tied to the peace plan and preventing a wider
No,
war, then
it's
are
not.
you going to interrupt me, Mockers? Okay, I'm going to
Yeah,
go.
sorry. I really wanted to get
You
this
go
about
ahead.
point number 9.
I can drop if you like.
I just wanted to add
You don't need to
something
drop, James.
about point number 9, James. Don't take offence. All I'm going to say is what point number 9 says exactly. It says prevention, escalation of conflict and building security architecture in the Euro-Atlantic space, right? That isn't Russia. Hitting things in Russia is not escalation of the current conflict. Things are blowing up in Russia all the darn time. I don't see any escalation of the conflict. So number 9 there isn't talking about any of the space that's currently at war. It's talking about Europe on the other side of Ukraine. Absolutely not including the space in Russia. Escalation of a wider conflict is adding an extra country, and Russia's already at war. That's what I wait to say.
I guess I was reading a different summary of it. I have been reading a different summary of it. So it is from Ukraine. So I think they've summarized it at different levels. So I took something different from it, but I think this is the only point that is that can be the root for any restrictions on this is a prevention of something. I don't really. I'm not worried about nuclear weapons. I'm not worried about a wider war. Honestly, I don't think Ukraine. I'm sorry, Russia could win a wider war. I think they'd be foolish to start one. And I'm not saying to keep these restrictions. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Have this discussion, Mr. Biden. Tell us why. And if you can't tell us why, because it's tied up in the fucking intelligence mess that we have in the United States. I mean, Ukraine can't even tell us their secrets anymore because we're so compromised. So I hope they don't tell us their secrets, frankly, because of that. You know, I want to hear them say, I can't talk about it, but there are reasons. At least say some damn thing. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous what's going on. So I am not saying to keep these restrictions, just to be really, really clear. Okay? I'm saying change them. I am saying that they ought to talk about the reason why, because it's hurting the United States. It's hurting Biden. And this is not something that Biden or the United States needs to be hurt about. We've got a shitstorm here already. We don't need any more, and we don't need the loss of our allies through resentment. And Biden could remove much of the resentment if he would just get up and talk about it. So I'm talking about having this discussion that we're having, except Mr. Biden would be talking, or somebody there would be talking. I don't want to hear Schultz either. But even if he got up and talked about the exact reasons why, that would be good. Why can't you shoot down, missiles over Ukraine? I don't see a reason why not to, except I do think that they're not well positioned to fire from, all the way across Ukraine and then defend the space that way. Maybe the far western points of Ukraine could be defended that way, but the optimal thing is to get those systems to the eastern edge of Ukraine, or as close as they need to be, and then they're in a real position to take out whatever's coming in. So I just want to be clear. I am not in the way of removing these restrictions. I'm for it, but I want to know what the reasons are for having these restrictions on the way to removing them, so that we know what the trade-off is going to be. Because there will be a trade-off, I think, because I don't think they came up with this just out of the blue. There must be some reason why they put them in. They must have thought it through. They didn't just get drunk and come up with a plan. That's a Russian thing to do. No, I think there's some reason. I want to hear it. That's what I'm saying. I want to hear it.
Can I please jump in?
No, I wanted to come back actually.
No.
So I'll just come back to you, James. Yeah, of course we want the restrictions lifted, but I don't actually give a flying F what the reasons are at this point. Whatever the reasons are, they're thoroughly immoral at this point, and they could make different arrangements, I'm sure. Like what Ivana said, don't fire at Moscow, don't hit Putin's palace, don't hit civilian infrastructure. Well, fine. Okay, well, has Ukraine been doing any of that anyway? No, they haven't. So why can we not trust them? And that's, that's my big deal here. That it just seems like we're treating them like children, like, you can't be trusted. And that is quite insulting, I must say. So it doesn't really matter what the reason is at all. I don't even care. Don't want to know. Just push it out the way, as far as I'm concerned. And if there's fallout from it, then we'll deal with that when it happens. Because honestly, what are we afraid of? Nukes? How many times have they threatened us with nukes now? The lady doth protest far too much on that, as far as I'm concerned.
I don't even think they've got any working nukes, mockers. That's how much they're protesting. But you're right. What are they going to do? Worse than what they've done already? And it is about time that we accept that we have to pay the price, just like we had to pay the price getting off Russian gas. Just like the US knows for a fact what's going on, because they've been enriching uranium for a good long time now. And why have they done that? So that they can get off that supply from Russia. And of course, they have just put that ban in place. And so they know what's going on. So it just needs to get done now. It's getting ridiculous. The escalation, the nonsense, the excuses. It's all excuses, 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 right? What is the trade-off that you're saying is acceptable for us to be basically being weak and showing weakness when it comes to what Russia is doing? Russia is not just attacking Ukraine. Russia is attacking the rest of us as well. They are committing hybrid warfare against us. How many times do we have to say this? This is what we need to be making people aware of. If every single person in the street was fully aware of where we really are, just as all of us here are in this space, I am telling you now, things would be vastly different out on those streets. But people do not really realise where we are. Why? Because of all the excuses. So anyway, just let Ukraine use the weapons where they need to use them. And thank you for highlighting that, Mockers, because Ukrainians have done exactly that. They've abided by the Geneva Convention. I think they voluntarily abide by the Rome Statute, don't they? They're not signed up to that, I believe. So it shows that they can be trusted. And that's what's really, really infuriating, right? Look at how they've done those strikes in Russia with precision. Right? How many people got killed in all those oil depots and oil refineries and all those different things being attacked? Right? What was it, about 12, something like that? And I'm not advocating that that makes it okay either, because I'm not saying that one civilian killed should be okay. But when you commit a genocidal invasion on another country, you have to expect that country to defend itself. And if your citizens get harmed in that process, then that is entirely your fault for committing a genocidal invasion against a sovereign nation. So first of all, if you don't like it, well, don't do it to other people then. Treat people the way that you want to be treated. That's how you get brought up, isn't it? That's how I was brought up, So that's what they should be doing. But instead, they're not, are they? So I'm going to stop ranting and waffling now, because Ukraine have done incredibly at standing by the Geneva Convention and all those other humanitarian laws, rules-based order, etc., that we all have in place in our liberal democracies, and they choose to do that. So they're not going to be hitting the stupid Kremlin, and they're not going to be hitting things like that, are they? They're going to do what they have been doing and hit strategic military targets. And now I'm going to stop ranting, and I'm going to go over to the lovely Jenny.
Now that you can hear me, thank you for saying that my son did pass his driving and written exam all in one day. He had the written exam in the morning and the driving in the afternoon. I think he's amazing, and he passed it with I don't know, flying colors, but he passed. That's all that matters. He's trusted now to be a driver, even though he's like about 6 years old in my mind. The thing is, the war has already expanded beyond the borders of Russia and Ukraine, depending on how you define war. I keep talking about this all the time because my country is one of the countries that is affected by Russia's warfare. No, they are not bombing Sweden. They're not even, like driving their boats into our territory, but they are flying drones. Sometimes their planes get awfully close to our airspace. They've had overland, they've had drones over Sweden. They are committing cyber warfare against us. And then you have all the threats, like how in the future they're going to teach us to be really ashamed of our imperial ways that we abandoned 200 years ago, and they're still at it, but we need to be ashamed. That's kind of rich. But it doesn't stop the fact from them encroaching on our territorial waters, our airspace, making threats, threatening to take Gotland because they really want it. They're behaving like a petulant 3-year-old. But the fact still remains that they are at war with us. Whether Sweden likes to admit it or not, it's just not with bombs. It's other ways. And so the war has spread to us. So I think it's just right that Ukraine can hit back with our weapons. because we are not going to start, apparently, we're not going to start a war, a kinetic war with them over the fact that they steal our data, our personal information about people living in Sweden and selling it on the dark web. Finland, now they withdrew when Lithuania reminded them that Lithuanian water and Finnish water, it's a part of NATO. They may want to reconsider. And Russia did reconsider and withdrew the information about them taking part of the Finnish territorial water in Lithuania's. But it didn't stop them from taking the boys, whatever you want to call them, that was marking the border between Estonia and Russia. They went into the waters. If this was really a dispute over that the markers were in the wrong place, they would not have snuck in there like thieves in the night and doing it in the dark, on the cover of darkness. They would have gone through the official channels, but they know that they don't have a leg to stand on. And so Estonia is also in this war. Finland is in the war. Sweden is in this war. The fact that they tried to destroy the internet cable between Svalbard, which is a part of Norway, and mainland Norway. Norway's in the war. And I can probably rattle off several more countries that have had these things happen to them. Romania is a part of the GPS, is affected by the GPS jammer. So they're at war. So the war has already spread, unfortunately. It's just that we fail to acknowledge that the war is happening because it's not yet. People are not dying in our countries. But what happens when they knock out something like they did in Texas, the energy grid? If that was 100% a Russian attack, that could have killed people. But
Janet,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but you just make a very good point there, actually, because imagine if that had been the other way around, Russia would be saying that was an act of war, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
exactly. And yet we're just sitting here trying to appease Putin, who is not the rightful president of Russia, because that was a fake election. And we're just sitting here going like, oh, we can't upset him for whatever reason. Because I believe, much like Tracy and Mockers, those nukes aren't working. I don't think that they have been touched, except for like lifting them on a truck and putting it on display on a truck for the Russians to see it, the everyday citizens. I don't think they've been touched since the 70s. And they sure as hell haven't been upgraded. So the question is, will they detonate where they intend for them to detonate, or will that end up like in Siberia or something? They'll probably kill their own people, and then they will just, blame the West because everything is the West's fault. I wonder where this Western border goes. If it now is like the NATO border, or is it the borders of 1988, where with the Warsaw Pact? Where does their border go? Who are the West? Anyway, I will stop rambling now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Anything to add, James?
No, I think there's every reason to go to war, to support Ukraine 100%, and let them do what they need to do to win this war. I just want to hear the other side. I just want to hear the reasons why, so that we go into this step informed about the reasons, if that's possible to be informed about it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And I really want to know, because I think if they've made this stupid decision, what I think is stupid, maybe there's a real rationale. I have no idea. I think it's to manage the information war, which I don't think is a good justification for the decision making. But I am saying only this. Tell us, Mr. Biden. That's all. So thank you, Jenny. I appreciate all that. And it is a good, these are all good arguments about why we are all at war with Russia. We're just not all ready to face it. And since we're all democracies, we have to bring people along. That's what I think is a critical element in this, is bringing the populace of every single democracy that is on Ukraine's side, bringing them along. And they are not all going along at this point. So I want to hear it. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, I believe it was Linda was next.
Yeah, hi, thanks. From my seat, in general, I think there's more violent agreement here than disagreement, for one thing. And another thing with regard to boots on skies over Ukraine, with regard to that analogy, if Iran started bombing the United States and Canada volunteered to help cover the United States, I don't want to hear any argument from Austria that that's improper, right? So Ukraine has its own sovereign territory, and they should be able to invite in to help them defend their sovereign territory anybody they so please to do. It's their territory. So there's that. With regard to shooting back, if your neighbor across the street is sniping you and has killed your dog and your kid, it's okay to shoot back, even though it crosses his boundary line, because he's actively trying to kill you and the rest of your family. So that's where I see with that. In general, from a systems analyst's view, absolutes, just one, binary choices, absolutes in complex situations don't work very well. In complex situations, especially complex dynamic situations, the situation demands choices be made, decisions be made, and actions be taken to the best capability possible, given that none of the decisions are going to be 100% correct. It is the choice is the least bad solution on an ongoing basis, the least bad solution. There is no perfect solution. It's always going to be what's the least bad thing to do. And if that means breaking the rules, then it means breaking the rules. Again, absolutes do not bode well in complex dynamic situations. And Dan used the term triage earlier, and I totally agree with that. This is a triage situation, it's a complex dynamic situation. Whatever is the least bad thing, to do, whatever you can do to maximize life, that's what you choose, even if it might mean sacrificing something else. You treat the heart before you treat the broken ankle, kind of a thing. And with regard to triage, Dan, you and I need to talk seriously about decision intelligence and the medical model. When you use that as analogously, the medical model is really useful. So I'll shut up now, and I've said my piece. And yeah, I think there's more agreement here. It's only disagreement around the edges and the specifics. So, okay, that's it, my piece.
Thank you, Linda. Well, what I want to hear Biden and all the other politicians is the realities of where we are to the public. That's what I would like to hear them say. I don't really need to hear any excuses as to why they made terrible decisions, because those decisions were made. What I would like is for those decisions to be changed or undone, because, well, we are where we are. And, you know, they need to be able to defend themselves, as simple as that. Joanna?
Thank you, Tracy. So I have 2 points, one in response to Jenny and the other in response to Linda. So in response to Jenny, yes, Romania is affected by GPS, and actually I experimented this yesterday. I use the car. I usually don't use the car in the city because, you know, there is like common transportation, but I had to go somewhere far and I used the car, and the GPS was not working. It was not working well, and I tried it on 3 different phones, and practically it showed a different position for the car. It kept losing signal, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it was very strange. It's the first time I experimented it. And yes, there were reports that the GPS jamming extended up to Bucharest. We are in like I won't give the position, but there were reports about this. Initially, the Russians used to jam on the region in the delta of the Danube and the Black Sea, but right now, if you look on the maps, it's up to Bucharest. And it did give some anomalies on the navigation application. I guess it's related to this. I cannot be sure, of course, but it's the first time I encountered this, and on 3 different phones, as I said. In response to Linda, I'll be short. Maybe you will disagree with me, but in the end, every choice is a binary choice. And I just want to say again what I've said before in the space: when you say no to something, you say yes to something else.
Thank you, Joanna. That's incredible that you've actually gone and done that. So can you explain more then about what happens? What do you just lose the GPS? Do you lose phone signal?
No, actually, so the most frequent, because there were 3 different types of errors, the most frequent was showing the car like more than 200 meters distance from the exact point where it was, like a delay in the position of the car. That was the most frequent. Then it realigned itself, but it positioned the car on another street, for example, kind of randomly. And also the signal was lost, I believe, about 3 times completely. So I had to restart the app and try to get the signal and do it again. So it's not my GPS signal. It's not my phone, because I tried with other phones. And it kept doing this. And it's the first time I encountered this. So it happened before, but in very remote areas on the mountains or something like this, where there is a very poor coverage of the mobile signal. But I was in the middle of Bucharest, and the signal for mobile in Bucharest is one of the best on the planet. So, like, I mean it. We have one of the best internet on the planet. So it wasn't that. It was clear it's something related to GPS.
That's really scary, isn't it, that they can do that? I just wonder when they're going to extend that to somewhere else around the world, around Europe, or because I can see that that's going to be something that's happening next. I've had a really weird thing. This is probably completely unrelated, but of course, given where we are, I have been wondering because, well, our government's not going to tell us, are they? Because in the UK, they like to tell us about things after the fact, which is very frustrating indeed. But that's the way that our government works, unfortunately. Gladly, we will be changing them very soon, though. Anyway, aside from that, Vodafone I've used Vodafone for many, many, many years because it's the most reliable signal in the UK. And you never, ever have any problems with Vodafone. I can go right back up north where I'm from on the top of, well, what my friends call mountains, but I call them hills. I can go right up on there. Everybody else doesn't have a signal, and I always have a really strong signal. And I've been having so many nightmares since the solar storm, so I kind of put it down to that. But it hasn't seemed to get any better. better, and is making me start to wonder, especially when you talk about how it's affecting people's personal devices like that, Joanna. I mean, what if you don't know about this thing? What if you get confused by it? I think this could cause people to crash, you
It's
know. That's
strange.
what I'm concerned about.
Exactly, it's strange because I know the streets, so I knew where I was, so it wasn't so bothering for me. I was just using the application like just to guide me on the choices. But if someone doesn't know the streets, I don't know. I'll try to talk with other people to see how they experienced this, because for me it was kind of a surprise, not having a reliable GPS in Bucharest. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was like an isolated incident, but again, it didn't happen before.
Thank you, Joanna. It's definitely good to know and something to keep an eye on. I would be interested if anybody else has had a similar experience. Linda, thank you for waiting. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that whole GPS spammer thing is this is hybrid warfare. I mean, we're no longer in 18th century warfare. We're in 21st century warfare, and it's just, the different means to the same end. And so we need I have no idea what the intelligence agencies around the world have been doing with regard to figuring out what are appropriate actions, um, because it's no longer, just bombing or whatever, right? It's a new type of war. And I don't know whether, to what extent, I wish I knew more, but I don't know to what extent they're thinking about how do you defend yourself against such threats? And what do you do? What's the right thing to do versus the wrong thing to do against such threats? But I have been thinking for quite a long time that I think there's, if I know correctly, and I could be wrong on that, there's 2 spots within Russia that have devices set up, sites set up to be, jamming GPS. And from my seat, those are legitimate military targets, period. Both of those places. And however you want to take them out, whether it's electronically, whether it's by drone, whether it's by bomb, whatever is the best out of the alternative solutions. So there's that. And then I don't disagree with you with regard to what you said, that yes, actions are binary. You either do it or you don't do it. However, coming to the the decisions to take those actions, those decisions are not binary, because those decisions are based on criteria. And when you're in a complex situation, especially a complex dynamic situation, those criteria are changing all of the time. And again, it's always the least bad solution, in a bad situation. What's the least bad thing to do? And it's not 0 or 1. It's not binary, it's probabilistic. And it's almost probabilistic in the moment. And and anyways, I just want to differentiate that. And just, I'm coming at this because I've studied so much of this for so many years. I got deep into risk and risk criteria, and knowledge about risk, and probabilities about risk, and consequences and alternatives, and secondary and third, tertiary and fourth level um, interactions, that what seems like the best decision to take an action in the short term, only looking at first order um, interactions, could be the wrong thing to do when you consider, in a broader picture, and you consider also secondary and tertiary, et cetera, interactions. And so you have to take all of that. So it's not that simple. It really is not simple. And it comes down to probabilities and sometimes just wisdom and mental muscle memory on decision makers, because kind of like that pilot that landed on, what was it, the Hudson River. He broke all the rules, but he had one thing in mind: to land that plane, and he did it. And he did that because he was so experienced and he knew what he was doing, and he was calling on physical and mental muscle memory in order to do that. So it's complex. Anyway, I'll shut up again now.
Thank you, Linda. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. So I agree with you. I was just using the opportunity to say that phrase that when you say
You're a bit far away, Joanna.
I can't hear you very well.
Okay, just a moment.
Much better. That was much better.
Okay, so I was just using that opportunity to say that when you say no to something, you say yes to something else. I agree with you, Linda, and I would like to talk with you because, well, I'm passionate about this. So maybe we could talk. And I just wanted to add something to.
I'd love that.
Yeah. And maybe I just wanted to add something, about the Russian threats. It's not just what we've seen with the cables. There are a lot of cyber attacks to important facilities, hospitals, governmental bodies, and things like this. Not only in Romania, but there were in Italy and in many other countries. There were the incidents in ammunition factories in Bulgaria, a number of them, one in Romania, 2 refineries in Romania. Yes, it's not proven that it was the Russians, but we can speculate, can't we? So there are many other incidents. The rail network in Germany, they experienced at least one. In Poland also, some dubious things happened. I don't have all now just in front of me, but I remember reading about them during this time. So they are doing a lot of things, not to mention the spy network and things like this. So yeah, we are at war with them, and they say they are at war with us, and we should believe them.
Thank you, Joanna. And, it's okay as well. I mean, it's, I guess, the question of what will happen if you do allow the restrictions to be lifted. Well, what I would say is what's happening now. This is what I'm saying, because I don't think, we've spoken about this many times, and many of us agree here that it's just a fear of escalation. I think it's propaganda, and it's fear of this escalation and this Russian narrative. I really do feel that that's the excuse. But anyway, I don't really want to know what the excuse is. They just have to lift the restrictions, all of them, whoever is putting them on, because it's absolute nonsense. Nobody would be telling the US or Germany or any other country for that matter that they would have to have these restrictions. It just wouldn't be acceptable to any of the other countries that are supporting Ukraine. So why is it acceptable for Ukraine to have those restrictions? It's not. They need to be lifted. Ukraine needs to be able to take out those planes. It's getting ridiculous now. They are absolutely destroying Kharkiv. And if something doesn't happen, and this is to continue and continue and continue, there will come a point where they absolutely destroy Kharkiv the way that they have done to Mariupol, because they will not stop. So they need to be stopped. Nefo Zizo, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first, I wanted to say I totally agree. Russia is waging a horrific war against us. They're doing GPS jamming. They're killing people with spies. They're using microwave spy weapons that microwave people's heads, and it's really horrible things. Not to mention, first I wanted to say, I want Ukraine to win so deeply. Like, it really bothers me what is going on there every day. And that's also why I'm in this chat, and also why I donate to Ukraine, why I stand up for Ukraine. But there's also another thing going on. I actually, if it was on me, I would send boots on the ground to Ukraine. I would be like Macron. I would let them use the air defenses wherever they want. I would I would even send ballistic missiles so they can target military factories deep side in Russia, and even oil refineries and things like that. But we should not forget we're dealing with an immense psychopath here. this guy, he has absolutely no value for human life. He doesn't care how many people is going to die. So and he will never care. He doesn't care about humans. He is a psychopath. And what I want to tell by that is we should also be wary of this guy can make the conflict. It is our enemy. This we are at war with him. I know. But this guy, he can make the conflict worse. And on October 7th, he already did by igniting another war. And the thing with with yeah, I don't want the war to get worse, but it probably is going to get worse. There's probably going to open another front in the Baltics, and Lukashenko will probably get involved, and it will probably get more horrific. But maybe we should uh, wait a little bit and buy some time to let our scientists make new weapons, get new ideas, and not to escalate.
Sometimes while Ukrainians get murdered and killed.
This is the horrific thing about it. I don't want this to happen, of course, but the thing is, he can widen the war in the Baltics, and he can widen the war in the Middle East, and then even more people get killed. But this is a question of time. This is going to happen anyway. So yes, I don't know what kind of weapons the secret services are making and things like this, but maybe they are buying time to figure something out. But yes, of course, I am in full support of sending Ukraine more weapons, better weapons, so they can hit deep inside Russia. And I'm also in support of supporting Russian guerrillas that are at war with the Russian government, because not only we are at war with the Russian government, also Russians themselves have been a victim of this tyrannic government, and we can use those people to maybe send them Stinger missiles, so they can shoot down these Russian fighter jets when they take off from an airfield when they least expect it. This would do great harm to the Russian Air Force, I think. So yeah, so I totally agree. We should give more weapons, but we should also keep in mind we're dealing with a dangerous psychopath here that has no value for human life, and I think he will escalate sooner or later. So yes, that's all I wanted to say.
I don't see, he can't escalate. The only way he can escalate to go any further than what he's done, right, is to use things that he's not going to use. And I do understand what you're saying about the Middle East and everything, and you're right. He's exporting this terror and this, around the world. But the way that we deal with that is to give Ukraine everything that they need to kick Russia's ass, quite frankly. Because once Russia is weakened and once Russia no longer has that power around the world, then their power weakens, their influence weakens, and that gives them less ability to do that. I'm not trying to say that makes the problems go away, of course, at all. But those problems weren't an issue to us here at this side of the world in the Middle East until Russia inflamed it, until Russia helped Hamas, until Russia helped its terrorist friends. If Russia hadn't been able to do all that, and we'd have done something previously, they wouldn't have been able to help the terrorist friends like that. So we have to do that. And we also have to stand up and be strong, because we look really weak right now. And they are just laughing at us. They're all sitting there going, oh, you do this provocation, they won't do anything. Watch, go on, I dare you. It's like naughty little boys in a playground, that have never had any rules or any order or any boundaries in their lives. Just, oh, go on, you poke the bear. Let's see what happens. It's not going to do anything. Go on, you do it next. Look where we are now. China is doing exactly the same. They are testing us now to see what we are going to do, because Russia has shown them that we will do absolutely nothing. And, we're not at war with Russia, but I do understand what you're saying. I know you didn't exactly mean it like that. It's Russia that's at war with us, you know, kinetically, of course, in Ukraine, but in hybrid format around the world. And many people have said this before as well. I think that's something else our politicians need to look at, because we no longer live in a world where what's classed as an act of war against a nation suffices for the things that we have in our world today. For example, if we were to cut Russia's cables like they've done to ours, or something like this, and commit hybrid warfare on them, or let some water out of one of their water tanks in their water facility, you know, if we were to do those things, they would class those as an act of war. But they are doing those things against us all the time, and we are doing nothing about it. So I think that Russia is trying to make it two issues when it's not. It's just one issue, and we need to give Ukraine everything, and then they will weaken Russia even more, and then we can all, as a world community, start to work on all the other issues and problems that we have. But you know, it started in Ukraine, it will finish in Ukraine, and Russia needs weakening, because they are the main player supporting all their little terrorist friends. You know, more and more I'm reminded of that book I read in school. What's it called? Lord of the Flies. Yes, more and more I'm reminded of that these days, unfortunately. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then I suggest you go and read the book. You will be very surprised. Joanna?
Yeah, so I wanted to address some of those points. For example, buying time and develop more advanced weapons. So what was given to Ukraine is not advanced weapons. What was given to Ukraine are weapons that are 30, 40, 60 years old. Storm Shadows, the best ones, 1994. What ATACMS? I believe it's 91. F-16s, 78. Anyway, I didn't check for all of those, but it's old weapons. We are not giving the best weapons to Ukraine, unfortunately. Also, how many plane carriers does Russia have? One, which is not working. How many has US or France? How many planes? I checked on Wikipedia. America has 13,000 planes. Russia had before the war about 4,000. So I don't think that we are waiting and trying to gain some time because Russians are so good. If they were, they wouldn't be fighting with 60 years old tanks and improvising, you know, the turtle tanks and things like this. Yes, they have tanks. Yes, they have planes. They have missiles. They have bombs. They switched to the glide bombs because they are dump bombs and because they are cheap and do a lot of damage. That could be addressed by proper, you know, air defense and by having planes in Ukraine. So I don't think that anybody is buying time. And even if it would be so, all those weapons were designed to do what? Actually, all those weapons were designed to fight against the, you know, the countries that are invading other countries and not respecting democratic principles and international borders and things like this. That is the purpose of those weapons. And the war is in Ukraine, is not in US, is not in other place in Europe. It's in Ukraine, and Ukraine needs them. So they should go there. Well, I'm very upset because in Romania they didn't even yet take the decision on the Patriot. I believe they are working on it. Maybe they did, but they are not communicating it, which is not surprising because Romania tends to do so. But I will remind you what the Prime Minister said about, he was asked if he is afraid to give one Patriot system to Ukraine, if this would impact the defense of our country. And he said that he believes that the defense of our country would be very much helped by giving the Patriot system to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Speaking of that, yeah, there are alerts going out now. Ballistic missile threats to Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Poltava, Sumy, Cherkasy, Kirovohrad, So, of course, it's that time of night. And actually, just one thing before I forget, because you just reminded me, Joanna, talking about the things, making things, because, well, Ukraine just keeps on doing incredibly what Ukraine keeps on doing, whilst all our nations, well, mess about, quite frankly. So they're talking about a robot here that storms enemy positions and save the lives of defenders. And this has been made through the Brave One cluster, which I will talk about in a moment. But first, let's go to Fancy Fishivanka. Welcome.
Hello. I like the conversation. I like listening to Nefo, Caesar. I'm currently in a state where I'm, let's say, looking at the whole situation very sober. Because I think never before it has been any clearer what's going on, right? So while we had the Republicans blocking Ukraine aid, you know, we knew that there was a problem because, yeah, weapons were not getting supplied, and funding was not there in sufficient amounts. Now, basically, we have Ukraine in a situation where there is ample of budget on the US side, where Europe actually collected basically enough shares and was getting into gears, and now we are at a step where actually it's never been clearer before, but of course to me it was clear from the start of the full-scale invasion that the real problem that Ukraine is facing after the Russian full-scale invasion is the lack of political will to finish this war fast. And I think it comes out of probably the problem how our current political system is thinking about Russia. We always heard the fear of escalation, and I personally do believe that people like Jake Sullivan, Joe Biden, Olaf Scholz, they're shitting their pants. They are scared of Russia. They have a problem that they don't understand Eastern Europe and Russia well enough. I think Joe Biden and Jake Sullivan especially, I think they don't understand the matter enough, and their advisors don't understand it sufficiently enough. I think in Germany with Olaf Scholz, the problem is a different one. I think there we are facing the problem that the SPD has still way too much Russian influence and pro-Russian assets within their party. I see this the same in Austria, right? The left-wing parties are infiltrated with appeasniks that are advocating against weapons deliveries, especially to Ukraine. And I think that's a group of people that Olaf Scholz is influenced by as well. I don't know his personal position, you know. I honestly think maybe he might be hoping to help Ukraine. He just seems incompetent under this stress and different basically pools of influence that are that he's facing. Yeah, so I think the biggest problem is that they're scared of escalation, and therefore I think there's one thing I would bet on. The strategy of the West currently is by making it impossible for Russia to have a victory in Ukraine, they hope that eventually Putin's government if you can call this like a government, this regime, will basically fall. That they will just struggle so much under internal problems that they say it's not feasible. They kick out Putin and they present a new government that says, we are the new ones. Let's sort this out together. I think that's the strategy. I think they hope to attrit them enough and that this attrition will work, that eventually Russia will pull out. I think that's their strategy. And that I would really bet on. But I do think at the same time that this strategy is immoral. It's based on Ukrainian blood. Ukrainian people have not been asked if they agree on sacrificing their children, their men, for the strategy of Joe Biden, Jake Sullivan, and the European leaders who are currently going along with the restrictions on where the weapons can be used. So Ukrainians have not been asked. They're simply made the passenger of this very inhumane strategy, and I hope that history will be harsh on those who pursue this strategy. I think on the positive side, because it has never been clearer what's happening, so we see that the only problem is basically that there is the self-imposed artificial red line for Ukraine, as the self-imposed artificial protection of Russia by Western leaders. That is the only problem. It's not as in the past where we were given excuses like Ukrainians, they cannot learn how to use Patriots fast enough. If you remember how long this funny excuse was kind of like floating around, then where they said, F-16, it will be too difficult for way too long. Now we see it's only them being scared of escalation in the West, and people are angry. I see it here in the space. All the veils have been lifted. It's very clear where's currently, it's a single point of a problem that we currently face. And I think that's the positive aspect in this whole game, because now there is a debate, a heated debate, where civil society is putting pressure on our leaders to help Ukraine. And it's out for everyone to see who is now responsible for why Russia can continue lobbing missiles at Kharkiv. And all these human costs that is being paid by Ukraine now, we can really attribute to the actors within our governments with their inaction. So I think the pressure is increasing. I already feel it in this information space now. I feel it here in MriyaReport. I feel it on Twitter in general. And I do feel it among politicians who are currently discussing to actually make a coalition of their own, right? Like Sweden telling Ukraine, you are not limited in the way you can use our weapons. You just use them wherever you see fit. And I think, and I do hope more nations jump on that same train and say, ours you can use too, wherever you want, that in the end, this coalition of the unwilling starts to crumble until they join. It worked with the weapons deliveries, right? It worked back then with main battle tanks. At some point, also the United States was sending them and Germany was sending them. And I believe we have a chance of changing it if we just are loud enough. And with that, I stop my rant. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think
I don't know, maybe they stopped telling us about why, because the excuses just don't work anymore, because that's exactly what you were saying then. You're right, you just reminded me of that, you know, all the different excuses that they gave. Ukrainians can't train fast enough, etc. They don't understand them, yada, 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 you know, all that. So, yeah, you just reminded me of that. And I wrote a couple of things down because you said quite a lot of things. Joanna, you said about the no borders, and you reminded me, if we're going to pay attention to what Russia is saying, and not that I'm saying that we should, because but people were saying, well, Russia says this, Russia says that, Russia says that we're at war with them or we're attacking them. Russia also says that they've got no borders. So therefore, if they've got no borders, Ukraine should be able to realistically use those weapons anywhere that they choose, because technically, if that's the case, then everywhere is Russia anyway. So that's an absolute another load of nonsense that they say to try and contradict things. It was very interesting, I think, what you said then about the issue being different in the USA to Germany. I think you're right. I don't confess to know because I don't live in those countries, but I think I see what you see, and that the issues are different. But I think finally what you said is that we can change this, and I think you're absolutely right. We can all change this, but we have to get together, and we have to do that all across the world, because it doesn't really matter what their reasons are. We know that those reasons they call reasons, we call them excuses, are not really acceptable. They don't wash, and it seems to me that most of it is Russian narratives and Russian propaganda, and as you said, fear of escalation, which should not be there at all, but I think it clearly still is, and so we need to do more to inform each other. We need to do more to inform the public. That's one of my main things I'm trying to do now, inform as many people as possible, because I do really believe if everybody out there, outside my house, everybody in my town, in my city, in my country knew what I know, what we know, what we're talking about here right now, they would be doing more, and I really do believe they would be putting more pressure on government. I have to believe that, because if I don't believe that, then democracy is lost, quite simply. So thank you very much for that, Fancy Fish Ivanka. You said some very important things. Do you want to follow up there before we go to Dan?
Yes, really quickly, Fancy, thank you very much for saying all those things. I think you're right. The excuses that are being used are of interest to me. I hear no one else saying they're interested in those things. But I do think that it's important to break down this discussion, to keep having it, and to keep influencing the people who can make change these policies. And that comes down to Biden, Schultz, and eventually the voters in Germany and the United States. So, you know, I don't see any good solutions with voters, though, because, well, anyways, I don't want to get into politics, but you're right about this. So I hope that there are plenty of people out there who will call their representatives, who will contact Biden directly to ask him to change this policy. And another person who really has been a proponent of change within the administration is Anthony Blinken. He's come out and said, yeah, he'd like to see these things change. So I think, you know, that's somebody else I would love to have come and talk to us about, you know, what the hell, right? What's going on here, and why not change it? And I think there's plenty of reasons to change it. So I'm very anxious to have more of this influence going on. I just want to know.
Fancy?
Yeah, I think something which you said here, James, is really, really cool. That Blinken is in support of change, and I believe it's actually also about breaking down the discussion within the Democrats camp, right? Because there will be some who agree with current policy, and there's some who disagree with current policy, and I think the same among the Republicans, right? There is the MAGAs that are lost cause, but there's also some that can be changed, and I think one needs to work within the parties, you know, to expand the pro-Ukrainian and pro-Ukrainian camp, right? I call it pro-Ukrainian to end the war faster by helping Ukraine win. So it shouldn't be as long as it takes. It should be win as fast as possible. And those who accept Ukrainian life loss as kind of like a currency to pay into a strategy, I don't see them as pro-Ukrainian. So I hope that there is 100% pro-Ukrainians among each party, and you named Blinken. And I think we should see how we can also help them, right? Because I think politicians, after all, they live by voter support and by being popular, right? So if politicians see that they are more popular and more liked if they change the stance towards Russia, then we should use that, right? So NAFO should get behind Blinken, behind every other politician who takes the right position on Ukraine, and just elevate them, push them, support them. And I think that's a strategy to go.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm going to yield to mockers.
You are a darling. Go ahead, Mockers.
Oh, I was just coming with something completely different. So go ahead, Dan.
The only thing I was going to say is thanks, Fancy. When you were talking and when James was talking, my light bulb went off in my head. I think we need to push the narrative more. It's not about what's in it for me in every country, or with our politicians, what's in it for them. It's not about what's in it for me. It's this is triage now. What's in it for humanity? What's in it for life? This is about the whole planet. What's in it for humanity, not what's in it for me. And Fancy was talking before, and that hit me. Everybody's doing these political moves and everything. How can I save my election or my government? And what's in it for humanity? It's not about parties. It's about humanity. So yeah, and I love everybody what they're talking about, because it bangs around a lot of ideas in my fluff ball head. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dan. Mockers?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that tomorrow morning we will have Marika coming to see us again from Georgia to talk to us about the situation in Georgia. And I just thought I would mention that, well, we know that the corrupt GD have, vetoed the veto against this law. And, well, it's turned into a very large movement against it. So more and more people are coming out now. It's getting to be a very big amount of people at home. And well, she said, this is they're trying to use the window dressing of a democratic facade. And it's it's obviously it's all a lie. They're all really disgusted with what the GD has done, and well, they're more and more confident in their victory now because they're getting international assistance as well. But yeah, she's big mad, and I've got to say, so are a lot of the people. The people are already starting to gather under the walls of the parliament in Georgia. And I have a feeling that it might be quite a busy place tonight. You might want to keep your eye on it, just an extra eye. So hopefully she'll still be not arrested tomorrow, and we'll be able to speak to her about what the night brings. But it's going to be spicy, I think.
Well, it would be spicy if they would get these this support that they need, and that would definitely be good. I'll be looking forward to hearing that, Mockers, actually, because I haven't heard her most recent update. So I unfortunately missed that one. Yes, I do have to sleep sometimes. But yeah, that's thank you for reminding me of that. And we've got a guest coming up very shortly as well, actually. In fact, a couple of guests, I believe. So this will be a very interesting conversation. So this will be a national security and foreign policy segment. Well, now then, after what we've just been talking about today, very apt indeed. So with special guests, Mark Toth and Jonathan Fink. Of course, you all know who Jonathan Fink is. You must do by now. If you don't, then you should definitely come and listen because he's fighting propaganda, digital disinformation, corruption. He knows about hybrid warfare, weaponized conspiracy theories, all those types of things. So come and listen to that more. That will be a fantastic conversation, actually. And if you have questions, get them ready. But please be succinct so that everybody can get their questions in. So get your question ready in order first. That's just a tip from me because that's not something I'm very good at. So when guests are here, I always have to say my question out loud to myself first. I know, yes, it's silly, but it just helps me get it in some kind of very succinct order for the guest, which of course means that we can get more questions in. And who is Mark Toth? Well, Mark Toth commentates on national security and foreign policy for The Hill, the New York Post, the Kyiv Post, amongst many other publications. And they are talking about, like I say, fighting propaganda and disinformation, which I think is very apt right now, since we've been talking about that Russian narrative of the fear of escalation. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I love listening to both those guys. Yeah, it's like a class. It's like a master class. It helps a lot. I just wanted to mention, Tracy, I did tell you, I think I told James this a while ago. I never watched cartoons or animation before, and that movie, that thing I watched yesterday, a Forest Song, a Ukrainian story. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. So it did suck me in and had me memorized. It has a meaning at the end, and I think the message was love. Love conquers all.
Lead with love. Reminds me of what I've been saying all the time, Dan. We are a world community. And, you know, the other thing, one very important thing, I think, is that if we delay giving Ukraine things, if we put restrictions on things, if we slow things down, if we don't get our acts into gear and move faster and give Ukraine everything they need quicker, then this war is just going to continue. This genocidal invasion, should I say, is just going to continue. And it's just going to drag out and drag out and drag out. And we know that Ukraine will not stop fighting. So the best way to cause less risk to world security, to European security, to Ukrainian lives, to any of us, is to really give Ukraine everything to stop Russia right now and lift these stupid restrictions. I nearly swore then. I apologise. I'm finding it really hard not to swear today, Mockers, you know.
I've been there many days. Been there many days.
Go right ahead. None of our ears are innocent at this point, so feel free. F-bombs, whatever it is, whatever it takes. So I wanted to just pop in with something a little bit different. And Fancy, this is something that what you said kind of got me on this track and recalled to my mind this article I'd read about the purge that's going on to cleanse Russia of Shoigu's, following, and apparently they're going at that. And so Putin is really getting rid of who he thinks is who are weak points in his government and in the leadership there. And so the FSB is really going at and arresting a lot of people. And they're saying could be the largest purge in modern Russian history. And I don't think that's all bad for us, right? Because they're just getting rid of people. They're taking them off whatever effectiveness there were. And we know that the guy that's now in charge is more of an economist and an expert in, the logistics and all these things. And that is sort of a dangerous move. But I just thought it important to point out that, Putin, by virtue of doing this, is showing himself as getting more isolated within Russia. And so, does it mean that his demise is near? I don't know about that, but he sure is not going to survive this conflict. That's the sure thing about this. But will that come in time to save Ukraine? I don't think it will. I think that there is a whole lot of feeling amongst the elites in Russia that they can still win this, and they are not going to quit. So I think that we do have to remove these restrictions. We do have to inform them with missiles that they are going to lose, and I think that's the way that you get to peace, is through quicker action, more effective military action, more blowing up of their planes, their bombers, all these things. And I agree, Tracy, ideally, we take them out while they're on the ground, but I don't care. I really don't care. If we take out a bomber midair, I'm happy with that. Will the debris hurt some people? Yep. But that bomber will no longer drop any more bombs. So I'm all for it. And Russia, keep purging, keep purging. Just do whatever you do, keep purging, and hopefully you will kill each other off, and that would be a wonderful result. Fancy, thank you for sparking my memory.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, James. That's nice. They're doing purges. Every time somebody says purge, I think of laxative. And there isn't a laxative in the world that could clean up Russia. I'm sorry to say. But purge away Russia. We need to purge too. And by purging, I mean we need to, the same what you said, James, really get rid of restrictions. So we have to de-purge over here and just tell them, what do you call it? Ties off, release your hands and go for it. Just like the boxer in Ukraine.